Test 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2022 San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We are currently here doing our market barrows, wave 1, starting with our class 1 of Berkshires. And we are judges are currently sifting, going through the sifting process right now. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that, Keikoa. This is Bailey Lewis, and I'll let you introduce yourself.
And this is Keikoa Typin.
And we are interns for Taylor Fort, but we are usually down in the ring on the gimbal, so this looks a little different for us today, and I'm excited about it.
Very, very different. Our judge today is Maverick Squires. He will be working through our barrows today. And Brian Arnold.
Yes, 2 judges. Kiko, we were talking earlier this morning, and you're from Oregon and grew up showing, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I am from Southern Oregon, so it's a little bit of a culture shock for me here. I'm
Absolutely.
much different than where I grew up, but I am very excited to be here in Texas. I'm currently going to school at Texas Tech University, studying animal science. So that's really exciting. Bailey, where are you from?
I am from Strong City, Kansas, so the whole Texas National looks quite a bit different for me too. But I am going to school in Stillwater at Oklahoma State University. If you ever want to transfer, you can always come be a cowboy.
I kind of like my Raiders.
I wouldn't admit that.
I am very proud to admit it.
I tell you what, these stands are packed today in here. The barns are full. Everyone looks wide-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning and ready to go.
Oh, definitely. I don't think that there is many seats left in the bleachers, nor are there many spaces to stand ringside. Definitely a full crowd today here at the Market Barrow Show.
Very exciting.
So we currently have 9 pigs penned, and we're still working through our sifting process here. There are 68 pigs in this class, so pretty big class. Again, the judges will sort that down to, I'm not exactly sure how many, but it won't be all of the 68. That would be a massive class in the ring.
That would be interesting to watch them maneuver that one. Kiko, what was your breed that you like to show?
So my family and I actually typically showed crosses. I personally love the Yorkshire breed. It is my favorite breed. That and Durocs. We kind of showed everything. We showed almost every breed other than like the Herefords and the Tamworths. But I think we had almost every breed in our barn at one time. But we kind of stuck to the crossbreds. We weren't huge in the purebred deal. But
Right.
what about you?
I showed a lot of Yorks. Taylor Green, he used to work for the Oklahoma Swine Unit and actually got me started with that. And I worked out there for Jim Coakley for a bit and helped them out at the swine unit, and I love the York breed.
Yeah, the York breed, I mean, when you get a good one.
It's hard to not
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah, the first purebred that I showed was a York gilt, and I showed her at the Arizona Nationals, and I won the York division with her, and so that kind of sparked my love for Yorks.
Yeah.
And then we had some Barrows here and there, but I can't get over a good York. So
I did not show much of the whole gilts. I was a Barrow girl for sure.
yeah, we kind of tried showing both Barrows and gilts. Towards the end of it, I definitely showed more Barrows than I did gilts. It was just a lot easier, but showing like through 4-H and going to state fairs and stuff, we kind of.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
And we are back.
Can you hear yourself?
We will also be taking questions in the comments on Facebook today. So everyone joining us live, we are sifting through those. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat or comments. Also, don't mind dropping in and telling us where you're watching from.
We love to hear where everyone is tuning in from. I think that was one thing that was really cool, was being able to see how many viewers you have and seeing how many people like aren't just from Texas.
Absolutely. I know my parents have been joining on, trying to spot their daughter working the cameras from the backside.
Yeah, I for some odd reason yesterday when we were working the heifer show, I was like, oh my gosh, Mom, you should get on the live and see me.
Mm-hmm. I
then
like to wave at my
thought,
mom.
You know, Mom, I don't think you can see me because I'm holding camera.
Right.
Felt a little off there.
So tell us about how you heard about this internship with Taylor Fort.
So actually, we heard it through his dad. Yeah, so I heard the internship from his dad. My mom was actually talking to Tim, and he had mentioned it to my mom. So
We have some questions in the chat. Why do we drive in a parkway and park in a driveway? Thank you, Chad Brown. That's a good question.
that's a really good question. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that one.
I tell you what, if you're trying to find parking today in Texas, you have better luck saddling up and trying to get here horseback.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We have a question about how the pig show works. What you're viewing right now is the sifting pin. This is something that's new. I have never seen this until I came down to the Texas Nationals, but it is very helpful. As the judge is back there sifting through, he will pin the pigs that will stick around from the class for the actual drive of that class.
Yeah, the sifting process is new to me as well. Where I'm from, we don't really do that, but they'll kind of go through the ones that they like, the ones that they like the best, and they'll put them into the ring, and the rest of them will be sifted out, and then they'll evaluate from there. So, Bailey, how long were you showing pigs, or how long did you show pigs?
I showed pigs I started pretty young, I'm not going to lie, just through 4-H, and I have never been a part of anything this size, and I'm not going to lie and say that I was. We hit up the Kansas Classics and did those spring shows, and I loved those and showed at fair, but this is all a bigger production than what I'm used to for a show, for sure, and it is exciting to me. It's pretty thrilling to be a part of something this big.
Yeah, I agree with that. I started showing pigs when I was young. I actually showed horses before I started showing pigs, and my mom and dad kind of, I don't want to say forced me into it, but they said, you need to show a market animal. And so I was like, okay. And then once I did it, I loved it. And my oldest brother started when he was a 4th grader. And then my other brother, he started right after him. And then it just kind of tumbled from there, domino effect, I guess.
Right, absolutely. I love showing pigs, don't get me wrong. It's one of my favorites. It's a passion for sure, but the people that I have been so fortunate to come in contact with just in the industry, the show dads that I like to call them, that stick around and will explain everything and answer those questions, they make it fun.
Yeah, I second that. I think the people and the relationships that you make in this industry are, phenomenal. There are people out there that support you in every way and support what you want to do, and being around all of these people who do support that and support your passion for the show industry, that's what makes all of it worth it.
Amen. Not just have I worked with some great guys in the swine industry, like Jim Coakley at the swine unit, but and my old FFA advisor, Taylor, but just the people I've met starting working with Taylor Fort here recently. I've met some pretty cool cats right around the ring.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's an honor to be able to come here and intern for Taylor and kind of learn the behind-the-scenes part. This is the first time that I've been kind of more behind the scenes as far as being behind the camera and not in the show ring. It's a little different.
I like to talk, don't get me wrong, but I'm sitting up here shaking. I'm a little nervous.
Me too. We said that we would do this, and I love it. Definitely a little nerve-wracking. So now the judges are currently evaluating the pigs that they chose to go through the SIF process, and now they are
Entering the ring, it
Yes.
looks like.
Pigs are currently entering the ring.
Had a little glitch. We can talk about the video side all day.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a... We have Ori Forehand and Taylor Combs out there on the gimbals running that for us, and they're trying to get it all figured out and put into motion here. We've got Morgan behind the camera, or behind the computer, running the dials for us up top. Do you recognize any of these kids in the ring right now?
Not yet. I don't recognize them quite yet, but I'm sure there'll be a couple. Again, I don't know too many familiar faces out here in Texas, but
If you guys are watching your kids, drop them in the comments. Give us a fun fact that we can talk about. Sorry, we should have done a little more homework on it.
I know.
Wasn't prepared.
So we have another question. Melanie, your question is, how does it work with two judges being in the ring? And
Maverick will get the first call on the main call or whatever, and he's consulting with them, and then they switch in between different breeds and stuff like that.
Yeah, so we do have a comment about how it works with two judges in the ring, and those judges are going to switch out. Maverick is, I think he's going to take the lead, and then they'll flip back and forth between classes today.
yeah, so Maverick will be like the main judge for this breed, and Brian Arnold will be an associate judge. So Maverick will make the calls. He just kind of consults with Brian as he goes. But Maverick Squires will have
The authority in this
yeah,
class
yeah.
is what we'll call it.
So again, if you're just logging on to the live here, we are currently in Class 1 of the Berkshire Market Barrows, Wave 1. And the judges are currently evaluating.
Slicked up looking hog.
That is.
Not to interrupt, sorry.
No, you're good. I don't know too much about the Berkshire breed itself.
I can't say that I've shown a Berkshire.
I think that's another one of the breeds that we never really got to. They're kind of a fascinating breed to me.
They are. They're different. Yeah.
They are different, but I can say evaluating them is pretty fun, and finding a good one is also really fun.
When they look slick, they look good. And that goes for any breed.
Oh
but
yeah. But the Berks, like, they're a cool breed. I can say that.
They are. The breeding of these Berks are just absolutely improved over the years, for
Yeah.
sure.
No, they really have, especially this Berk breed. I mean, they've gotten bigger. The breed itself has gotten bigger, and at every show you go to, more and more kids are exhibiting Berkshires, which I think is awesome. And the breed itself has definitely improved, along with a lot of the other breeds. And a lot of those breeds that may not have been the biggest breed a couple years ago are now
Right.
becoming the bigger breeds.
We have another question in the comment asking about what kind of pigs the judge is typically like, and I think that solely depends on your judge, and I can't tell you. I have not watched. I maybe have watched Maverick judge a show once, possibly, but I'm not positive on what he favors yet, but I'm sure he'll tell us.
Yeah, and when the judge gets on the mic, too, he'll kind of talk about what he likes and the ones that he chooses. And honestly, I think it definitely is judges' preference on what they like and what they like to see in a market barrow versus like breeding gilts. It's definitely different. But we'll definitely find out what they like today.
For sure, for sure. I know I talked a lot about loving the whole York breed, but I'm also partial to those blue butts and those. Those aren't showing today, are they? When do those show? I think those will be shown tomorrow.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused at this time. Please have your purple show card out and give it to our committee members as we exit the show ring.
So
Looks like we are letting some go out of the ring right now, and we're going to open up the gates and let them come out again.
yeah, so they
Still sifting.
kind of sifted through their top ones, and now they're back with their.
I believe we said there were 68 hogs in this first class of Berkshires. So
Yeah.
there was a lot to sift and sort.
And now I
That's
think
a
we've got
nice
it.
driving little hog right there.
Oh yeah, I think we've got it narrowed down to.
Dancing around.
I can't tell how many. There are 6 now.
I know Maverick has his work cut out for him on this show today. That's for sure.
Oh.
We have a lot of you guys joining us online, and that is exciting. I need to get a new word. Exciting cannot be my word of the day. We are here too long for that to be the only word I say.
That's exciting.
I am curious how many teachers are going to be checking the feed today. The ag teachers watching their kids.
Oh yeah.
I know it's a weekend, but if I was a teacher, I'd be streaming this on all platforms during school.
I would too. I mean, I do it
Oops, got a
When I'm-
little off on our video.
watching when I'm in class. Sometimes I'll put on these shows, which probably isn't the smartest thing.
Call class 2, Berkshire Barrow. First call, class 2.
Thank
Berkshire
you,
Barrow.
Jake, for commenting and filling us in. Kid in the blue shirt that came out first, that was Max Vegra from Cleveland FFA. I wish we had. I'm going
I
to try to
believe
find the
it's-
paper
I
with
believe
the
it's
pedigrees on
Leveland.
it.
Loveland after.
You can tell I'm from Kansas. I am not from around here.
I can't hear myself. Is Loveland near Lubbock?
Had like the pigs, like the
No, I said I think they do it on purpose.
Oh, yeah. True.
That's really cool.
Oh my God, help me say your name again.
I don't think I'd be able to focus in class.
Yeah, help me understand.
I'm just gonna phonetically spell it out.
So it looks like we've got Max Fager still out there, Vigara, and Grayson Ellis in the pink FFA long sleeve shirt was out there at one point.
Because I was screaming at myself because I knew that the certain parts of mine, I'm like,
Oops, there were.
So I believe that the judges have narrowed it down to their top 3. And now they'll start selecting which pig's going to win this class.
We ask that you please step aside. If you don't have an exhibitor in the class at the moment, please step aside. Let's keep those gates clear. You can come back to them once the barrows have all come into the holding pen.
Yeah, I apologize. My mom just told me that y'all can hear me coughing on the mic. But it is stuffy in this barn. We have been here for several days, and it looks like we just shook the hand of our 1 and 2 right there, and there's 3.
And here's the judge.
Really nice class of Berkshires. The top end of these are really good. The one that's going to start off here is real correct, real well balanced, and just very fault free, but a bear that still puts power and mass and muscle together. Just a really nice place to start. The bear that's going to be second is as broad and as stout and as sound as any. He's not as attractive. He reads maybe a little more out of balance from the side in comparison to our class winner. The one that comes out here in third is a nice bear in terms of his forearm, his bone, his muscle, and rib. I need to relax him in his blade to make that one more ideal. Real nice bear. The next one's more pinched in his heart and his forerib, but you get off the side of him, real stout-headed, real mobile, like his back leg. Just wish there's a little more in the middle of that one in terms of real shape. This is one that's got a great running gear, herd board-like bone columns and feature. I need to see him cleaner back there in his hock and see him go square to the surface. Real attractive, well-presented, muscular bear that needs to go with more mobility in terms of how he sets down behind. As we get into some of these others, this is a really nice class. These exhibitors have some bears that are just a little short from a market perspective, whether that be chest width or muscle. Really good class of Berkshires to start off with. Help me in complimenting our exhibitors here and getting kicked off of your San Antonio Bear Show. Thank you.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
And looks like we are back. I think Morgan was trying to keep us muted and keep those commercials playing so they didn't have to hear us talking on here. And it looks like we have started the sifting on the Class 2 of Berkshires.
There you go. Yeah. Say it one more time.
And I think we're still trying to wait and get the names for the winners of the last class, and we'll announce those when we get those.
One-handed and everything.
We now have our placings for Class 1 Berkshire Barrow.
I'm honestly not sure who's more nervous, me or Taylor Fort putting us on the mic instead of behind the cameras.
I know. I don't know. I get pretty nervous behind those cameras, too. I'm always scared I'm going to drop one of those things. That was my biggest fear yesterday walking around that arena.
I think I'm more nervous when it's not attached to my arm.
Seventh place,
I'm not sure what life's going to be like going back to college and not having a
sixth place,
gimbal in my hand every hour of the
Brian
day.
Campbell, Hale County, 4-8.
Were you here last week as well?
I have been here since we started. I think I pulled into San Antonio on the 7th or 8th,
Oh, wow. Okay.
and I will pull out on the 26th, I believe.
Third place, Jay
Wow.
Bergata,
So you've been here
FFA.
quite a while.
I have been here a while.
Campbell, Hale County,
It's
4-8.
been a journey.
First place, Kinsley Wallace of
First thing I
Germantown,
videoed here
FFA.
was turkeys, and that was new for me.
Yeah.
Never pictured myself videoing turkeys, but
I heard that
I
it
can say I
was
did.
different than videoing other livestock species.
it was.
I'd like to see the highlight clips on those.
I got like flocked by a turkey. I kid you not, that thing started like puffing up its feathers. It was crazy. Took me
Turkeys
back
kinda
in
scare
the
me.
in the swine ring. Overall, though, it's been long, but it's been going pretty smooth down here in San Antonio, so I can't complain.
Right. For you Texas people who are on the live, do you guys say it San Antonio or San Antone?
Yeah, please help us out. Oregon and Kansas need a little help down here.
Because I've heard it San Antone, but I've also heard San Antonio. So I'd like to know.
I almost wonder if it's one of those things where if you're from San Antonio, you can say San Antone.
Yeah.
But if you're not, then it's San
San
Antonio,
Antonio?
maybe? Jamie Neal joined in, and she said both. So I'm glad that I'm not messing up too bad.
Yeah. So again, we are starting the sifting of Class 2 of Berkshires. There are 68 in this class again, so the judges will work through those 68 and pick their top ones.
It looks like we have the results from the Class 1. Winning the class was Kinsley Wallace. Second goes to Colton Campbell. Third, Jaden Vergara. Fourth, Grayson Ellis. And fifth, Bax Edwards. So congratulations to those kids on their Class 1 victories.
Second for this class, Cambry Neck, Brown County 4-8.
You
If
know
you're in the
Brady
holding
good.
pen, or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand and let us know, please? Cambry Neck, Brown County. Oh, thank you. Gavin Olney, Hawley, FFA. Thank you.
So we got a comment from Brian. Thank you. He says it is San Antonio, but we call it San Antone for short, if that makes sense. We Texans know it either way. Thank you, Brian, for that. So it is both.
Both.
I feel like if you're from Texas, it's acceptable to say it that way.
Folks, once
Both,
again,
yeah.
as a reminder, if you did not pick up your purple
And
Yeah.
now I think we're getting judged on the way we say
Say
both over
both.
here.
Both?
office.
Both?
Exhibitors
Both?
will
Both?
have until 9 o'clock a.m. to
I'm from
pick up
Oregon,
those
okay?
show cards. If you did not pick up your show card, you have until 9 o'clock
I
a.m.
want to
pick up
get
those show cards
to Oregon.
from the livestock office.
I'm honestly
Also,
hoping
all
T for it.
exhibitors, we're just getting started
Book
here,
something up
and
there
asking
and
to
I
please
can
remind you
I mean, he
on
could
those
always
show
come do this
cards,
for our
please
county
use
fair,
Pack
but we'd
my
be done in
luggage.
an hour.
information on your show card. You need the
I want to
validation
go
tag
up and
on
see.
there.
I want to go explore.
Oregon's definitely a beautiful place. I can say that the biggest thing I miss, other than my family, are the trees and the mountains. I live in straight forest everywhere and lakes. It's really pretty out there, so that's one thing I miss a lot.
I know I'm talking to a lot of pig people on here, but I know March 7th, I talked about going up to Baker City, Oregon for that Harold Hereford bull sale.
You should go. In that part.
Minus
of
the
Oregon's
fact
pretty
I'm
fun.
missing 2.5 weeks of class for San
Oh,
Antonio.
that's
But if I can maybe swing it, I would love to go up there and experience that part of the country.
Yeah, I'm missing a little bit of school right now, but I think it's worth it for what I'm doing.
I would agree.
In a couple weeks, NJSA. Here's my little shout out to our junior board here. I'm currently vice president of communications on the NJSA board, and we are having our NYLC leadership conference here coming up shortly in College Station. So for any of you youth out there who are looking to attend that, it's back finally. We had a couple
That's
years
exciting.
off with COVID, and so if you're interested in that, it'll be March 30th, the week of March 30th to about the 2nd, I believe, in April. So for all of you young kids who want to attend, or older kids, that's always fun. We have a fun week planned ahead for all of you guys.
It sounds like it. Tell us a little bit more about what they'll be doing there. I don't know much about that.
So at NYLC, this will actually be my first time going to NYLC.
Where does it take place?
It'll be at College Station this year.
Okay.
Yeah, here in
Okay.
Texas. So
And Tech is in College Station, is that correct?
Tech is
no,
in
that's
Lubbock.
in Lubbock.
Yeah, those are the Aggies. A&M.
Right.
I was in College Station.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So NYLC, it's the leadership conference, and we'll kind of go over a lot of NJSA-related things as well as industry-related things. We'll have different speeches and some guest speakers there, and we'll also be having presentations. Each one of us junior board members, we get together and we have presentations about different things, what to look forward to in NJSA. It's just really fun to get there and get to know a bunch of people who are involved in the pig industry
Absolutely.
and part
Sounds
of
neat.
NJSA.
And sounds like a great opportunity for these young kids to take a part of.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. This is my second year and final year on the board, which is kind of sad, but first year going, so I'm pretty excited.
We have 3 classes of Berks today, and it looks like this class has another 68 head, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And they are still sifting through them back there, it looks like. We've got a handful, two kids up here pinned, I believe, that I see. So we are still right in the beginning of sifting through all this. I think if I'm not mistaken, D&D Livestock, the ad on there. I think he's kind of close to Stillwater. Mr. Drenberger, I think T4 and I videoed some hogs out there for a sale.
Oh, I didn't see this. Jake says, if you like George Strait, you can call it San Antone. I like George Strait, so
I do too.
maybe I'll stick with San Antone.
My dad and I always joke about Keith Whitley. We're big Keith Whitley fans, and we'll always joke and be like, man, we're just waiting for him to release another song.
Yeah.
I see Lacey Cooper is joining online, and she's from back home, and my mom in the comments, listening from Kansas. I know Kansas isn't as exciting maybe as Oregon, but if you ever get bored and need a vacation,
I'll come to Kansas.
Come on up, girl.
Oregon is exciting. I mean, there's a lot of fun things to do there. If you like hiking, Oregon's a great place. There's plenty of places to hike there in Oregon. I'm from Southern Oregon, which is about 20 minutes from the California border, and Crater Lake is about 45 minutes from, depending on how fast you drive.
Right, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. And it's a beautiful place to go and see. It's actually, it's just right over the hill from where we're at. And if you ever find yourself in Southern Oregon, highly recommend going and seeing Crater Lake because it's absolutely beautiful.
I would not mind taking a trip up north at all.
Kathy says, doing a good job, Bailey.
Where? That's my Nana. Hello, Nana.
I don't know if anyone...
That's kind of funny that she can watch a show from home now after sitting ringside watching a grandkid show at the fairs and spring shows. So it's neat that my family's still joining on, watching live.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to be joining live from Oregon right now. It's still 6 o'clock back home.
It's also calving season still for my dad.
I'm not sure if any of my folk will be hopping on anytime soon.
We've got quite a few of you to set up campsites. We need to remove those campsites and keep those alleys and pathways clear. Thank you. Our Indian Trailer Certified Texas Red Register Class Champion Front Class 1 Berkshire Barrows, exhibited by Kingsley Wallace of Drayton.
So the judges have sifted through a handful of our Berks out of Class 2. We've got some kids out here in the pens right now, getting ready to go into the ring.
Sponsored by the Port Checkoff at our association table.
And we've got Taylor Combs and Ori Forehand out there on the gimbals, and it looks like T. Combs is needing a refill on her coffee this morning.
I think we all do.
One thing about these early morning Texas shows, I now drink black coffee. That's my fun fact. I've mentioned you guys a few times. This is kind of a exciting day for T-Comb. She gets to video her sisters that are from Peaster, FFA. And I think her dad is from around Weatherford, so they'll get to finally be back in the ring. A little different, but in the ring together. So I know she was excited to be a part of that.
So AJ just joined us.
Hello, AJ.
Again, if you're just hopping on here to our live, the judges are currently sifting through Class 2 of Berkshires. I think they're almost completed with their sifting. They've got a handful of kids up here in the show pens waiting to hop into the ring. And again, we've got 2 judges working through our market barrows today, Maverick Squires and Brian Arnold.
My dad. Hello, Dad. Good morning. Papa J.
About 233 on our Facebook Live right now, so I wonder what we're at total.
I think he was saying about 5:30 not too long ago.
Oh, wow.
Across all platforms. And like we said, the stands are packed today in San Antonio.
Yeah, if you're not on here on the live feeds, there's definitely plenty of you guys ringside.
Very good turnout.
I think, and maybe it's because I'm biased to pig shows, but I think they're the best ones
Oh, I would agree.
to come and watch. Fast pace.
Fast-ish pace.
Compared to the cattle. Nothing against cattle, but
We honestly whizzed through the cattle show yesterday.
yeah.
On that south side of the ring, we were swinging them in and out. So I can't complain.
Yeah. I think it's just like the movement of the animals. It's like faster.
And I was kind of partial to one of the heifer judge. She was from Oklahoma State, I believe.
Yes,
28,
she was.
judging her first San Antonio national show. So
She did an awesome job. I loved listening to her
she
talk.
could talk the breeds. She knew the talk, and she was good at it.
Very good
I
at it.
don't know if I have the name of her. I don't really remember, but
I
she did
know-
a heck of a job.
I know her first name is Kendall. I don't know exactly how to pronounce her last name, and I don't want to butcher that on this live here.
Right. But
Yeah.
Oklahoma State alum, so I can't complain. Go Pokes.
Wreck 'em.
You think you're going to be sly just sneaking that in there like that. It looks like we're finishing up the sifting, and we are going to move the camera back into the big ring here in a second once we finish up the bottom of this.
I think there's only just a couple left here in the sift ring, and then we'll get started on the show here.
looks like we're driving in the big ring now. We're going to probably end up sifting through this a little bit more, letting some kids go, and then we'll open the gates and have some more drive out. I think it was funny at the Guilt Show last week. I only knew one family that was down here, not even a family. I just knew an old colleague, Colton Besner, and he and his family brought down some pigs from Oklahoma State that they bought up there, I believe.
Yeah, I know some of my my family friends will be here. Some people that I've shown with will be here for the second wave. I don't know too many of them here at the first wave.
No, not too familiar.
I definitely see some familiar faces ringside, but maybe it's because I can't see too many of those kids.
There's a lot of faces I know now, but not a lot of names.
Yes.
Met several people throughout the time here.
So,
looks like we're letting these guys out.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused at this time. Please be sure to have your purple show card out as you exit the ring, and our committee volunteers will assist you.
I know I was talking about Oklahoma State and the Purebred Center, and Jim Coakley texted and said he's listening. So hello, Papa Coakley.
So, we're doing something a little fun today.
Right.
And just have a little fun up here in the announcer stand. We are counting the mullets we see today coming in and out of the ring. We're currently at 2.
Yes, the mullet tallies.
Can never go wrong with a good mullet. Back home, those things are. Every guy has one back home in Oregon. Some of my brother's best friends rocked the mullets all the way through high school.
I know we had a commentator on one of the shows, it was a while ago, but Justin Rogers. I think he was talking about the mullets down here, how many there were, and he was keeping a running tally in his head.
Yeah, I see the mullet more and more at these shows. It's coming back. It's kind of like the flare pants. So the judge is currently penning back the ones that he likes, that he wants to sort through again. So we're going to work through the rest of these pigs, and he's going to narrow it down to his top.
What was your favorite show that you went to? Or your favorite memory from a show, maybe? We can do that. Either or. Both.
I would probably say that my favorite show that I've gone to is the American Royal in Kansas City.
Okay.
I absolutely love that show. It was one of like the first bigger shows, national shows that my family attended. I loved the atmosphere there. The Kansas City show is probably one of my favorite ones to go to. And then my favorite memory actually was just recent at the, well, I guess I kind of got 2 of them. at the Texas National Show just a little bit ago.
Saw you there from the other side of the camera.
Yes, I won the grand champion market Barrow there, which was awesome. And then
Yes.
at Denver, at the National Western, I won senior showmanship, which is probably my best memory
Absolutely.
thus far.
Something to be proud of right
Yeah,
there.
those were actually my last 2 shows to show at, so I won't be stepping foot back in the ring under the whip anymore. So to kind of go out with those two shows kind of made it worth it. I told myself that if I did decent at those ones, that I'd kind of hang my hat, but if I didn't do good, then I'd go one more year. So I'm pretty happy I ended on a really good note.
Good. Congratulations to
Thank you
on those achievements.
What would be one of your favorite shows or your favorite memories?
Like I said, I didn't attend any big national shows, so I can't speak for any of those. But probably besides, my last show ever was our county fair in Chase County. It's a small little show. But it was the last show I showed with my brother, and I knew that once I was done showing, he was going to be done showing. It was one of those moments. So I was awfully sad, and we went grand and reserve across the board in showmanship and then in hog, so that was a good little memory to end on. But my favorite little spring classic show was probably the Mother's Day Classic we went to in Burlington, Kansas, I think. Burlington, maybe? Somewhere down south a little bit.
That's awesome. It's so cool being able to share those memories with your siblings. I know.
Oh yeah.
From
my
start to
brother's my
finish.
best friend for sure.
Yeah, my brothers are definitely my best friends. They are there with me through all of it, and being able to
and sharing
share
those victories. Being so excited for your relative there.
Oh,
your
yeah,
sibling
for
in the
sure.
ring. Especially those big wins you can do together that mean so much more.
I think working with my brothers is awesome, and having that connection with my brothers. And my oldest brother, he's kind of what started this whole love for show pigs, and so I can only blame him for it. But without him, I don't know where I'd be today.
Right. Looks like we're letting these out of Class 2, and then we're going to be selecting through these next hogs that'll be coming up. And this is still Class 2. This is getting to be where we're placing in the top here, so I think we have one more class of Berks.
Yes. 3 total classes of Berks. So I think the judges narrowed it down to maybe their top 10 or maybe 11 here in the ring.
Swine barn, Catherine Wathan, please come to the announcer's stand.
He's got some smooth driving hogs out there right now.
Yeah, they're cruising across the ring. Like I said earlier, I don't know a whole lot about the Berkshire breed itself, but I can definitely see what I'm seeing out here today is pretty good for this breed. And again, it's improved tremendously over the years.
I know they were asking about what the judge typically favors, but I don't know that off the top of my head, but he sure has some powerhouses out here driving in the last. Liking them a little bigger bone, longer.
Thank you, Lacey. She says that her kids are watching.
They're from back home.
Doing great.
I know her kids, they show. They're in Chase County. We grew up showing with them. But it's kind of neat that they can log on here and watch San Antonio, like a show of this production, and see what's happening in a different state and how different shows working, because that's something that people back home don't necessarily get to see too often.
Yeah,
so the
I
fact
agree.
we're live in this is exceptional.
Yeah, and I mean the technology and these platforms that Taylor has put together for these shows, I think it's definitely changed the show world, I guess you could say, because a lot of these lives, you know, or a lot of shows don't have lives, and so being able to have this option that you can kind of view from wherever you're at with a different perspective in the ring, because I mean you get to see it right on top of those pigs, which is really cool.
Absolutely.
Remember, please bring those purple show cards and make sure your show card is fully filled out before you come to the ring.
Jessica, my sister-in-law's texting me saying she's watching. It's in at home with her 2-month-old baby, my little new nephew Jackson. Looks like we are selecting our top here.
Yeah, the judges got it narrowed down to his top 3. Just kidding. Still going through some of these ones.
Thank you, Hannah. She commented, said the live stream has amazing quality, and thanked us. Thank you. We appreciate that. Technology is great when it works.
It is.
It's great when it works, but it's just working through all the kinks, getting everything running smoothly.
I know my grandma back home, she's absolutely loved this whole live thing.
It's so sweet.
Because she doesn't get to come to the shows with us, and so
right.
she's always the first one to hop on the lives and watch me and my brothers and I.
I think it's just really neat that even like for high school kids, you know, people that can watch this, and like I know in high school I didn't know if you would have told me I'd have a job. I thought pigs were just a passion, you know.
Yeah,
I didn't
absolutely.
see myself having a career in the swine industry at this age, and here I am working for Taylor for it, and I've been with him almost a year-ish now, so it's kind of cool to be able and do that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I never thought that I would even be in this industry and have gone as far as I've gone in it and found my love for it, really. I mean, there's no other place I'd want to be. I mean, every weekend I think of how can I get out of school to come to a livestock show.
I know my washing machine can't take too many more shavings through it, though.
I know that. My mom.
I've got to learn to start emptying the cuffs of my pants, and I can hear my parents screaming at me.
Yes, my mom would get so mad at us. That and the socks.
Rightfully so, though. I was a little.
So for all of you kids watching, do your moms a favor.
And empty out those cuffs. Uncuff them.
Yeah, shake them out.
Before you get in the car, guys. Just uncuff them real quick. Roll them back up. It'll be all right.
One of the biggest mistakes I make every show I go to, walking through the shavings all day, going back to the hotel room, and the hotel room being full of shavings because the cuffs of my pants, it's like an inch deep.
My dad thinks he's funny. He said watching the stream makes him crave bacon. And it looks like we have our 1, 2, and 3 sorted. Awesome. We'll get the names in a second.
Another bear here that is really correct and heavy structured and bold in his rib and muscular in his back shape. Bear fits together real well. You can tell we're getting into a class where they're further along in maturity in terms of their poll and their head shapes, but I still think of this initial group, he's still as fresh as any in terms of his roll and just his back shape. I think a really nice place to start. The bear here in second is much like him. He's not as heavy structured. He's not as big in his forearm and his back leg, and that's where he gets beat in my opinion. He's not as bold about the fore shape of his body, not quite as smooth right there at his pinch or ham loin. The bear here that comes out next is my kind in terms of density, boldness of rib, having big dew claws and being heavy structured. He's just the shortest stepping off his rear end and consequently doesn't look quite as attractive on the move to me from a mobility standpoint in relation to those two bears in front of him. The one that comes out next is one that's extra big-legged. I love how much forearm and bone and foot size he has. He's round in his rump, further along in terms of his poll, and his head shape needs to be more attractive to run with those bears ahead of him. This is one that's got a great amount of look. I mean, that's the best looking, heaviest structured, most correctly built bear in class. He's also the least aggressive in terms of his genuine shape. Of that initial group, he needs to be bolder in his body to suit me, but really nice bear. The one that comes next is very heavy structured, got a great amount of good in that animal. He's a longer spined hog that gets more out of balance from a side view perspective in this judge's eyes. He's one that has got a great deal of market hog in him, just not quite as level, not quite as attractive there off the side. We get into one that's a little shallower centered, one that runs up hills, got a big arm, needs to have more mobility and heart. You get into these three, I think some with some very unique pieces that just don't offer the skeleton to allow us to do quite as much, but really good class of Berkshires for these exhibitors. My compliments to these guys in class 2.
And it looks like we're back. They're going to start sifting through class 3 of the Berkshires right now in the back. But Danielle mentioned on Facebook to keep a little face brush in your truck door to brush off the shavings before you get into your car. And that's a good little stock show mom hack right there. And if y'all have any more tips like that are helpful like that, drop them in the comments. That was good. As for the spot in Poland, we had a question about how many classes of those. We'll have 2 Polands and 5 spot classes to get through today, as we are sifting through class 3 of the Berks.
This will be the 3rd and final class of the Berkshires today.
And exhibiting first place, Cole Austin of Robinson FFA. Those are placings for Class 2 Berkshire Barrows and our EV Trailer Certified Texas Red Registry Class Champion from Class 2, exhibited by Colt Austin of Robinson FFA. Breeder of that barrel is Lisa Showcase of Fredericksburg, and they can pick up their certified Texas Red Cap at our association table near the show ring.
I think somebody replied back about the tips and tricks. They said Amazon. We do love Amazon Prime on.
Yeah. You know what I think is funny too, when you go to these shows and you're staying in a
Okay, folks, a couple exhibitors missing here. Children for class 3. Briston Birdwell,
new
Mary
car
Ann
paper
Ffa here in the
mats
bowling pin.
and keeps them in her car on Amazon. That was
Oh, my phone only showed me a few.
yeah, that's what he says. He says that his wife orders cases of new car paper mats.
That
and
would be
keeps them
smart.
in the car, which that is a good tip.
That is, absolutely. I just know that I don't have enough drive in me to change those nasty things out.
I know, I'd be the one person who's like,
I can't even
they'll go
remember
another
to
ride.
empty my pant legs before I throw them in the washer.
I think,
My poor roommate in Stillwater, Maddie. I'm so sorry.
I know what I was saying. I think it's funny when we go and you're at those hotels and they have all those little like boot cleaners out. And
Yeah.
typically you don't see those at hotels, but when they know that there's a stock show in town, they make sure they have those
Oh.
things right at the front of the door. But I mean,
I have no problem using them if they're available. You know what I
me
mean?
too.
But
I always
if
clean my
they're not
shoes out.
there.
FFA. Otherwise, we need your barrel to the ring. And Riley Mullen, or Riley Mule.
Again, this is the final class of Berkshires today as they're sifting through, and it'll be a while because this is another big class.
County 4A.
Yeah, we've got
Otherwise, we need your barrel to the ring at this time.
A full barn today for sure.
so we've got 69 to run through in this class.
Yes, thank you, Kikoa.
I didn't say anything. So the results from class 2, in first place was Colt Austin. Second went to Hayden. Oh no.
I am so sorry.
I'm so sorry, Hayden.
Cuckoo.
Third was Madison Sampson. Fourth was Peyton Rayburn. And fifth was Hollis Holmes. I'm so sorry, Hayden.
Please forgive us. That is one thing, working behind the computer, typing in so many names over the course of the week, so many different ways that parents are spelling kids' names these days that are awesome, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to pay attention.
And I
They're
mean,
different.
that was
Super cool.
one thing my entire life. Keikoa typing has not been the easiest name for a lot of people to
Yeah.
pronounce, so
I
kind of feel that pain there.
I think I've asked you your name, how to pronounce it, like 7 times today.
That's okay.
Maybe. I'm terrible with
Some of my
names.
best friends have a hard time pronouncing my name, and I've known him since I was 3.
How do you say your full name?
So my full name is actually Michelle Keikoa Carlene Typin.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
I like it.
Yeah, I've got quite a few of them there.
I love Kikoa.
Thank you.
Such a pretty name.
Thank you. I was just supposed to be Michelle Carlene, I was just supposed to be. Wow, I can't even tell my own story in my own name. I was just supposed to be Keikoa Carlene, but then my grandpa told my mom that I should be a Michelle, and so did my dad at the same day, and they didn't even talk. And so here I am. My first name's Michelle.
I don't think I have a cool name story, I can tell.
Well, what is your full name?
My full name, I mean, I guess I do have a story. My full name is Bailey Ray Lewis. My mom's brother name, he was Michael Ray. And so if she would have known she could spell Michaela and spell it Michael and add an A, I would have been called Michaela Ray. But I'm Bailey Ray. So
I like that, though. I like the name Bailey.
Thank you. Or thank you, Mom and Dad. My little brother, his name is Jaron. Dad's name is Jason. So they wanted to just change the S to an R. And then
That's
they kept
cool.
the middle name, so we have Jason and Jaron Wayne. And I see Haley's mom in the comments. It looks like we're getting to the bottom of the Class 3 sift in the back. This is the final class of Berkshires, and we've got a handful pinned up front. Sorry, Candy. We did not lose sound. We were muted for a second. And I know, placing-wise, the top 6 will go on to the Market Barrow auction after. Do we know?
Do we know? Yeah.
I know they will talk a little more about this later after the show, but there's 6,000 volunteers that help out with the San Antonio Stock Show. And it's a full house today, and there's a lot of great help in the ring. Joey had a question in the comments. He, too, is from Oklahoma and asked if we can explain how the sift works. So the sifting in the back that happened before we switched rings to the main ring, they just go through, the judges are back there, and they'll sift through the class before we start, because there was 69 in this class 3, 68 in the other 2 classes. And they just work through and sift back there, and they'll pin them up front, and then they release them, and then these kids that are showing now, he's sifting through these again, and then we're going to narrow it down, and then that's when we will bring the kids out of the gate, and then we'll place them from there.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors in their efforts today.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
I think I got cut out on my comment back to Morgan, who asked about the weight breaks for this class. Those are all listed on the San Antonio events page, and you can go online and get all those details about the weight breaks for the classes on there, because I do not have those off the top of my head. The kids driving out of the pen now will be getting placed here shortly, as we have worked up to the top of the class of Class 3 of Berkshires.
Oh, maybe not. I'm sorry.
Looks like Maverick Squares is going to be. We let out some more kids, and we are letting some more in that are driving now to be placed. And we did get a comment back about the weight breaks for this class. It was 268 to 290. And that is the weight break for Class 3 of Berkshires.
So again, the top 6 in each one of these classes will be able to go to the auction, which I believe is on the 25th. And on Thursday night will be the grand drive. And right before the grand drive, they will be having their scholarship ceremony. And a scholarship will be awarded to every breed champion. They will receive a $10,000 scholarship, and overalls may be awarded up to $100,000 scholarship for the overall.
In scholarships.
In scholarships, yes. So again, that'll be Thursday night before the grand drive.
It seemed that Maverick liked a lot of Berkshires in this class. He kept quite a bit back that he has been sifting through and placing.
This is definitely a deep class of Berkshire Barrows here.
Kevin Lynch went ahead and dropped the weight breaks for all the classes in the comments. Thank you, Kevin. Y'all can go through and view those in the comments.
So this class here, Class 3, the weight break is from 268 to 290. Thank you, Kevin.
Attention swine barn at this time, we need our first and second place barrows from Class 1 and Class 2 to return to the holding pens for staging for our breed champion round.
We're trickling down to the top of this Berkshire Class 3, and we are about to see the placing and hear Maverick talk this class through. We did go ahead and pin that comment of Kevin's with the weight breaks for everybody that is wanting to know those.
Following this, Class 3 of Berkshires will be our breed drive for Berkshires. So we'll bring back those first and second places out of Class 1 and Class 2, and the judge will pick our Berkshire champion.
Again, it is a full house here in San Antonio this morning. And there are 6,000 volunteers that are helping out with producing a show of such large production. And it is going very smoothly this morning so far. Looks like we are placing, and I think Maverick is about to talk these through. Here we go.
Really a good class of Berkshires, and a bear that wins his class, in my opinion, pretty handily. He came through the chutes in the back, and I thought, man, there's our class winner, and he stayed that way as you get him back out here and really analyze him on the basis of being balanced and just powered up, got plenty to him, and still very mobile to be that kind of a heavyweight bear. You know, I asked that young man where he carded him, and it's hard to keep their skeleton under them when they weigh that much, let alone ask them to be that extreme in a lot of places. Real nice place to start this class. This young man that came to me here in second, this bear came in the back, and I'll be honest, I thought he pushed the envelope. I watched him take one turn going into Arnie's pen, and I grabbed him because he's so good looking. He's really muscular, very mobile, very heavy bone, really nice bear that's a little more mature about the top of his pole. He's just not quite the animal as our class winner. This bear is head shape, pole, top line don't fit together quite as good, in my opinion, as those two in front of him. That's a sound, very correctly structured bear that is very highly presented. Just doesn't come in that unique balanced package from the side profile as those two more modern built bears that lead off our class. This bear runs out of horsepower at the ground. He looks quite a bit lighter in his weight to me. He's not as heavy structured. That's a very fresh presented, big back, shapely bear that I can really get into. This is a heavy duty rascal. I love his skull shape and his rib. He doesn't go good enough in terms of his back leg. He needs to reach a little further. Really like that hog's upper body and tail root. We get into this bear and one that is a little more mature looking to me. He's not quite as open. He comes with more of a gland, but I think a hog that's certainly got a lot of pin set, very well presented, sound enough skeletally. This bear just doesn't have the genuine hog in him compared to some of these others coming at you and over his blade, but really correctly built off his back leg. Got a beautiful look from the side. You get into these bears that round out our class, they have plenty to them. I really like their market hog fundamentals. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos in this class of Berkshires.
And we will get the names of those placings and read those off in a second.
We'll be rolling right into our champion Berkshire drive. So we'll be bringing back the first and seconds out of classes 1, 2, and 3 to sort through, and Maverick here is gonna get us a champion Berk.
Yes, yes, he is. And there was a comment about what the judge was giving the kids. Those are placing tokens, and those are the little coin tokens for the sale. Because all of if you place here in San Antonio, your market barrows will go to sale.
And if you receive one of those coins or the little tokens, those kids who receive those will be exhibiting their market animals in the auction later this week.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. We now have our placings for Class 3 Berkshire Barrows. Sitting 10th place, Kason Ramirez, Kaufman,
Just
FFA.
chuck your hands instead of thinking.
Ninth place, Bryson Weaver, Nueces County, 4-8. Eighth place, Jeffrey Locke, Roberts County, 4-8.
And that would be the time it goes when there's nobody in front of the case.
Seventh place, Blake Williamson, Ira, FFA. Sixth place, Bliss Basara, Lubbock County, 4-8. Fifth place, Heather McNabb, Ropes, FFA. Fourth place, Reese Sagaville, Fredericksburg, FFA. Third place, Gigi Sagan, Kendall County, 4-8. Second place, Kason Strange, Electra, FFA. And first place, Kobe Thomas of Jacksboro, FFA.
Again, those were the placings of the Class
Those are
3
placings for
Berkshire.
Class 3 Berkshire Barrows, and our certified Texas bred racing class champion from Class 3, Kason Strange, Electra, FFA. Leader of that barrow is Easy Show Pigs of Fredericksburg, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Hey, what's y'all's battery levels look like down there? So can we just switch out here in the breeze effect?
And now we are waiting on the ones and twos of classes 1, 2, and 3 of Berks to get up to the show ring as we are going to watch Mr. Maverick Squares pick his Grand and Reserve Berkshire.
All right, you got this handle. I'm gonna go down there. Radio me if you need me. Cut dry. There, sit down.
And then I believe after the Champion Berkshire Drive, we will roll right into Poland, which we have 2 classes of Poland barrows.
Okay, folks, we're ready to proceed with the selection of our champion Berkshire Barrow from Class 1 champion Kinsley Wallace, Jorgensen, FFA. Class 2 champion Colt Austin, Robinson,
It's kind of
FFA.
funny because Melissa and Cole, they always have like their language, and everybody's is different. I can't ever keep up with everybody's. But theirs is.
I try to keep it simple in the pig deal. In the sheep and goat deal, it can get
Class 3 champion Kobe Thomas, Jacksboro, FFA.
Mr. Maverick has quite a hard job looking at this Champion Berkshire Drive that he's got to place now. Keikoa, how do you think this Champion Burke drive is about to swing?
I think this is a pretty deep Champion Burke drive. There's definitely some pretty good ones out there. I mean, your lightweight out of Class 1, I think, is a pretty good-looking Burke.
All these exhibitors, for sure, should be super thrilled with
what they're driving out there today.
Yes, absolutely. Everything looks great.
And
I'm really happy with how our Berkshires came together, and as we worked through all three of those classes, I thought the upper end of those got really, really high quality, and you bring these three back out here, and I honestly wanted to assess them and see how they fit together in the mix, because there was one in their class that hit me really good early, and then there's one that come through there late that hit me really hard. And I think as you break them down, there's one that just is more manly in terms of his forearm and his head shape and his rib, and beautifully enough, he still has a hard muscle texture, and that's hard to combine, and does it in a skeletal package that is very comfortable and correct. Really a hard Barrow to put together and build, in my opinion, and he does it standing on a really heavy weight. I like that young man's big Barrow real well. Congratulations to him.
So your champion.
The Champion Burke drive result was Kobe Thomas. Went ahead and brought up the reserve from that class into the show ring.
We bring that young man's second place back in here, and one that has got a great deal of feature, and obviously he's got a great shape to his rump. I really like his mobility. That Barrow still falls short when he comes right at me in terms of how he hits at the ground. He wants to funnel to his base and turn in a hair there at his knee, and just a hog that maybe doesn't fit together quite as good as another one out here. And I think as you step back and judge them as individuals, there's one out here that if we can mold this kind of Barrow as we work through the week from a balance and build perspective, I think we'll be very, very pleased with our champions. That young lady's Barrow that's closest to me right here is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Kieschnick Wallace of Jordanton FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion Berkshire Barrow.
And there we've got the results from the Berkshire Drive. Your champion, Kobe Thomas, reserve, Kinsley Wallace. And it's been fun joining on, talking during this Burke Drive, but we are going to go switch out. So thank you, and
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
So 1, 2, 3.
Might have to pull this cooler back over here.
Chair.
I'm going to go find a chair.
You got stuff to do, not me. I'm just sitting here.
Since it's one of our meeting, a parent or ag teacher, ag science teacher, or Kenzie Wallace of Virgin FFA, please come to the scale.
Any idea what that big cat barrel was? I asked over and he said, I don't know, from Missouri? Really now is it
Climber? Surely not.
Sloan or
Sloan?
I mean, I'm sure there are a ton of them guys in Missouri that have 10 sows that can raise good ones. But that one was stout.
Nephew's in this class. I didn't know that.
Who?
My nephew.
Oh.
May have to pull that ice chest back over here.
Yeah. Well, and we're back. Hey, the first breed, the 2022 San Antonio Stock Show is out of the way, and absolutely did not disappoint. Our champion, Berkshire Barrow, was a little first-year exhibitor, Kobe Thomas. Jack's Barrow, I'm being facetious, that's Kevin Thomas's kid.
I believe that's his first and last year.
That's right, yeah. Senior. Not a newbie, for sure. Great family. Very, very, very good barrow. Where we're positioned here is right above the black holding pens that you'll see on the live stream, and that puts us about 20 feet or so up and away from these barrows, and I think we get a top view of that one, and you listen to Maverick talk, and he sure appreciated just the spread and the mass and the manliness of that one, and it's easy to see from up here that that one was pretty overwhelming in that regard. Raised by Ace Genetics out of Mississippi. According to Big Cat, Ace Genetics, very, very, very good specimen to win the Berkshires for 2022 in San Antonio. You've got, this is me, Austin Voiles, the Purple Circle magazine, and I am joined by Lauren Kieschnick. I guess he can tell his story if he wants to, because I just know him as the big red-headed stranger.
Thanks, Austin. I'll take redheaded stranger, I guess, over the other things that I've probably been called through the years. Lauren Kieschnick, College Station, Texas. No claim to fame other than just being friends with Austin.
And a good hog man, that's for sure.
Congrats! Want to congratulate Big Cat and everybody involved on that champion barrow, and also to the Wallace family for having reserve champion with a very, very nice lightweight barrow that I thought was a very, very good pig.
That one pushed him, look and balance and proportions. That one sure pushed the envelope there. If I am not mistaken, that is from Luke Linder. And that is a Just for Berks for Luke Linder. We are doing our best to find out what Kobe's is. We'll clarify that for the live stream. But I do know that the Class 1 was raised by Luke Linder and a Just for Berks, which is a very, very, very promising Waterberg son that Luke's standing there. We were there 2 weeks ago, I guess, picturing his new boars, and got to roll that one across the grass. And as a mature boar, that one is very, very intriguing, and stamps just a look and design. Class 2 was won by one from Russell Canisi. That was also a Just for Berks, and if you were paying attention, those kind of cast the same shadow, the same silhouette out there. Congrats to all of those firms on the W's in the Berkshire breed. Josh Diaz says, thanks to us, the ratings are absolutely through the roof.
Thanks, Diaz. We appreciate that. We'll try our best to keep you guys entertained as we roll through these purebreds here on day one. So
the spots, I think Arnie's on the spots here. Brian Arnold. Maverick's our second judge.
First, Marley Scott, Cahokia FFA. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand and let us know, please? Marley Scott. Thank you.
And in the downtime,
Robertson, Hermley FFA.
hopefully y'all can hear me. I know they're making some announcements, but
Hermley FFA.
I could not make it for the Gilt Show. I was caught up in the dairy business, doing my real job, and I couldn't make it to the Gilt Show. But I was sure glued to my phone, and I can tell you that this Taylor Ford and his team, easily the most, I don't know what the word, I mean, this is a real-time NFL quality live stream here where you can really get on pigs and see what they're seeing from the judges' perspective. Hats off to that group. Not only did they set the bar high for the Texas National Stock Show, they are here setting the bar even higher for this.
yeah, you know, the view inside the ring once we switch over to the big ring with them working the handheld cameras, that's just I've never seen it from that perspective before, and that gets you right down there close to them, and it's a neat look for sure. I hope that everybody appreciates that, because Taylor and his crew have done a very, very good job.
Yeah, certainly different. Just certainly getting people involved. I'm sure there's still people that will complain that the judge saw it wrong or something, even though they have a front row seat. But
it's a stock show, right?
Man,
If we all agreed, it wouldn't be any fun.
if we all left happy, there probably wouldn't be enough beer in the back to contain us, that's for sure. Getting some mixed information here. Our friend Josh says that Russell raised the reserve. Without a doubt, we can say that it was a Just for Birds, and it came from one of those two firms. And if there's two firms in the barn that don't mind sharing a little bit, it'd be Luke and old Rusty. I will take that as a compliment. Biggs, thank you. Things are a little different this year at San Antonio for those that have come for years past. They get you some camping area back here behind the SIFT area. There's some, you can kind of see it there in the live stream. You can see those white panels there kind of have some camping area set up to just kind of help the flow of traffic, and so far these first two breeds have run very, very, very smoothly. I know the Berkshires, and we cleared 250 head of Berkshires in about 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. So certainly running efficient and doing a good job. Both of these guys tend to do that. They know what they want. And, rock and roll from there on.
Yeah, you certainly appreciate a well-oiled machine, and I think other than the check-in process and the staging process, once you get to the barn, it runs rather smoothly. 45 head in the first class of spots here for the day, so these guys are definitely efficient.
Lauren just looked over the side of the crow's nest up here and realized that his nephew was in here.
In the swine barn, exhibitor Morgan Arnold, or chapter science teacher, chapter representative from Barrow FFA. We need the show card for exhibitor Morgan Arnold of Barrow FFA at the table by the loadout.
You guys want to do the mullet counter? I just saw another one.
Okay. Keiko has started a mullet of the day. I guess we just had another one go through the sift pin, so we'll put a little tally mark there. Nothing like a little bit of fun.
Are we going to crown a champion flow game at the end of the day, or how does this work?
Man, I don't think we'd be doing it justice if we didn't. Like, you want to cause some noise in the pig barn? I mean, we can tell them their pigs ain't good, but if you start commenting on some guy's flow, oof.
Can we get some criteria? Are we strictly length, or does curl come into effect?
Yeah, like, is it natural? Oh, there he goes right there. Yep. Is it natural curl? Is it some of that permanent? Or
full body with a matching stash?
This is a junior market show. I did see a kid walk through the very first class that had a full-grown beard. I'm 35 years old. As most of the general show pig public knows, I struggled to grow a mustache. I did that for 6 months and almost lost my loving wife.
It was all the rage while you had it. Very Hitler-esque.
Took 33 years for me to become popular for something, and it was because of prepubescent facial hair. So I tried. But we're getting close to the end here. They've changed the way back here. Maybe I just didn't pay attention last year, but I think this is new. The way that they're sucking these kids out of the holding pins, they're rolling from pin to pin instead of kicking them out in the alley and around. So a bit of a random sort back there, but I know we're getting to the end of this class. He's got it looks like 8 pin back, and there's a couple underneath us getting classified, and there's just a small handful in the Dead Sea.
Less than 5 head in the sea so far?
3 or 4. So I got the opportunity to sit kind of front row, and Brian Arnold sorted Phoenix, and I can tell you of all the guys, I think he's as consistent as you can find, and very meticulous, and has a routine, and can move through these things quickly. This just in. We need to make that noise. You pick that up. That's pretty good. Big Cat says that that pig was from Ace Genetics in Mississippi, and he was an uncut, dye-free. Uncut, dye-free, big-backed, manly, rugged one. Still had some look. I'd say that's the best breed champion that we've crowned today at San Antonio, with very little doubt.
Yeah, you'll get no argument from that on me. They're definitely the best one so far. And it looks like the last one is coming through the sift pin here. So still sitting at about 8 in the big pins down below us. With a few more coming through classifying, and still not very many in the sea for them to sort through.
They sell 6 in this deal again?
I'm not sure on that.
I'm sure somebody watching the live feed can clarify. As far as I know, they sell 6 of these spotted pigs. I know that's what they do in the 6. Yeah, they sell 6. So just a handful. Judges are in the Dead Sea now. Again, not very many. They'll probably slam a few of these back just for insurance purposes.
Looks like we just got one pulled out of the Dead Sea here to go to the back and hit the scales and classifying. Looks like that'll give them about a total of 12.
That first class there of that first class of Berkshires there, they had.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring.
A big old pile of them.
A nice competitive class for our first class of spotted barrows. Exhibitors or judges have excused at this time. Be sure to get that show card available and have it ready to give to our committee members as you exit the show ring.
Had a little point of clarity there. We're selling 5 of these spotted swine here, and so far, just what's out there, as to be expected, lightweight spots. 4 individuals have rolled out, and we've kind of got 4 different types and kinds.
Yeah, these these spotted swine and purebreds in general are, it's, especially in these lightweight classes, and then again through the heavyweights, even sometimes you get different types and kinds, and they don't have to be the same to be good, but we try to. They'll definitely try to pattern them up at the top and find their kind to get out of these classes.
Again, we just finished up our Berkshires, and as you can see at the top of the screen there, Obi Thomas was our champion Berkshire. Recipient of a $10,000 scholarship. If he hasn't already won it, it would surprise me if he hadn't, but very, very nice champion Berkshire there to Kobe. And our reserve champion, Kinsley Wallace. As far as I know, I saw Mr. Troy Cole come out of the stands there when that one got tagged, and I think Troy kind of helps that family there. Very, very good looking, good built, functional kind of pig that had a lot of hard to build pieces there. That's kind of how Maverick sorted them out. Again, congrats to Kobe Thomas, Big Cat's kid, senior year, way to go out at one of the granddaddies, and Kinsley Wallace. Jordanton FFA, I believe. Jordanton FFA. Congrats to those exhibitors. We're in the first class of spotted swine. We've rolled about half of them out. That did not take very long there on that one.
The first one they've actually pinned back like that, so that's a good sign.
I mean, mucho cuico.
Looks like we got just a few more left to turn out of the pins here. Got 3 pinned back.
by pigs that size.
Yeah.
Kind of ready? Is that your Oh.
Looks like maybe they got 4 pinned back. Working on that 5th one there. Working on that 5th one. And they're selling 5 in this class, and in the spotted breed they'll sell 5 per class, and going to play 6 through 10 and discuss those quickly. But here they'll spend most of their time there on that top 5. If you're not realizing that there are a very good handful of viewers that are not from the greatest pig state in the country. Sorry, Taylor. I know you're listening, buddy. Welcome to Texas and San Antonio.
I'm sure all of our friends in the Midwest appreciate that.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, I flew in last night from Lebanon. I hope I'm saying that right. Caught a lot of people saying Lebanon. My southern drawl says Lebanon.
They also probably say it's Lebanon, Missouri.
Missouri, yeah. It's not an O at the end of that word, but Lebanon, Indiana. Flew into Indy and say a few things. If you've never been to the Boone County Fairgrounds in Lebanon, Indiana, it is absolutely incredible. The facilities that they have put together. There were a few sales there, as in like one just about every 45 minutes is what it seemed like. But let's see, the Coalition, the Kingpins, Winning Traditions, Sweethearts of the Summer. Man, I think that's it. And then a little old goat sale. The Midwest Fever goat sale was up there. Lots of fun up there. Lots and lots and lots of purebred barrows. Barrows and gilts both changed hands. Successful weekend, and just proof that this market is strong and continues to develop. Kennedy Ventures probably run ragged. But a great weekend full of sales, and good to be back in the home state. But I digress.
You've traveled some miles.
I digress.
Over the last 48 hours, my friend.
If you're watching, we had 45 pigs. We started with 45 spotted swine in this class, and then they kept back about 12. Pulled a few out of the Dead Sea, which is what we call the ring during the sale.
Put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring.
We're going to excuse a few of them at this time, but then they kind of slam back the ones that they like. They have to have 5 for the sale slots, and they will place those through normally through 10. Sometimes one sneaks out and they only do 9 or something like that, but they'll normally set back 12 or 16 and then kind of narrow down to the top 8 or 10, and then they're about to roll these things back out. And not all shows do it, but you'll notice Dr. Davey Griffin's there in the ring, there in the red ball cap and the black vest, and he carries around a set of chips that are labeled for placing. So it just helps everybody keep track, and no hard discussion, nobody's forgetful, nothing like that. You'll see the judge take hold of those chips right now. And as they roll out, you'll see him reach out and hand that chip to those kiddos. We had some questions there on the live stream about what was going on. He will hand that kid a chip that will have a placing on it. And so far, through the first 3 classes, they have placed from the bottom up. So if it looks like they've already placed maybe the 10 through 5.
Nobody's gotten a chip yet, so
okay.
They pin back 10 and are going to, I guess, turn all 10 back out, and
Boy, they like this one coming out. That kid's driving a good-looking, well-presented, sharp backed one. Well, they liked him again. Lauren very humbly informs me that that's his nephew.
Very nice show pig. Had the opportunity to see that one back home, and they're pretty excited about that one, and I would be too.
Are you a Dime Box, Texas native?
I'm a Lee County native from the great city of Giddings, but
Okay.
most of the family is from around the Dime Box area. Of course, if you follow the show pig deal, you know where Dime Box is via Burger Farms.
Yeah.
Shout out to Burger Farms. I'm not a paid spokesman, but for the right price, I could be.
That's right. Kind of the I'll put 37 patches on my back like a freaking rodeo cowboy. I don't care. You say most of your family's from Dime Box, then there's only like 11 people in that town, but they're in the kind of greater Abilene area. Is that right? That's right.
No, Central Texas. We're only about 45 minutes from Austin.
So somewhere between Abilene and Austin.
Yeah, right. Somewhere between Canadian and Brownsville.
Just a little to the right.
Yeah. Actually, probably pretty close to being right dead in the middle of that.
Probably one of my most incredible San Antonio memories involves Dime Box America and Burger Farms. 2018?
I think that would have been 2019.
19. Sam very dominantly wins the San Antonio Barrow show.
With a very, very unique one.
Jeez, that thing would still be competitive today as these trends come and go that we always talk about. That one would absolutely still be in the mix for the top spot today. So.
Yep. True show pony.
That's right. Where's the Kieschnick pig from there, buddy?
That'd be Burger Farms.
Okay. Makes sense.
And if you follow Burger Farms, you know they are competitive not only in crossbreds but in purebreds as well.
Yeah.
Cliff and Kobe have done a very good job, and Kobe will tell you for the most part he stays out of the purebred deal and lets Cliff do his thing. But they definitely do a great job on these purebreds, and the spot program is second to none.
Yeah, they had a class 1 spot gilt at Texas Elite, kind of colored similar to this one, kind of quite a bit of splashes of white that had a crazy look, and I think ended up second maybe. But man alive, it's outstanding. Is that right? Remember that right?
Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch a lot of the spots at Kerrville, so I'm going to take your word for it.
And now I'm being very publicly criticized for my lack of geographical knowledge. Look, I've lived north of I-20 my entire life. I haven't gone very far outside of a 100-mile radius of Lubbock, America. What I think I was confused with is, okay, where's Underdog at?
They're close to Abilene.
Lawn, Texas. Right. We have funny names. Lawn's a funny name. Dime Box is a funny name. I got them confused. They're not related at all, apparently. But regardless.
Looks like they've got it sorted down to the top 4 here. Just got a text comment that said we may have broke the internet by mentioning Dime Box, Texas. That's probably the most airtime Dime Box has seen in a long time.
Again, I go back to what I said. We're down at the top three, and you do kind of have some different ones here without picking favorites. You've got one, this tall, slender young man here that is a very sound and very sharp looking. You've got the young lady there in the white bow that probably
has the bulkier of the trio, I would say, from this vantage point anyway.
And she's kind of underneath us here, but you've got that kind of long-haired young lady there against the holding pins with a spot that's acting like a spot that's certainly cracked open wide and deep and real stout, real stout. There's a good shot there. Again, incredible views from Taylor Fort and this crew. You can tell there you go. Congratulations to Mr. Kieschnick there. Burger Farm Steel, crazy looking thing. Looks crazy on the screen. Looks even crazier in person. We'll cut to them.
Well, folks, good morning. It is great to be here in San Antonio and so appreciative of the opportunity to get here and excited to work with Mav through the next 4 days we have in front of us here. But started the day with a tremendous Berkshire breed drive and a really nice way to lead off our spotted division here. Some give and take as we work through the top end of this class. I'm not going to tell you the top 2 or 3 are perfect in every area, but I think when you step back and you just ask yourself from a quality standpoint, which Barrow offers the most positives? Which one has that elite presence and design from a market fundamental standpoint, is fresh and muscular and opened up in his framework, matches at the ground in terms of substance and stoutness? We really like the young man's Barrow here. The question mark is where you want to sit on his front skeleton in terms of his front feet and his elbow. You call him good enough in this case, and I think he certainly brings to this class just a little more height and elevation and extension, and plus that one's got a hip and hind leg that can absolutely go in this drive. The young lady's Barrow that ends up here in second keeps it close. That's a moderate, big-backed one that's got plenty of muscle and body. He's fresh when you read him from his blade back. You step off to the side of that Barrow, he comes a little more conventional in his look there through his shoulder, the shape of his neck, and just the height of the top of his shoulder there. We like to change the front end assembly of that one as well in terms of the set to his arm and his blade. The Barrow that comes out here in third is another one that just in terms of stoutness and density and skeletal width is as good as any we have. When you get off to the side of this one, he doesn't want to blend in terms of his top line, gets a little piecey in how he fits together from blade to hip. We like to just balance that one better there from the side. The pair of Barrows just below him here that end up in 4 and 5. I like the elevation of the young lady's Barrow that comes to us next. When I get up on top of that guy, I didn't think he had as much roll and just hard shape up high. He gets a little plainer there when you study him from his blade back. Just below him here, a real neat one from the side. When you talk about a tall-shouldered, level Barrow that gives you a great look, he probably reads just a little fragile in his jawline. I didn't read him just as opened up at the base of his rib cage, and also one that gets a little shorter as we study him in motion. Coming out next, a real dense, muscular, fresh-bodied Barrow, a little crusty in his neck and choppy when we set him on the drive. As we continue through a really good class, again, lots of good pieces in the Barrows that we have remaining. Again, probably more problematic, whether it be structure and body here, or in some other cases, maybe just ran out of stamina. Great class to get our spotted breed division started. Let's give it our hands, a big round of applause here to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Arnie. Very good class of spotted swine. I can just tell you who won that class just because his uncle's sitting right here with me. That would be Dylan
We
Kieschnick,
have placings for Class 6.
Dime Box FFA, 240-pound bear.
Exhibiting 10th place, Rodney Beachy, Austin County, 4A. 9th place, Autumn Chonka, Three Rivers, FFA. 8th place, Layton Harlos, Aransas County, 4A. 7th place, Taylor Myers, Uvalde County, 4A. 6th place, Grant Wagner, Salem County, 4A. 5th place, Jamie Minnie, Electra, FFA. 4th place, Brady Baker, Whiteface, FFA. 3rd place, Addison Ruiz, Seminole, FFA. 2nd place, Marion Monreal, Dimmitt, FFA. And exhibiting 1st place, Dylan Kieschnick of Dime Box, FFA. Those are placings for Class 6 spots. And our D&D Trailer Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 6, exhibited by Dylan Kieschnick, Dime Box, FFA. Breeder of that barrel is Burger Farms of Giddings, and they can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at our association table near the show ring. A couple of exhibitors we made this check-in. Mason Orem, Seminole FFA, if you're in the holding. No. Otherwise, we need your barrel to the ring at this time.
They're making a few announcements there, and we'll give you your top 5 sale-making bears there. In 5th place is Jaylee.
Go at it. I'm going to watch.
Moenig. I'm going to say Moenig. I'm messing that up. I know I am. Moenig. Jaylee. Hey, Jaylee, congratulations. Electra FFA. 4th place, Brayley Baker from Whiteface. 3rd place, Addison Ruiz from Seminole FFA. 2nd place was Miriam Monreal from Dimmitt FFA. And our class champion slammed back pretty quickly. I think one that they talked very, very well was Dylan Kieschnick from Dime Box, Texas. We're going to do a poll here in the booth. For those of you that have been to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, I can't remember back when I was a kid, but I know just in my college and adult life, Paul has been the announcer, I mean, forever. Paul, how long have you been the announcer here?
How long have you been announcing? How long have you been the announcer? He's having to think real hard.
He's afraid to say it.
It's been a while. It's at least probably 12 years or more, maybe 14 now.
Okay. So Paul estimates 12 to 14 years. Paul, one more question. Paul, do you know where Dime Box, Texas is?
Of course I do.
Jesus. Well,
every Aggie knows where Dime Box, Texas is.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. He said every Aggie knows where Dime Box is. So now I'm even more proud.
Gig 'em.
I'm even more proud that I did not know where Dime Box, Texas was. Paul,
spoken like a true Red Raider.
Paul has, hey, I gave plenty of money to the system. It was just the system in Canyon, America, not College Station, America. And that's where I met my beautiful wife, was College Station. Had a little,
we're not on alike. I met mine there too.
Little beer drinking joint called Hurricane Harry's. Ever been there?
More than once.
Not proud to admit, but yes, yeah. I was there.
Hey, Harry's was a good time back in the day. I'm sure it still is. We I was more the Dixie Chicken was more my pace with some Dominoes and a cold drink.
Nothing like Dominoes,
Like a summer sausage and cheese.
cold drink, carved on tables with salmonella ingrained in the letters, and
That'll buff out.
urinating on ice. Yes. That delicious? That is a fun atmosphere.
I can almost smell it now.
No, I can. As a Lubbockite, I can tell you that the chicken's quite a bit of fun. But we've solved the dime box mystery because I'm just
Yeah.
So why is dime box known among the Aggies? Explain that to me.
So Highway 21 runs right through the middle of Dime Box. So anyone who, I guess it would be from the western area of the state, outside of, I know a lot of people come down through to the Temple side of it, but a lot of the San Antonio and western Aggies, if you will, have to travel right through Dime Box because Highway 21 runs right through the middle of it.
Okay. That explains it.
No stoplights, no post office off of Highway 21, so it's
no post office.
No post office on that one. The actual there's old Dime Box and new Dime Box. We're gonna get you real confused now. So you actually have to if you go to old Dime Box, that's where the post office is.
Where's your cousin from? Is he from old Dime Box or new Dime Box?
He actually lives on the new Dime Box side.
Okay. Is there like some railroad tracks that?
Just Highway 21 is kind of the dividing line there. If you're on Highway 21 or north, you're in New Dime Box, and if you're on if you're south of that, then you're closer to the old Dime Box side. Perfect.
I'm from a little town called Cotton Center. Do you know where that's at?
Absolutely not. I'm guessing somewhere around Abilene.
And we're Hey, that was a good one. That was quick. That was witty. It's not. It's around Lubbock, north of Lubbock. We had one highway that went through, and whether you were on the east side of the highway or the west side of the highway, it was all old.
Yeah.
We just called it one name, but it was all old and dingy, except for one of the biggest gins in the state of Texas. Fitting.
Yeah.
Fitting. We don't mess around with names.
Yeah, I bet not.
No tricks.
Just a refresher here for those of you that may be tuning in. The judges are in the back here sifting through these things. Again, our lead judge for the spotted breed is Judge Brian Arnold. He gets the first look at them right out of the gate, and he will either point them straight like he just did that young lady, and from there, if you get the straight points, you go to the classification panel there down below us, and from the classification you go onto the scales. So then you hit the pins ready to go in the big ring. If you get the other point through the other ring there to Mav, then Mav gives you another look, and Mav will either sift you or send you to what we call the Dead Sea, which is the big ring here which will be technically a third look, I guess, after Arnold and Maverick do the initial sort. If they still need some, or they'll reconvene after the initial sift here and go back out through the sea and see if one of them might have slipped through the cracks here, and then send it back again to classification and the scales. So a little bit of a few hoops to jump through to get to the big ring, but it's an experience like no other.
We don't call it the hill, or we don't call it anything like that. Yeah, that's a great explanation. You can see on either side of the camera, left and right, those are kind of the holding pins. They kind of lead up there at the top of your screen, and kind of pull them from either side just to be fair. And again, so they'll go right under that camera, and that camera's about 3 feet from us. I could reach out and shake it if I wanted to, and they classify right underneath us. We're about 15 feet in the air, kind of an aerial view, and they classify right underneath us. There's 3 individuals down there with some show swine experience. Regardless of what anybody in the crowd wants to say, they do have show swine experience, quite a bit of it, and they are they will classify. So in the great state of Texas, we are not a papered show. You will they kind of have a committee of sorts that will deem your Barrow either meeting the qualifications of the respective breed that you're showing or not meeting the qualifications of the respective breed, and they drop chips in a can and let you know that you either the majority agrees that you are a spot or not, or whatever breed you happen to be showing. Man, I'd say in the spotted deal, you probably better have down ears and be black and white, and that's not just a whole lot of discussion. Ear set will get you sorted out just about as quick as anything, or back shape. I hate to say that, but as long as they're down eared and black and white, you're normally pretty safe there. So. And then they weigh, and they make sure you fit within that 10-pound way back range, and they'll kick you in a hold of it.
As a reminder, remember that if you have an animal that has made the sale, you will need to take the picture at the backdrop for the online auction. And you can find all of your images from today at showchampions.com.
Hey, Paul. It's Fields Photos this year.
Oh, it's Fields?
Which it's Katie.
Thank you.
Looks like we're getting down to the end of it here, and they've made their way across to the Dead Sea. Pins are almost full. I don't know how many they have below us, but pins are almost full here in front of us. So
At a minimum, 14 already pinned back. There's probably one or two underneath us getting classified or they're weighed back, and then 8 or 10 out here in the holding pen. As you can see, this is what Lauren mentioned earlier. This would be considered the Dead Sea, kind of for insurance purposes. Just make sure that they get enough to satisfy the placings, and just at times just a second chance for those barrows that are kind of on the bubble. They'll kick them out here and get a better look at them. And man, I have seen, just because you're here does not mean you're done, because I have seen a lot of show pigs come out of the Dead Sea and win classes, get pieces of breeds, etc. There's times back here, for perspective, that pin is about 8 foot wide and about 15 or so foot long. And if you want to see regardless of size, I mean, you see a 260-pound market hog in an 8x10 pin and evaluate them and make the decisions in about 4 to 5 seconds. Man, we're human. Sometimes we miss them. And this gives those judges a chance to really see just a view of these things that helps them out.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused you from the ring at this time. Please have your purple show card out and give it to our swine committee members as you exit, and they'll help you out with your paperwork.
And now we'll roll the top kind of 16 or so out here. There's 46 in that class. They've cut it to about a third.
Looks like we got one empty pin down here on the end. So.
Okay. Again, you can see there what an incredible view and what a different way to watch these things. Thanks to Taylor and his crew. That kind of in-ring view there is they're going to slam that one back. Mrs. Gross is going to get another pin and end up in the top end there. One I think we've all seen before. Very good show pig. But great views and almost, I don't know if Taylor can hear me or not, but it's almost as innovative as a treadmill for show pigs. Getting in that ring and really giving you kind of a hands-on front row seat. Hats off to them for a great job.
I can tell you, the only folks that are getting a closer view are probably Brian and Maverick. So,
and at times the screen probably beats one or the other.
For sure. Got another interesting class of spots out here, and you can definitely tell there's different types and kinds again, and see how they sort through these and who works their way to the top. But just from our vantage point, you can definitely tell these things have some density and some shape about them, especially for being spots.
Hello, Mikey Toch. How are you? Over here. Texting me trying to bug me. Well, I don't even think that one's tail got out of the ring. Got out of the pin, and they pinned that one back. Uh-oh. That's kind of a local. Local Comal County hero there. Getting pinned back. Got Matt Lee Fishbacher in this class about to roll out, and Chris is sitting in the front row over here about to chew through his fingernails. I know that young man from our country. That's Jackson Reed there. Fishbacher pig. That Comal County hero I was talking about, that's old Gertie Dudley. Didn't have to travel very far to get here. May have had to wait 18 hours to unload, but did not have to travel very far to get here. Let's see, there's a Dr. Griffin there talking to Mav and Arnie. Slam Matt Lee Fishbacher back in. Chris can breathe a little bit. Good set. They struggled to find anything deeper than 2 or 3 there in the lightweight class, and they like these. A pretty good deal.
Got 6 pin back right out the gate. So.
Yeah, don't have to search very long. Are you familiar with the Dudleys there, Lauren?
I'm not.
The Dudleys?
I'm not.
I went through a little stint down in kind of this neck of the woods, the greater San Antonio, Lavernia, Kerrville, Comal County, etc. area. 3-year span, I think I judged like 10 or 12 shows down here. Just too many. But the Dudley family always does a very, very nice job. And I was at Texas Elite on the phone, sitting outside, and their dad whips in there, their truck and trailer, and he's got a 4500 Dodge, big old South Texas rig, jacked up. He slams that thing in reverse, and it's got a backup beeper on it, and thank God that it did, or I would not be here talking to you today, because Mr. Dudley would have squashed my brains out.
I'm going to hope that you're quicker than that.
Not as good as I once was.
Hey. Looks like they're looking for maybe one more to round out the top 10 here. My apologies, they were looking for about 3 more. Now we're looking for 1 more.
Look at that, I'm more comfortable. And they can almost see us. They can see you. I'm behind the screen. They can see you. See my friend Lauren there right between the Texas FFA flag and the Texas flag. Is Maroon Cromwell Cattle Company.
Another plug there.
You do always have that hat on. What's the story there?
So Brent's actually from Giddings too. I've known Brent.
Okay.
I've known Brent since he was just a young guy and a good friend of mine, and yeah, you know, just always. It's easy to wear the cow company hat in the pig barn and stay neutral.
That is true. I mean, I've got my show feed hat on, but it's just because it was the closest thing to my bed. At about 4:15 this morning, we had 3 Class 1 Berkshires, and it's just what I grabbed. But maybe I need to.
If we're being honest, it is the first cap that I grabbed when it was in the dark on the way home out this morning.
Yeah.
Not much thought process goes into the headgear each day, I can promise you. Whatever one's handy, I usually ends up making the ride.
We have a total of 46 heads. Our weight range is 242 to 252 pounds.
Boom, Matley Fishbucker. Right back.
Looks like Miss Gross is headed back to the pins as well. Good job, Campbell.
Jackson Reed, pin back. Gertie Dudley is still left. Who's the older dark-headed boy there, Lauren? You know that kid?
I do not.
Back in, too. We kind of got a good pig traffic jam trying to get back in the pins. Fishbacher has been in the spotted game for a good amount of time here and been very successful. Fishbacher show pigs up in our hood. I think that's Holman. Right. That's my friend Carlos. I don't know if you tuned into the heavyweight Berkshires at San Angelo, but Carlos's daughter Lila had the 2nd place behind the eventual reserve. He showed with 2 whips. I won't give my comments there because I like my friend Carlos, but showed with 2 whips.
Looks like they're placing the bottom end here.
There is one kid slam back in the top 4 that I don't know. got a cast on his left arm. Text me if you know who he is, but we got Matley Fishbacher, Jackson Reed, Campbell Gross, and the one more lucky.
And the one-arm bandit.
And the one-arm bandit, that's right. I had a kid a couple years ago break his right arm, and he was severely right-handed. Like it was almost a handicapped. He was so right-handed, and he broke his right hand. We tried for a week or so to make him show left-handed. Eventually, we just jammed that, broke the ball off the end of the show stick, and just jammed that show stick down in that cast, and it worked out pretty good. But
I did the exact same thing when I was in third grade. I can promise you I can't do anything with my left hand to this day. So luckily I broke mine after show season, though.
Coach Jason Cooper can tell you that I had a lot of skills on the old b-ball court, but if you made me do a left-handed layup, it wasn't going to work out in my favor.
It gets awful awkward in a hurry on my end when you do anything left-handed.
Yeah. Gertie Dudley will end up 5th. Now, these are probably a little more consistent, right? These are all pretty sharp-looking barrows that obviously some differences in shoulder set and front knee and elbow. Welcome to the spotted breed, but Jackson Reed is 4th. I've seen that kid get 3rd place more than any kid I've ever seen in my whole life. So, sail hole at San Antonio here for Jackson.
Which is no easy feat.
That's correct. That is correct.
The Super Bowl of barrows here.
I gotta figure out who this kid is. That kid looks familiar. Driving a very good pig. Sharp looking. Presented good. Rolled up.
Yeah, he offers a lot of shape. That's for sure.
Yeah, we're 40 feet away from that barrow up top, and you can see the shadow in the middle of his back. So
I think it's cracked open coming at you too, square. All 3 of these barrows out here are very, very good for this breed, especially.
No doubt. No surprise with the guys sorting. I think these are probably on the kind of bigger outlined, more attractive spectrum here. Good, for the most part, as the class allows, right? A good hip and hind leg construction. They don't have to be ultra bulky. Struggling a little bit here. I mean, that thing of Matley Fishbacher's has a cool head, jet level.
You know, you talk about Gross's barrow here. I mean, that thing is bulky, wide.
He's the different one.
Yes.
So we're probably about to find out where that one's going to land, depending on what he does with 3rd place. That is the different one. Out here, bulky, still sound, giant forearm, big blade. We talk about Gross's being bulky. You get it off to the side of that one. She cocks that one off. I'm not.
Sister does a good job on that stick.
I'm not saying that one's ugly. That's for sure. Just. I mean, Arnie's trying to figure it out. Oh, right to his legs. There you go, Campbell. Just say, hey, don't forget about me.
Yeah,
young lady, I don't think he's forgotten about you.
No, I don't either. And the spot's trying to be a spot here, I believe.
You go 3rd.
Third.
I figure I know what's about to happen. I'm not going to jinx nobody, but we got Matt Lee Fishbacher here. They're in the white, and Campbell Gross with the big white bow in her hair.
Randy's ringside.
I'll be awesome.
Randy's ringside, and he's about rubbed all the hair off his head.
As far as I know, Matt Lee Fishbacher is a class.
Really, the top 3, 4, 5 in this driver are awfully good. I think there's some differences in them. You could certainly justify, I think, the top 3, landing on any of them from your own personal perspective on where you want to prioritize. The barrow that I chose to lead off with is the one that, in terms of that initial impression, when I ask myself which barrow is just so genuine in terms of squareness of build, skeletal width, and still staying inside of himself when we study him on the drive. And boy, when you get up on top of him, there's no question that one's the freshest in his upper blade, the best in terms of the roll to his back and his upper rib cage. He's square in his pin set. I still think he's more elevated up front than the pair of barrows that sit just below him. Maybe the reason it gets a little close is he just is dense and rugged in terms of his jawline and his ankle as the barrows that sit below him. Maybe not, but I think that one looks young, he looks fresh, and he's super good just in terms of his presentation. The young lady's barrow that ends up in 2 here, love how dense and rugged and big-armed and stout-legged that one is. A barrow that's tremendously good in terms of his spread. He's broad-billed, he's big-ended. I thought that barrow from the side maybe wants to get a little plainer right there in terms of his upper blade. I'd like to bring his neck higher out of his blade and give that barrow just a bit more of an elite presence there from the side, but still one that's opened up and stout and extra durable in terms of his foot and his bone. The longer this barrow was out here, the more he grows on me. I told Mav, I said, this one from the side, man, I just like to elevate him at the top of his shoulder and make him a little shorter bodied to get him to just come into balance there from the side. But that barrow never takes a bad step. Great in terms of his angles. He's comfortable in his build. He's broad when you get up on him. As mentioned, personal preference, I just like to redesign him a bit in terms of shoulder height and in terms of length of body, and then it's lights out. Tremendous job driving that one. Coming out next, I think as this barrow came back in the finals here, that one wants to close up and cave in a little more down low. You step off to the side of that one, though, and that's why that barrow gravitates towards the upper end of that drive in terms of his presence, his balance, his comfort, and his angles. As we continue down the line, a little lighter colored barrow comes next. I thought this one got a little tight and restricted in how he uses his rear skeleton. Doesn't maybe want to reach and flex behind his ideal as we'd like. But man, that's a barrow that in terms of proportions, his foot, his bone, his density, and his frame size for where we're at in terms of weight, everything syncs up tremendously good. I just wish he was a bit looser build and more comfortable. As we go ahead and continue down the line in a really competitive class here, a muscular, big-ended barrow gets a little tight in how he goes out of his rear skeleton and rounder build at both ends of his framework. We'll go ahead and open the chutes on the remainder of this class. And as mentioned, this class I thought had lots of depth, several good barrows that we'll wrap up with. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors here in our second class.
We have a couple of exhibitors we may have missed. First, Gabriela Casas, James Madison FFA. If you're in the holding pen or if you've gone through, would you let us know, please? Gabriela Casas, James Madison FFA. Otherwise, we need your barrel to the show ring. Grayson Parker, Meta FFA. If you're in the holding pens, if you've gone through, would you let us know, please?
As we finished up Class 7 there, another competitive, extremely deep set of spotted swine. Congrats to our top 5 here. Winning first was Matt Lee Fischbacher from Potter County 4-H. Second was Campbell Gross from Grandview FFA. Third was Grady Lowry from Troop FFA. Fourth was Jackson Reed from Potter County 4-H. And fifth, we had Gertie Dudley from Comal County 4-H. So congrats again to the top 5 there. And, I think those all make the sale there. So congrats again to those people. And we'll go now sifting Class 8 of spots. And my esteemed colleague has stepped away for a minute. So if you got anything you want to talk about Austin, feel free to shoot me a text or shoot me a message, and we'll air it out while he's not here. Also want to congratulate Fischbacher Show Pigs. I believe they were the certified Texas bred class champion out of that last class. So congrats, Chris and crew there on that class champion.
Folks, I do apologize. We do have a correction for the official photographer. We have Phil's photos with us today in the ring and at the backdrop taking photos of exhibitors. As a reminder, if you have an animal that makes the sale, you do need to take the picture at the backdrop for the online auction. And they can find all the images from today at philsphoto.com. That's FIELZSFOTO.com.
For those of you watching at home, if you see them kind of hold up here and stop turning barrels through the sift pin, that's so the classifiers and the scales can catch up. They don't. There's obviously limited space here, so they want to don't want anybody to get jammed up and just create a bigger problem.
We need the driver of a silver Ford Explorer, license plate RHC 4665. Please go to the Competitive Events Office immediately. That's the driver of a silver Ford Explorer, license plate RHC 4665. Please go to the competitive events office immediately.
Had some curl to it too. Good, nice bounce. Did I count the kid in front up here? Yeah. That's a straight up mud flap.
Wine barn, folks, for your planning purposes, I have been asked by our superintendent to announce that we will be taking a lunch break after we complete judging of the Poland China breed. So we will take a lunch break upon completion of our Poland China breed, and after lunch we will begin judging with our Hampshire breed.
For those of you following along there at home, if you look at the top of your screen, you'll notice that our mullet counter continues to climb. I think we're going to add several more after this class. We've had some nice flows make their way through the sift ring, sift pin, and some have found a pin, some have found the seed. So we'll have those out here for your viewing pleasure shortly. Looks like our last exhibitors come through the SIF pin, and Judge Arnold and Judge Squires will make their way over to the big ring and sort through the exhibitors down here in the Dead Sea. And looks like there's the pins in front of us are pretty full, so we'll see if they find something that they missed out of the sea and send it back to the classifiers and the scales. Looks like that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors and their efforts with their projects this year. Exhibitors, our judges have excused you from the ring at this time. Please make sure you have your purple show card available and give it to our committee members as you exit the ring.
Looks like we've got at least 16 pinned here in front, but they'll sort back through to find their top 10 and evaluate further. Got one of them wanting to be a spot here in front of us. Kid with excellent hair.
Hey, mullet counter. Add one to the mullet counter.
We clicked a few notches in this class.
Did we?
Yes, sir.
What better breed to show than a spot when you got a mullet? I don't know why. I just said that. I had to make my way through the barn back there, get rid of some of this coffee and learn the reviews are fantastic, man. They are absolutely fantastic.
We appreciate all the positive comments.
There are less people in the stands now than ever because they're just sitting back there on their phones watching the Taylor Fort live stream. And listening to the golden voice of the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, Mr. Lauren Kieschnick. You're not going to learn much listening to the two of us, but you're going to have a good time.
Surely.
Zero doubts.
Surely.
Fast whip.
To be honest, with the views that you're getting from the ring, why fight the traffic and the crowds?
Yeah, I did not. I had a handful of them in the first class of Berkshires, and I did not fight the sift crowd. I just sat got a good seat in the stands and watched the sift take place there. Man, that snafu thing's neat looking.
We're pinning back top 10. He kept about 16 in this in the SIF, so we're pinning back top 10, and looks like we're about halfway through turning them out.
Mullet counter's 12. When I left, it was 7.
Yeah, we'll notch that up, I'm sure, at the end of this class. So,
jeez, oh me. Can we count this kid sitting in the stands with the Davy Crockett hat on? Check that out. See that? Green shirt.
He just wins headgear of the day, bro.
I mean, he's in tennis shoes. Looks like tights, basketball shorts.
Lime green shirt and a Davy Crockett coonskin cap.
I guess. Take a step back now. If you're going to wear a Davy Crockett hat, it dang sure better be in San Antonio, Texas.
They probably visited the Alamo, and that was his souvenir. I bet that coon.
Go ahead.
I bet that coonskin cap at the Alamo souvenir shop is pretty pricey.
It's about as popular as these Sullivan whips, I bet.
Real popular.
And it's better than a Bowie knife. He could have a Bowie knife.
Yeah, he may have one of those tucked away somewhere too. I mean, if you're going to go to the Alamo, you might as well get the Bowie Bowie David Crockett duet, right? They probably sold them as a pair.
By the end of this, people are going to call me Davy Crockett and you Bowie. Be the new duo of San Antonio.
I got nothing for that.
I don't either. That's probably far-reaching. I apologize to my history teacher for even making that comparison. But, good class here. Got I think that's number 6 that he just slammed back in there. They got a kid heading this way. It's going to be number 6. I did happen to pass by the Fishbacher family on their way back to the pen after winning that class, and man, it makes you appreciate it. Chris has been raising pigs for, 15 years, 20 years, probably longer than that with his dad there in Wildorado, Texas, and they're still just as excited to win, and kind of neat. New experience there with his kids starting, and Chris is a longtime friend of mine, and fun fact, he's the president of our livestock association. Glutton for punishment. There's a lot of people grinning right now because they've experienced the death of a county show board and how much fun that is.
I can tell you that being on the county fair board is a thankless position. You get very few thank yous and way to goes, and a lot more. Why aren't we doing it like this?
Like Sloan said during the Guilt Show, if you have a comment, shut up and volunteer. Something like that.
I don't know if it was those exact words, but that was the point.
Yeah, just shut your mouth, volunteer. I can promise they'll find a spot for you.
For sure.
If you really want to be immersed in the experience today, they just cracked open the doors on just about all 4 corners, kind of turned on this big, can I call that fan what it is?
Yeah.
I mean, it's on.
Lee Corso said worse on air.
That's true. They turned on the fan above the ring. They've got the doors cracked. It's
going to be a beautiful day.
Warm, 70-ish degrees outside already. Going to get higher than that.
It may end up being a little bit sticky before it's all said and done here in San Antonio.
Imagine that.
It's going to be a little cloudy and outside. High in the, I think, mid-70s.
And I mean, I made a joke earlier about there not being very many people in the stands. I was completely and totally joking. I think there's much room to do much of anything. If somebody wanted to come here and do jumping jacks, they'd probably be out of luck.
Looks like we're looking for 2 more to round out the top 10. Found one.
Folks, how about a nice round of applause for these exhibitors remaining in the ring?
There's 48 exhibitors in this class. I narrowed it down to about 18 or 19 and then sorted again, and now they've got a top 10 slam back in these holding pens. They need to get down to 5 are the pay slots here in the spotted breed, 5 hogs. Look at that. Arnold running over there, picking up sort boards, working the ring. We can argue about a lot of things today. I like different pigs than you, and you like different pigs than me, different types and kinds and breeds and etc. If there's anybody in the barn that does not say that Brian Arnold is the best dressed, they're foolish. They're foolish.
He stays sharp.
The guy looks like he's about to go, I don't know, defend a...
Well, the thing is Arnold's got a body type unlike yours and mine that allows him to wear things that you and I cannot.
When I was like 16, my shirts used to stay tucked in. Now they don't. I think the clothing manufacturers have changed the way they make shirts because I have the same slender figure that I did when I was... I'm kidding. That's a lie. But he is, man. He is suited up.
You know, I graduated high school weighing 175 pounds, and now I go closer to 275, so...
More to love.
Yeah.
I graduated.
Shade you in the summer and keep you warm in the winter.
6'2", 135. On the football roster at Cotton Center, we played 6-man football. They put me down as one.
I don't know who that young man was that just got pinned back out of the gate, but that's a very nice spotted Barrow.
Boy, they dig that one. If you're not from the great state of Texas, never been to the San Antonio Barrow show, they'll pin back this top 5, and the shorter amount of time that you spend in the ring from leaving the holding pen until returning back to the holding pen is typically, not always, but typically a very, very, very good sign. If you don't make it halfway across the ring and one of our judges says, why don't you put that one back up? But that's normally a good idea. These guys, good hog man, don't want to run them around and lap them out here and get them exhausted, maybe especially in this breed. Now they're placing from the bottom up. Again, you'll see Brian Arnold hand something to the exhibitors. That's really just a poker chip with a placing written on it, just to help them kind of keep everything sorted and not have to handle ribbons and et cetera until they get back in the holding pens. But
I would say that we've kind of turned it up a notch here in this class in terms of bulk and mass and feature.
I would agree. Spots doing what spots do, just continue to spread, and they get stouter and get stouter. And every once in a while, guys, you will, again, those of you that are unfamiliar with it, you'll hear Paul, our announcer, give notice to the Texas Pork Producers Association Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion. And that is not necessarily one and the same with the class champion. They do like this bear, and this is a good pig here. I don't know who that young man is, but if you could just pattern them like that, that'd be okay. But the highest placing.
First call, Class 9, Spotted Barrows. First call, Class 9, Spot Barrows. Exhibitors bringing the barrows to the holding pens at this time. Make sure that you have your purple show cards with you, exhibitors, as you enter the holding pen.
Paul getting the next class up here, but again, the Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion is the highest placing Texas bred barrow that was bred and farrowed in the state of Texas and registered with the Texas Pork Producers Association. You'll hear him announce that every once in a while.
Get our top 5 back out here, and again, just really, really, really stout.
I want to tell you, Mav likes this one to the far right of your screen there. Real dense one there in the center, and moderate. I've said it, and I'm going to lay claim, and you can tell me what you think here, Lauren, so nobody can steal it from me. I would absolutely love, from just a marketing and entertainment perspective, to put a microphone on these guys right here, because I think it would really help those sitting ringside, because there's going to be somebody disappointed right here, right, that they were 5th and they thought they should have won the whole show and probably been grand champion of San Antonio with a 5th place spot. But I think there's probably some very practical discussion taking place right now between two very good, very qualified hogmen, and I think it would be neat to. I mean, they do it in the NFL. Why can't we do it here?
To have them mic'd up.
Yeah.
I think that would definitely lend a different perspective to hear them break them down between each other. That's for sure.
Because there is a difference, and if me and you have silver cans in our hands in a barn somewhere, sitting on a bucket,
which is my favorite pastime, by the way.
I'm not sure if you're talking about the silver cans or the hogs or the bucket or
both of those first two for sure.
Amen. But there's a difference. There's just at times there's a more of a practical discussion, layman's discussion between those two guys, and I've sorted a show or two with being able to kind of kick some ideas off of a guy, and it really helps you kind of stay centered and stay grounded. And they don't necessarily always agree, and sometimes it's been very obvious. But thus far, there's a great view of Maverick. Man, that hair's sharp there. And congrats to Maverick on his new gig. I'm not sure if you knew that. Did you see that?
I didn't know.
Linder snatched him up.
I did. Well, now that you say that, I did see that. I was surprised to see when they released their rep listing that he was on that.
Yeah. Congrats to him. Kind of raced through that top like 16 or 17, and really no discussion between 10 and about 5.
They may have skipped breakfast this morning and still have to go through the Polands before they can eat lunch.
I am hungry. That 11 cups of coffee will really remind you that forgot your protein shake this morning.
Well, they got it down to 2. Let's see which one they land on. I've got a sneaking suspicion. Yes, sir. See what they have to say about them.
An excellent class here in our spotted divisions. We continue to work up in weights. This Barrow did be tremendously good coming through the SIF pin, and he takes 2 steps through, and that's a stout, attractive skull, and just a fresh look coming at you. Big arm, good, comfortable set and slope there to his forearm and front leg. Really good up high, just in terms of his height to shoulder, and still being open and bold and manly in his upper blade and upper skeleton. Is he maybe the longest and levelest right there at the top of his rump? You could pick on him in that regard, and he's maybe not just the most raised up at his pins, but man, that one still goes good. He's good looking and elevated and fresh, like him to win. I thought I got closer from that point on as we pieced together the top 5 and went ahead and chose the young man's Barrow here that lands in 2. Just from a genuine composition standpoint, I think he's the next Barrow that suits me in terms of the shape right behind his blades and the turn to his loin edge. Probably carved out just a little more genuine and honest from that standpoint. From the side, he's not as elite as the Barrow that gets around him in terms of height to shoulder and set to his neck as it comes out of his blade. Like to fix him there and then maybe just relax him in his shoulder and arm set and see him more comfortable and athletic out of his front skeleton. The Barrow that comes third, man, when this one comes right at you, that is a broad-built one that's got a huge engine and a bold center cage. Barrow that's super wide skeleton. I think the more you break him down, not only did he tie up up a little more the longer he went. I think I don't read his foot and his bone to match his mass up high as well. And then just from a composition standpoint, that one probably gets a nickel planer right there in through his stifle and the way that he shaped it, his 10th rib up high. The young lady's Barrow that comes out next early on, I thought this one was awfully good in terms of his basics. That Barrow is very proportional. I think he fits his weight extremely good. He's a Barrow that gets a bit bland up high for me. I like to see just a little more shape and turn as we get right up on him. And he's also a Barrow that's probably a little plainer in terms of his jawline. But again, a tremendously good Barrow that represents lots of the basics that we're after. Probably the most rugged and heaviest duty one comes next in this lineup. Barrow that's extra big in terms of his foot size. He's a big featured Barrow that's still elevated and extended. Probably hits me the stalest in the way that he's shaped in his upper skeleton. To me, that Barrow reads a bit more mature from a muscle shape standpoint up high. And the longer he went, got a little tighter the longer he goes. The light-skinned Barrow just below him here. Another one on a warm day like we have today. His angles didn't maybe allow him to last as good in terms of comfort up front, and probably more than anything, that one just needs to crack open bolder right behind his blades in terms of his body shape, allowing for more spread. As we continue down the line, as I mentioned, this is probably as good of a class as we've had through this point in the day. I like the young lady's Barrow's shape and spread. I didn't think he balanced as well from the side, and a good lineup of Barrows down the line. Feet and legs got the best of them the longer we went. Let's put our hands together for these young people. A tremendously good spot class. Hey, thank you. Good job. Hey, good job. Hang in there.
Just making sure that we compile those results for you, but in the meantime, Lindner Feed and Milling is proud to be the sponsor of the 2022 2022 Junior Market Barrow Junior Breeding Gilt Show. Lindner is excited to offer the Lindner Fed Class Champion Scholarship Program. Lindner Fed Class winning barrows are eligible to apply for one of 10 scholarships to be given away, totaling $25,000. Find any of the Lindner representatives in the barn for more information. Visit lindnerfeed.com for product details and to view the Team Lindner rewards page. You may also be eligible for a personalized Team Lindner jacket. Lindner Feed and Milling would like to wish everyone good luck this week at the Junior Market Barrow Show. And then the Lindner Feed and Milling, thanks for their sponsorship and their generous support of of the live stream and our youth here at the Junior Market Barrow Show. And that Lindner Fed Class Champion Scholarship deal has kind of become pretty cool. Like they started that, man, I'd lie, but it's been 4 or 5 years, maybe 6. I just continue to support the program that has grown so many. You throwing these at me? You want me to read these?
I'll read them if you want me to.
Do it.
All right. Well, just to recap our top 5 and third class spots there, which would be Class 8. Winning first place is Copper Ferris from Nazareth FFA. Second place was Cash Harshey from Mansfield FFA. Third place was Hunter Eddington, Coleman FFA. Fourth place, Kaylee Milburn from Allen FFA. And rounding out our top 5 was Tate Anderson from New Home FFA. The certified Texas-bred class champion in that class goes to Copper Ferris. Breeder of that pig was Cornerstone Ventures.
Bam. Let me tell you, in 2015, I won the spots here at San Antonio with, I can still say arguably one of the better ones that I've ever fed that won as easy as anything. And fed is
humble brag.
Fed is, I didn't have to do much. And that one was from Cornerstone Ventures. And 2 years ago, they were champion in reserve spot at Houston. And not 2 years ago. There wasn't really a pig show there. I think 2019, they were champion in reserve spot at Houston and reserve spot last year at Dallas. Reserve spot this year at Dallas, I think. They got a piece of them. And they continue to look like that. That one, according to Waldo, if you don't know, do you know who Waldo is? You know Waldo's? That's Chance's dad. That's Chance Waldrop's dad, Randy Waldrop. That one is a windrow, and just sent that one to Upper Hand up there in the Midwest. They continue to just foster a great relationship with that crew at Upper Hand, and Windrow is an impressive individual. That is faux show, and I've fed several gilts out of that thing and several barrows, and that's what they look like. I'm not shocked to learn that. Congrats to Cornerstone. Congrats to the Ferris family, Nazareth, America. Who else we got here? Cass Harshey, Hunter Eddington, Kaylee Milburn, Tate Anderson, New Home FFA.
To get off course again, the mullet counter is up to 17. I told you we'd cash some chips in on that one. I think they all found the same class.
Who's keeping track of that?
I think Taylor is.
The mullet. Oh, she said all of us.
It's a good way to pass the time.
If you jump 5 mullets per class, you kind of have to have multiple eyes. That's for sure.
We had this sheep counter the other day.
Oh, the loose sheep counter. I saw that.
And we were asking like, how can we get Vegas to weigh in on the over/under?
Well, if you would have told me the over-under was going to be like 25 on the mullets through the ring today, I would have probably taken the under, but it looks like we're going to shatter that before lunch.
Yeah, boy, you need to stay at home. So we're here. That's crazy. Did Wintex invent the mullet?
Are you asking or telling?
I said did. I value your opinion.
Well, I'm not very well versed in things mullet, other than the fact that my older brother sports one quite regularly.
I know that there for a while, Wintex was doing a pretty good job keeping track of them.
My first experience with the mullet was none other than Cliff Berger himself, who sported the red mullet multiple years through his youth and will occasionally bring one back every now and then for good luck.
Through his youth.
When he was a Ute.
Ute. From Dime Box, Texas.
I think Cliff is listening to us back home. There's Kobe down there ringside, so maybe they've got another one in this particular class here.
Again, if you're just tuning in, you've got the front row view there of the sift pen. That's about an 8-foot wide by 20-foot alley. Brian Arnold gets about 6 or 8 seconds per pig to just evaluate, and if he doesn't necessarily love them, he'll send them there to his counterpart, Maverick Squires, to your right there in the white shirt, the blue tie. There's not just some random guy running back there with a tie on. It's Maverick, and Maverick will kind of weigh in, and almost all the time, given the situation, Maverick will kind of chime in with those kids and just let them know kind of what they, what he sees, and just give an opinion, just be fair to them kiddos and give them a shake. And every once in a while you'll see him, there he is talking and just kind of giving some reasoning there. You'll see him point the other direction, and that'll send him out to the Dead Sea, which is also the main show ring, but in between classes is the Dead Sea. Just give those guys a chance to evaluate those animals a little further. And again, just because you end up in the Dead Sea absolutely does not mean that it's over. I've seen multiple class winners, multiple pigs get a piece of a breed that just get missed in the sift pen. It's just part of the mechanics of it. It's just tough.
Find any of the lender representatives in the barn for more information. Visit www.lenderfeed.com for product details and to view the Team Lender Rewards page. You may be eligible for a personalized Team Lender jacket.
He does a much better job saying that than I did.
This week in the Junior Market Barrow Show.
I think he's got a little bit more experience.
Whatever, dude.
I do want to echo what you were talking about earlier. Maverick and Brian have both done an excellent job talking to the kids, and both in the sift ring and in the Dead Sea, and during the class. I mean, these kids work hard all year long, and the brief conversation they have is all they're going to leave with. So. My hat's off to those two guys for taking the time and, just giving those kids an extra few seconds of their time to make sure they know they got a look and a fair look.
That's right.
A little fist bump out the gate goes a long way. Sometimes that may keep a kid hanging on for one more year.
And I'd say, just in my experience helping families, I'd say about half of the time the kid has absolutely no idea what the person said. There we go. Some excitement there, Bubba.
Yeah,
they don't remember what they said or exactly what they said. They kind of can generalize it when you get them out, but they do remember that guy talked to them, and that means quite a bit. We've had a good set of judges thus far in the state of Texas that have done a tremendous job just communicating with those kids. And like you said, man, that could be the one thing that keeps a kid in this program. That could be one thing that makes the next feed rep, makes the next show pig breeder, makes the next. Like, man, that's a lot of weight.
Sure. And I'll even go back to the Guild Show. Hilty and Albright did the same thing. And, gave those kids a fair look, and and took the time to talk to them and just kind of explain what they saw in their pigs. And like I said, that's big. A lot of lots of character there. You know, Troy had a little bit tougher time because he's the only judge sorting through so many crossbreds, so it's hard to make your round, and you're trying to be efficient and get that show done and all in one day. So, you know, but even Troy did a great job of going around and kind of just, you know, trying to explain his point of view and what he saw and where they needed to be better. And like I said, my hat's off to all the guys that are here, the two that are here now, and Arnold and Squires, and the ones that have already come through. They've done an excellent job with the kiddos.
I could not agree more. And Troy sorted our state fair this year, and a state fair is a little different setup than what you're watching here. It's just a one-man show and about the same size sift pin, maybe even just a little shorter. And you're up against a brick wall and people breathing down your neck, and it's a little more intense. But I'd pay you $100 if you found one kid that showed at state fair that Troy did not interact with going through that sift pin. If that thing was, you know, 3 foot tall and railed out, he still told them, you know, exactly what he thought and what he saw, and gave those kids a fair shake and a fist bump and rock and roll. Was the fist bump even cool before COVID? I feel like it's really taken over. You know,
I'm still a handshaker.
I'm a handshaker.
Nothing better than a good firm handshake and a look in the eye.
If I genuinely deep down don't think you wash your hands, I'm probably not going to shake it anyway, regardless of your disease status or whatever.
Yeah. Our little friend that was fired up coming through the sift pin, that's a college buddy of mine's son, Whit Lowry there. Wado's son.
He said yes.
Of course, he's getting fired up. I'm sure Wade and Reagan are fired up with him. So
I want you to watch this. I'll give you some insight. I don't know if you can see past your screen here in this kind of standing there behind LJ in the grayish looking hat.
Yep.
It's a young man named Joe Burns. He's from our neck of the woods, and his daughter is in this first holding pin in that pink shirt and that rainbow colored bow deal.
Working hard on her show pig.
And he is flat freaking out. I love this perspective because he is. I've got about 5 years to be in your position where you got a kid showing and et cetera, and I'm likely going to just stay back in the pen. It's probably just best for just our family unit and family balance. But Joe's up here just rocking back and forth. He's wearing the rubber off the bottom of his shoes. They live about 3 miles from me. Newer family that's just trying like hell and doing a good job.
Well, I can tell you from a show dad perspective, I've helped quite a few kids, and families along the way, and your perspective, everything changes when it's your kid in the middle of that ring. I showed every major growing up, or every spring major, I should say, and we never had very much success in the old show pig world, and my daughters have enjoyed well more than anything that my brothers and I were ever able to accomplish. And when you put your kid out there in the middle of the ring, it puts a knot in your throat and a pit in your stomach, because you were more nervous than anybody else in the barn at that point.
Man, I can't hardly mention my kid and the future in this deal. Like when I'm judging a show or something, kind of my, grand drive speech. I can't hardly mention my kid without kind of getting a knot in my throat and my belly welling up a little bit. I really think that I will be the guy that I'm going to have to attach to a group, and I'm going to have the group leader just take my kid up there. Because I will be that parent that says, okay, I want you to relax. I want you to tuck your shirt in. No, untuck the front. No, tuck the back in. Okay, your hair's a mess. Okay, head up. Faster. Not that fast, but faster. Slow. Circle. No, straight lines. No, circle. I will ball my kid's brain up like a freaking pile of wire coat hangers if I had to guess. And a boy, Joe Burns, just clapped his hand so hard I think he might have broke a finger. Kid gets sent back. That's good. Needs to spray her pig off. She can't reach that spray bottle.
It needs her a step ladder.
She's only 4'2".
Well, I can tell you the first Barrow that we ever placed at a major, we didn't have a San Antonio Barrow Kaylin's first year, but it was 2016, and we were second behind Martin's champion Hamp in Houston, and that pig was our first real major show, Barrow, and I'll never forget. I got a little emotional after we were second. We got turned back in for reserve heavy and got talked a little bit, but once the realization set in that my daughter had stuck her first Barrow in the top 5 at Houston, her very first rattle out of the gate, I got a little emotional, and not only because that pig was a little special to us, but just because of I never had the opportunity to show on the green shavings. I got sifted all the time. So, but Jason Hody came up to me and he gave me a hug and told me congrats, and I got a little emotional. I said, man, you're going to be here in my shoes in a few short years. And I told him the exact same thing. When it's your kid standing in the ring and on those green shavings, it changes perspective. It gets different in a hurry, and I wish there was a way to describe it, but it's the best feeling in the world, and it can be the worst feeling in the world too. So good luck when you get to that point there, Austin.
Gosh, I appreciate that, I guess. Yeah, these kids nowadays are spoiled to Houston.
Yeah, they never got to experience Brenham with 5,000 head unloaded.
We used to have to. And I'm probably telling the majority of people listening all that they already know, but way back in the day for the Houston Livestock Show, they had the facility was not big enough to handle everything, and even in multiple waves, it would have probably taken 3 or 4 and taken a week to sort through barrows. So what they did was they posted you up at the Washington County Fairgrounds. Now, if you've ever been to the Washington County Fairgrounds, it's a big facility, but there's not a lot there. Besides cover, really, giant roofs. Let's just put it that way. Yep. And so they required that you brought your own panels, you brought your own pins, your own wash racks, your own water hose, your own everything, absolutely everything. If you needed a nail and a screw, you better bring it in your trailer. And all the barrows landed on the Washington County Fairgrounds all at once. And you just thought you waited a long time to get into San Antonio. You just wait forever at Brenham. And they would kind of have an initial sift, blue, red, and white, and to the truck, and et cetera. And then you made it down the hill. Do you remember that? Down the hill. And that was back. Brenham's changed so much. The town in the last 20 years. I think the last year was 05. Is that right?
I can't remember exactly what year it was that it switched to everything going to Houston and they broke it into waves, but you are correct. I mean, it was, you want to talk about, I don't know how else to say it other than just chaos, but organized chaos when you had 3,000 barrows unloading or more in most cases, because back then the barrow show was huge.
Easy on the organized.
Well, they did the best they could with what they had.
They did have a show ring, so I guess that's organized.
Yeah.
Good memories there, man. I'm telling you, my pigs were sorry too. We showed some of the sorriest things in the world back then and now. I mean, just sorry, but we ate good, and we made a lot of memories, and
lots of scars in the parking lot playing football. That's probably about the best of it. Eating. I mean, I think every county rolled a big trailer pit in and
that's right.
was barbecuing something.
Everybody had an enclosed trailer that was full of food. If you left hungry, it was your own fault.
We were fortunate in being from Giddings that it was just a 30-minute trip for us, so we didn't stay in hotels or anything, but it was still a big 4-day camp out.
I stayed at Lake Summerfield every year. That was where my ag teacher posted us up, was at Lake Summerfield. So these did not make the final cut there. Again, they only sell 5 spotted barrows, and they got
10 pin right now.
They got 10 pin back, so these did not make the top 10. They made the initial sort of the 49 that were in this class to about the top 16, 17?
16, I think, is what we ended up with.
Ever since that first class of Berkshires, I think they slammed back half the class in the first class of Berkshires, but ever since then they've kind of landed on that, 16, 17, 18, just naturally. That's what the class is lended to. There's Miss Burns rolling out. God dang, that kid's come a long way in a hurry. She's done a great job. In the red corded sweatshirt, we've got the pride of Richland Springs, Texas.
Yeah, Miss Appleton.
One of them Appletons, no doubt. Red shirt,
Yep.
always. Kids in red. Family that has had a tremendous amount of success. And, man, you want to talk about Lily. That's Lily, right? Man, I get them confused. They all look the same. Jesus. Flo. That's Flo.
Yep.
That family has had a crazy amount of success in the pig deal, and I think Flo, as is the case when you got multiple kids showing, one kid wants to be different. And Flo has been on the head of some well above average ovine or sheep, for those of you that don't care about what that means, but on the head of some very, very good sheep in the last several years, and driving a very impressive spotted bear out here.
Yeah, they were working on that one in the back when I got here, and I thought that one was a very nice spot. Apparently Arnold and Mav do too.
With the owner of Brady Butane, please pay attention to what you're doing and quit hassling me. Yes, it's Flo. My bad. Jeez.
Floor. Up here.
Sorry, I'm yelling at people. I'm apologizing to Flora that I called her Lily. Tall, slender, dark-headed. Both look just like their mama. Thank God.
Amen. Sorry, Grant.
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry.
Grant's on that same list you and I are. Definitely outkicked our coverage. Looks like they're looking for one more to round out the top 5 here. Nope, we're already placing the bottom.
We got 4 pinned back in here, so 4 pinned back, still going to get rolled out.
Looks like they're going to leave the young lady here in the multicolored shirt in the ring to roll these last 4 back out. If I were a betting man, that young lady is actually driving a home race pig.
Who do we have in the rainbow shirt there?
That'd be Avery Ford from over around Robertson County. They raised some spots there.
Like Cleve? Is that Cleve?
No, that'd be a different set of Fords.
You're in those main alleys. You might want to just step aside for a few moments. Let these hogs and animals get through, and then enjoy the rest of your time here.
Miss Burns rolling around. She's about as tall as that pig.
Get him stuck though. She's intense. She's not messing around. She's got that look.
Dad's yelling faster.
Pace is a big deal. We try to drill that in at the house, and sometimes it doesn't really stick when you get in the middle of the ring.
Oh man, it loses your mind. It's just competition in general.
especially when you get these heavier weight hogs, if you can get those things to go and just grab a gear, the presentation is so much different.
There is something about pace that can work on the mental state of any livestock evaluator, because as you evaluate structure, it is very, very hard to convince yourself that one is, quote, unsound if they are lapping the rest of them, and that does make an impact. And even the best. I mean, these guys have sorted as many shows as anybody in the country, and I will continue to if I had to guess. But, man, if those things are moving, they're driving into their whip, and they're fun to watch.
You get this last class here where some of these things are probably pushing 300 pounds if they're not already there. And if pace is off, they just look like they're big, fat, lumbering ones.
That's fact. That's a fact. We want these guys especially want athletes. That's for sure.
Sure.
Who is this kid there in the red shirt, blonde-headed kid there?
I'm not sure. All four of these left out here are working hard and trying to get their animal presented. And unfortunately, some of them are starting to be spots and not want to cooperate.
Yeah. Man, remember showing in the sand here?
Yes. That's another thing about Brenham. That was also deep sand, too.
Everywhere. Just sand, just everywhere.
Attention Swine Barn. Again, for your planning purposes, we are going to complete judging of our Poland China breed champion and reserve champion before lunch. Then we will break, and after lunch, we will resume judging with our hamster breed.
They just said that they're going to, for your planning purposes at home too, they are going to, there's one more class of spots after this, and then is there one more class of spots after this? Class 10?
Yep, class 10.
So there's one more class of spots after this. There'll be the grand drive, there'll be the champion drive. Man, I like that pig a lot there.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are 2 classes of Polands. A Poland Grand Drive, and then they're going to take a lunch break, I'd guess, 30-ish minutes, and roll into the Hampshires, and then that Hampshire deal will take the greater part of the afternoon. My guess is probably 5 or 6 o'clock. And then we're probably going to go eat at La Fagata, to be real honest. Hey, one thing that we put in the magazine this year that we've gotten a whole lot of reviews about is just a couple features on kind of hole-in-the-wall restaurants here in town. Obviously, La Fagata is not a hole-in-the-wall. It's a giant 7-acre restaurant. But I can promise when I come to San Antonio, one of the places that I'm going to put on the list is a little place called Josephine Street. If you're coming to San Antonio, you've never been here, you don't know, look that place up. Be prepared to wait. But Josephine Street is, man, I love that place. This Joe Burns is about to
come unhinged.
Lose his mind. Even now, that's so awesome for that young family. Hopefully he knows.
Barrow is big, wide back, big opened up chested coming at you, stout-legged.
Not the prettiest.
Is not the most attractive through his front third.
But proportional.
But looks very, very much like a spotted Barrow at 290, 300 pounds.
That's right. A good-looking one here at the Appleton Crew. I'm just laughing at Joe. I love that guy to death. He is freaking out.
He's got the rock going back and forth, that's for sure. And he's going to win this class.
And baby Joe!
Oh, yeah. Oh, great family. Two great families there. Appletons and Burns. We'll listen to what Arnie has to say.
To be honest, several good Barrows in this lineup. I think the top 4 particularly suit me extremely good, and probably comes down to, as we get them back out here and redrive them, the favor lands on the young lady here in the pink shirt, just from one that's broad built, comfortable, big and bold and through the center part of his body. And I think equally as impressive when you're up on him in terms of his upper blade, how he rolls a little bigger and bolder right behind his blade into his upper rib cage. And as we study this pair on a warm day, and the longer we drive them, there's no question that's the comfortable Barrow that we're the most comfortable with, or at least in my opinion, the most comfortable with going ahead and landing on. I wish he was as neat at the base of his neck and just as stout and feature in terms of his skull shape as the Barrow that we have in 2. I love this Barrow's just extra density of bone, a huge arm in that Barrow, really stout in his jawline and big in his rear leg. I think his angles behind are tremendously good. I probably like him as well just in terms of his extra height and elevation. You study that guy coming at you, and you'd square his front feet up and just tuck him in at his elbow. And as much as anything, when you're up on him, that Barrow gets just a little plainer and peak it up top, wants to dry up just a bit more right behind his blades as he comes back into his body. But again, if you want to just tie to one that's extra dense and heavy structured, you can certainly make that case. The Barrow that ends up here in 3, to be honest, love this one as he came through the SIF pin, loved him as he came back on the initial sort. I was suspect of his level of comfort just in terms of his angles up front, and the longer he drove, that one just didn't stay hooked up good enough in terms of the angle to his blade, his reach and flex up front, and he just got a little too tight and rigid off both ends. But that's the fresh back one. That one reads tremendously good compositionally and still puts it together from the side extra good. I like the young man's Barrow a great deal as well from the side. Another one that early on, just that initial impression, that's a look of quality, a look of presence from the side, and I think the more you break him down in terms of feet and legs, there's probably more challenges in this guy at the surface in terms of just how he's built in his front foot, and then particularly behind. He wants to hook him and just twist out a bit more. I like to change the framework on him the most in terms of his footwork, but again, that's a quality Barrow that's tremendously fresh. Extra bold-bodied, real stout, moderate Barrow here. Just too coarse and crusty there through his head and through his neck. Like to extend him from his blade forward. The young lady in the red's got another Barrow that we need to change him behind in terms of giving him just a bigger, more durable rear foot and more even toes. One that dries up a bit more in terms of his lower rib cage, but a tall-fronted Barrow that's good in terms of composition. Some interesting hogs coming next there. Extra heavy bone, a little peaked and plain in terms of back shape for me, and a good pair of them to wrap up with down the line, maybe feet and legs, a bit more of a challenge. Let's put our hands together. An excellent class with a really strong top 4 or 5 there. Thank you.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Texas Pork Producers Association certified Texas bred, a pork registry champion was Flora Appleton, bred by Cornerstone Ventures. So that's last two classes a spot, CTBR champion, class winner, Cornerstone. Congrats to them guys. You want to guess what that one was sired by? Oh, Lauren took his headphones off. That's another Windrow sired bear there in the second hole, the CTBR champion. One they just sent up to upper hand. So this is class 10 spotted pigs. Class 10 spots. The big boys are going to be pushing every ounce of 300 pounds here in a lot of these.
Yeah, my apologies on that last class. I thought it was the last class, so I thought we were 280, or 290 to 300 there. So those bears are still. What's our page look like? That was the weight range in that last class there.
That last class.
270-ish.
Yeah, that last class.
Carted around 263 to 270.
74.5. There's some fives.
Yeah, so
I know that Kevin Lynch, actually, I did not know he knew how to operate technology like this, but if you look in the comments of the Facebook feed there, Kevin Lynch has actually pinned the weight breaks down there. Holy cow.
Thanks,
you,
Kevin.
Lynch. 47 years as an ag teacher.
Well, he's semi-retired now, so he's got a little more free time on his hand. Put those weight breaks in the comments.
You said retired, right?
Semi.
Okay.
I don't think, if I'm not mistaken, he is not in the classroom any longer, but he is still employed with the district.
Is he like admin?
I think so.
How would you like to have to get swats in the principal's office and walk in there and see that goatee? About to get lifted off the floor, boy.
Yeah.
No Lynch.
Good guy. Glad to know him.
Yeah.
Well, this ought to be an interesting class, to say the least. There's nothing more interesting when you get in these heavyweight purebred classes, you know?
Yeah, because they can either be like really good or really bad, real fast. And obviously here, I think the top end is always tough at this show. I'd love to. It's always a great debate in the state of Texas, which the toughest Barrow shows are, right? And I think it could go unsaid which two you could kick back and forth between which one's tougher than which, and you could make your comment there. I don't. Boy, you would have to twist you'd have to twist my arm to get me to just stand on one rock or the other, which one's tougher than the other.
Yeah, and I can tell you which ones are tougher to make the sale at.
That's amen to that. If that's how you want to rank it, then yeah, that's an easy answer for sure.
Yeah.
In all species, actually, I sent a big old handful of those Chivos down here last week, and lots and lots of county champions. We exited that gate without getting a sale hole. It's tough. I mean, it's real tough. Brian Hastings, thanks, man. I just want to set the mood, The Shriver, I'll just say the Shriver family asked what the average weight of these hogs are. That's a great question.
240 to 250, so
yeah,
or 290 on 240 to 290. So that's a good range there.
That's right. So just to generalize, I'm going to generalize. I'm not going to get specific because, holy Jesus, we could talk about growth curves and maturity, and we could be here for 45 minutes. But per the rules of San Antonio, like Lauren mentioned, the acceptable weight ranges of pigs that come to San Antonio is 240 to 290. Now, they also offer, you'll hear us say weigh back or getting weighed or et cetera. They offer a 10-pound allowance on these barrows. So technically, they are eligible to show in a weight range from 230 to 290. So they have to fit within those parameters. They're broken by weight. So, I guess you could say the average weight's 270 probably.
230 to 300. You can card 290, and you get 10 on top of that. So.
Oh, you can go to 290 now. That's right. That's right. Sorry.
Yep. They bumped it to 290, so we're.
So these are going to be on that top end here, and fun fact, pork trivia. The average age of a mature show barrow. Everybody's sitting on the edge of their seat waiting for the answer here. Let's just say 6 to 7 months. How about that? Let's just say the average.
I would say purebreds are closer to that 6 months.
That's a good way to put it.
In our crossbred world today, to get one to 290 to 300, I think you need to be rocking definitely 6+.
The old double digits sometimes, just depends.
We let the barrows dictate where when and where they need to be shown these days.
We've been asked to introduce ourselves again. I know that it's been 4 classes already, and we haven't reiterated that. You are listening to, this is Austin Voiles, owner-operator of the Purple Circle magazine and connoisseur of all things good food, and I'll let him introduce himself.
I'm Lauren Kieschnick from College Station, Texas. No expertise other than just being a good friend of Mr. Voiles.
Tremendous show pig feeder, show pig dad. Is the term pig jock offensive to you?
It's not.
Me neither.
I help several families, and of course my daughters are rather competitive in the show circuit for us. We had a good run on the Gilt Show here this last week, and
didn't you ever, boy?
And unfortunately didn't have a barrow get big enough for San Antonio, so we are I'm just watching on the sidelines today, which is my favorite thing to do.
Showcation.
Yeah. So I left the wife and the kiddos back home to tend to the barn, and I appreciate them letting me come and watch one of the most competitive barrow shows there is around, in my opinion. So thanks, honey and kiddos, for taking care of everything while I take this showcation to borrow Austin's term there.
That's right. My wife's here somewhere running around, probably passing out magazines and shaking hands and weight break books and et cetera. Find her if you're here and you're watching in the back. Hopefully that answers Nikki's question. This is Austin Voiles and Lauren Kieschnick on your live stream here. Class 10 spotted barrows.
Last class of spots of the day.
The big boys ready to rock and roll.
And there are, looking over the pins in front of us, there are definitely some big ones.
Right. And a good handful that they like, that's for sure. Got 14, if I'm counting right, 14 pin back. There's probably a few underneath us. There's another one that's coming. Brian does like those kind of bigger outline, bigger heavyweight barrows.
Well, I mean, like I said, we are like you just said, we're in the heavyweights now. So I mean, those, stuff that looks like it's got some grow to it needs to, and in my opinion, is what we need to gravitate towards. But I mean, if we're gonna, it's hard to get a dink to be 300 and look right.
Hard. It's not hard. Yeah, it's borderline impossible to do both of those things for sure. Still, so the natural flow of San Antonio, right, is everybody's, they're going to be behind us. So this sift that you're watching now is directly behind us, about 10 feet, and then about 10 feet down. We're up in the air in the catwalk, and what will happen is once these kids are pinned and once the sift is over, people will start to roll around the front of the ring to the main ring, and I'll tell you, just looking out at the crowd, there's not going to be very much room. If you need a spot, you better hurry because the stands are absolutely packed. People on top of people. Sitting here watching the last class of spotted pigs. We are going to crown a champion spot and potentially award a $10,000 scholarship from the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. In 10 days' time, 2 weeks' time, they'll award close to $100,000 in. No, that's not right. Just in the pig show, just in the market pig show, they will award up to $100,000 in scholarships just to our market bear exhibitors. They do that across the board. A tremendous deal for our juniors. I was a San Antonio Livestock Scholar.
Really?
Not because of my show pigs, I promise. All academics. I had to outsmart you. I wasn't about to outfeed you or outshow you. I was going to outsmart you. So, man, something that we probably take for granted. If I'm just being realistic, right? I had to spend 12 hours I didn't have to spend a minute in line, so I can say that. But I had to spend 12 hours to unload my pig, and they give away a pile of scholarship money at this show, at all of these shows in Texas. We are lucky and we are spoiled, and we forget about it sometimes. But there's a kid here in about the next 15, 20 minutes that's going to be have $10,000 to put towards college. That's a magical thing, and a huge thanks to the San Antonio Livestock Expo for what they do for our young people and the youth of agriculture.
Absolutely. It's easy to let the negatives overshadow the positives, but that is, at the end of the day, that $10,000 will change some kid's life. That's the difference between possibly not being able to afford to go to college without tons of financial aid, and being able to possibly at least just get a junior college education or go to a trade school or something. But $10,000 goes a long way these days. I know the cost of education has definitely went up from the times that you and I were in school, but it still makes a difference.
I graduated college 12 years ago.
I'm getting closer to 20.
It's just kind of hard to believe that.
I know I don't look that old, but yeah, I'm A&M class of 03, so 2023 is not that far away.
Yeah. I had my 10-year national championship Louisville deal 2 years ago. My reunion, 10-year reunion. And
ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors and their efforts with their projects here today.
Paul excuses those from the Dead Sea that didn't make it back into our top kind of 16 or 18. We'll just call it top third.
Yep.
Probably safe.
All the pins are full, and they sent one more back, so there's at least 16. Tell by the faces that are starting to gather ringside, you're getting into the heavy hitters.
Hello, boys. Boy, that one don't look too bad. Young man, why don't you put that one back in a pin? So for those watching, again, when he signals to those young people to get back in, that just kind of helps keep things. There you go. Ooh, I know that young man there. That just helps keep things organized. Those are the ones that they know. They probably remember from the SIF pin. They like a great deal, and they send back to the top end and kind of just signify that they're in the top end of that class. I think it's probably safe to say that those made the sale.
Well, we're still sorting back out of our top. They're still trying to find their top 10, but I would imagine the ones that get sent straight back are sitting in pretty good position.
Yep. I don't know if you know Jonathan Heisey.
Heisey Show Pigs?
It'd be Hi Ho. I think they call their deal Hi.
Hi Ho, that's right.
Hi Ho Genetics. That's his kid there that got slammed back pretty quick. Got another one sorted towards the top end here. I'm not a very good counter, but I think we've got 17 total slam back in this class, and he's kind of narrowed it down to his top, at least top 3 that he likes of the initial ones that have come out. So a couple more spots left in terms of sale holes out here. Again, you can see there on the left side, you've got Brian Arnold is our main judge here for the spots. He's the one kind of making the final calls. His associate judge and the guy that sorted the Berkshire Barrows this morning did an awesome job. No stranger to this ring, no stranger to the Texas Major Barrow or Gilt Show scene is Maverick Squires. He's waiting in the wings there, and you'll see them kind of put their heads together every once in a while, especially towards the top end of the class, and bounce ideas and thoughts and just I think more than anything keep each other centered and help remain consistent. They're going to sort through about 3,500 barrows in the next 3 days, and I would not want to be on that island alone for a lot of reasons, but 2 very qualified gentlemen out here, and they'll just alternate back and forth. So in my opinion, my humble opinion, Maverick got lucky and gets to sort the Berkshires because the Berkshire breed has absolutely exploded. But in order to make up for that gift of sorting the Berkshires and being able to enjoy that, he then has to sort the Polands, which is what he'll do immediately following this. He'll get to sort the Polands. So it averages out, right?
Well, I mean, there's only 2 classes of Polands, though.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Look at that. They're double whammy in BA. Arnie gets to judge the Polands as well. I stand corrected. Sorry.
That only means somebody drew the short straw and has to judge the land races on the next wave.
Yeah.
We're getting about halfway through our top 10 here. It's Karis Downs getting pinned right there. The young lady does a great job on the stick. Good family.
Absolutely. He's got 6 pinned back out here, so they'll, as far as I know, does he have the chips in his hand yet? Again, when we talk about the chips.
Yeah, so when he gets the chips in his hand, that's a placing button. So he'll hand everyone after they sort through their top 10. Sometimes I would imagine they'll dismiss the ring before they place their top 10 with this many still out in the ring. When he starts placing, he'll have a token or a poker chip, if you will, with a placing on it, and that's what they'll hand the kids, and whatever number is on that chip will be the ribbon or the placing that they get. Again, we're selling 5. The top 5 in these spotted classes will make the sale.
Thanks, Chad. I hope you're coming for the second wave. That's no doubt.
He's not here for the first. I can see through the window outside. It's not cloudy.
I told him what he could and couldn't do up here in the crow's nest, and his answer was, yeah, sure you can. And if there's anybody that could or at least would.
At least attempt.
It'd be him. Full flavor.
Looking through them one more time. They've got 10 pulled.
Let's give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a good round of applause for their efforts today. Exhibitors are
They're going to
from the show ring at this time.
Going to go ahead and excuse the remaining pigs in the ring. Looks like he's got 11 pulled back to sort through from here.
So 51 to 19 to 11. Again, this is Class 10 spots. This is the final class of spotted pigs weighing 276 at a 290. 276 to 290. Immediately following this, I got the hiccups. We'll have a breed champion drive, and then roll to the pole landers.
Be rolling with the Polands. I believe that's on a shirt somewhere.
I'm still a little jumpy to even discuss the pullet breed right now, be real honest. I'm just keep my mouth shut.
Lots of happenings in the last 6 to 8 months.
Lots of news. Lots of news. So one more time, he's got two young men pinned back. It's kind of signifying they're in the top end of the top end. Heisey's kid again. Any idea who this other young man is?
Not sure. I don't recognize them.
It's one of Langy's kids. I see Langy coaching from the sidelines. I don't have Langy's number on me, but one of his kiddos, and a very, very good spotted bear. Where's Langy, the ag teacher, at?
I think he's in Perrin now.
Maybe. I'm not going to confuse the crowd. I don't, but
Well, he's got 5 pin back, chips in his hand.
Kind of got his sail holes sorted off here, and just making sure he gets these kind of ordered right there. Congratulations to these young people. And can you imagine just how crazy, like if you're sitting, I get to fly a lot and see a lot of sights, and every once in a while I get the opportunity to talk to some stranger that's from the city. Last night, on the way back from Lebanon, Indiana, I sat next to a gentleman from Qatar. I want you to close your eyes and imagine how that conversation went when he said, "Oh, where are you headed?" San Antonio. For what? A pig show. Mind blown. I saw his brains come out of his ears. Like he, some guy from Qatar. A pig show.
I don't think they show very many pigs in the Middle East.
All jokes aside. Yeah, no, you're right. But these young people will buy these projects generally late August to early October. Let's just call it that. 10 days either side of September. How about that? And feed and care for them. Brush, wash, weigh, walk, repeat. Over and over and over again. And then they really have about 20 minutes, give or take. I haven't timed these guys, but they got about 20 minutes to make no mistakes, honestly. We ask a four-legged porcine to be absolutely perfect for about 72 hours and in order to get to, this stage in this, upper echelon. So certainly no easy feat to be in the top 10. I mean, if you walk across the scales at the San Antonio Livestock Show, you have done something right. Neat deal.
It takes a equal amount, or if not more, luck to be on your side to make sure your pig doesn't go off feed. Wants to participate in the process in the program, and I can tell you we've been on the bad side of that more than I'd like to admit. It's not an easy feat. So congrats to all these kiddos today and tomorrow and the next wave that'll make the big ring, and even more on top of that that'll get a sale spot and be rewarded in the auction for their efforts. Tell you what, Austin, I mean, we're in this heavyweight spot class right now, and the amount of and you can appreciate this for what it is. When you get in these purebreds like these Spots and Berkshires and Polands, the amount of mass that these things are packing, but still have shape. Keeping a Spot fresh backed with some shape is not an easy feat.
Yeah, youthful, fresh, and 300 pounds.
Yes.
It's a very hard sentence to put together.
I've got my favorites already in this class, but I don't want to jinx anybody. I think there's one that's an absolute hammer.
One thing I pay close attention to is we're obviously in a down-ear breed, and stereotypes play into it. I want you to watch whip speed of these kids. You get into the Hampshires and the crossbreds and et cetera that are, again, stereotypically, not always, but stereotypically a little
leveler-headed,
more
easygoing,
maybe produce a little more dopamine. You watch these kids that are getting the most out of them, and their whip control and their whip speed is...
Whip speed and touch, that's a hard thing for a kid to learn, especially young kids and even older kids that have done it a certain way for so long. When you get on these down-eared hogs and you go to whipping on that head, bad things can happen and happen in a hurry. Kid gets frustrated, pig gets frustrated, and
Yeah, you smack an ear in the wrong place, and one of these things can sure sit and squat on you. You know, you do show a down-eared hog differently than you do a crossbred. You kind of drop your elbow and got to get your wrist down there, and it's got to be different.
Second call for first and second place Barrows from class
I would venture to say that he's got his favorite picked out already because he's
think
really
so
not
too.
looking at one.
for our breed champion round.
Yeah, it's going to be that.
Second
Yep.
call for Barrows from
That kid, I assume, is
7, 8, and 9.
From Parent FFA.
Mr. Lange is pretty pumped up about that one, so I'm guessing that's that kid from Perrin.
A nice class here to work through in our spots, and as we get heavier, and obviously freshness becomes a bit of an issue, and trying to find the hogs that suit you the best, just in representing the weight that where we're at, but also still read genuine with some stoutness and some power. Really never a question for me that the young man's Barrow leads off with. I think that's a Barrow that combines tremendous agility and flex and reach and comfort with still a good fresh turn to his back and a good body shape. Compositionally, he's still trimmed through the lower third of his body, gets his hock out behind himself well. Just a nice Barrow that I think of the top pair of them here that are both pretty flexible and limber. That guy's just more genuine in terms of feature and forearm and ankle. The Barrow that ends up here in 2, I think the longer we study this one, we love that Barrow's comfort, his looseness, his skeleton. I think he's still a Barrow that reads a bit fresher right in his upper blade and in the turn and expression there at his 10th rib. He doesn't match as well down low at his foundation, gets a little fragile in terms of his ankle, and I think that matches his jawline as well. We like to make that guy just as rugged and stout as the Barrow that comes in 3. Man, this one here is mentioned. This is a real heavy-duty, burly kind of Barrow that's got big limbs. He's huge-footed and stout in his jaw. And if you like that and you want to go ahead and gravitate towards that, you could certainly rationalize moving ones like this up. I guess he hits me probably the most mature and a big course just in terms of how he's built in his shoulder. I'd like to maybe just freshen that Barrow up and see him more comfortable in terms of his set to his blade and how he goes out of his front end, but appreciate him for all that he represents. I told Mav here at the very end when we got back together, man, this one grows on me. That one runs uphill, got a super immature kind of look through his front end, a good hard back shape and a square pin set. Love his look from the side. I'm not sure for a heavyweight if he just packs enough in terms of forerib shape and center body, and at the same time he's a Barrow that gets a little stilty in the set to his blade. I like to rock him back and soften his angles up front when you read him in through his blade, his forearm, and his knee. But man, that one will picture good for the folks back home. I'm sure that one looks great on the big screen because that one has tremendous presence. My compliments to that young lady for driving the wheels off him. The light color Barrow just below him out here, plenty of shape and muscularity. That guy tends to push out in his elbow and twist up front, wants to come apart right behind his blade. I didn't read him maybe just put together as good and how he's pieced together up high, but a really nice Barrow compositionally for a heavyweight. That's where this one maybe runs into some concerns. The longer I study this guy, he gets a little loose back there when you read him at the base of his hand, a little softer down low. I like the basics he represents in terms of skeleton and body, just didn't read him as honest and as fresh from a composition standpoint. We'll go ahead and open the pins up on the balance of this class we have left. Several good Barrows like this one here, a muscular Barrow that's still good in terms of composition, just not sound enough. And then on down the line, maybe run into some feet and leg issues or some freshness challenges here. Another excellent class. Let's give him a big round of applause.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Registry Class Champion Front Class 10, exhibited by John Hagan Heisey, Lubbock County 4-H. Breeders at Barrow, West Texas Genetics of Van Court, and they can pick up their certified Texas grade cap at our association table near the show ring.
Hey, we're ready to roll the spots out here first. We've got our results from Class 10, the big boys, 276 to 290. In our sail-making bears here in 5th place, Cashley Dickinson. And 4th place, Karis Downs. In 3rd place, John Hagan Heisey. 2nd place, Haley McLaughlin. And in 1st place, from the Perrin FFA chapter, Brady McLemore, your Texas Pork Producers Association Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion is John Hagan Heisey. That pig raised by West Texas Genetics. I'm going to call it Julie Hoffman just because I hope that Clint's listening. But Clint and Julie Hoffman are there in the greater Van Court area. Van Court, Wall, Angelo. Really great spot firm. Prides themselves on good built, rugged, just good kind of livestock. And congratulations on that CTBR class champion. We're going to roll our champions out here. We've got this Kieschnick boy from Dime Box America. Got Matley Fischbacher. Who was our Class 9 champion there?
Copper Ferris.
That's right, Copper Ferris. Windrow deal from Cornerstone.
And Blakely Burns.
Blakely Burns, another very good spotted pig. I like that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, as a reminder, we are going to continue. We will complete judging of our Poland China breed. Then we will break for lunch. And after lunch, we will resume judging with the Hampshire breed.
I don't know how Grant Appleton is talking trash to me about my commentating, and he's here in the crowd. He must have a headphone in or something. Again, we're just a few minutes away from crowning the champion. Spotted Poland China, the 2022 San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Judges Brian Arnold and Maverick Squires. Could we? Think Brian would mind if we called him Goose this week? Maverick and Goose? No? Not funny? Okay.
Well, I mean,
next question. I'll see myself.
I never thought about that, but that's actually probably not going to go over very well.
Yeah. If anybody has Brian Arnold's phone number, just text him and see if that's okay. Not now. He's focusing, but lunch is around the corner, so we're just playing. We're just having fun. Waiting to load one.
I think we're ready to rock.
Folks, y'all ready to select the champion spot barrel? All righty, here we go.
We need some sweet entry music.
Champion Dylan Kieschnick, Dime Box FFA. Class 7 champion Matley Fischbacher, Potter County 4-H. Class 8 champion Copper Ferris, Nazareth FFA. Class 9 champion, Blakely Burns, Randall County 4-H. Class 10, Brady McLemore, Perrin, FFA.
You know, we turn these 5 back in for the drive, and I think it's safe to say some of them are a little different than others, but still all of them offer some width, you know, freshness of back and our sound.
I'll bet you lunch. We can write down who we think is going to win, and I'll bet you lunch. About that.
13, Poland, China.
What if we write down the same one?
First call, class 13, Poland, China.
And we go Dutch.
Bring your barrels to the holding pins at this time. Please be sure to have your purple show card with you when you enter the holding pins.
I'm going to be real honest. I'd be shocked if we wrote down the same one, because there's some value in, lots of value and some potential in a couple of these to win, really. I'm going to say it because you won't. I know you won't. But that Class 1 winner, I mean, you don't always pay a lot of attention to the little guys, but no surprise, that one's the most youthful. That one's the tallest fronted, and really the probably one of the fresher backed ones compositionally. He's right. He's in a good spot. I mean, he's little. You got to realize that, but he was big enough to show. So surely one that's built like that has to be in the mix.
I would venture to say that is probably one of the younger Barrows here. That he's definitely not the biggest one for sure, as you can tell. Obviously coming out of Class 1, but he probably is the more shapely one of the 5. But it's easier to do that with those younger purebred Barrows.
That's right. In class, you know, the only thing they really picked on him about was kind of where his elbows, you know, attached to his body and how his front foot met the surface. But I'll call a spade out here. He's not the only one.
Absolutely.
Now, you know, so maybe we can kind of look past that just a hair, maybe.
You know, I think the Barrow that comes out of that last class is definitely one that's intriguing too. When you get them all 5 out here, but the one that comes out of the 3rd class to me is pretty interesting.
And I'm not gonna lie, that's probably, not only does he come out of the middle class, he's kind of the middle of the road deal out here. If you're just putting them all together, you know, you got some that are way sharp looking and some that are bulky and some that are, you know, etc. And that one's got a naturally arrogant presence, and that boy says, hey, don't forget about me now. Good show pigs. Good show pigs. Don't discount the spotted breed. Good show pigs.
I think it's safe to say that there's some give and take here, and they're not just on fire about one that just wants to jump out and win.
Again, I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'd love to just hear.
Have them mic'd up.
Just hear. And not just me. I'm naturally a nosy person, right? But I really do think it would, you know, for clarity, I think you could hear a lot of things. Personally, I love those shows. You know, if you think back to 3 or 4 years ago when some guy named Hogue and some guy named Tennis judged this thing, obviously kind of the Master Splinter and Ninja Turtle situation there, or whatever, however you want to wax on, wax off type deal.
Very interesting analogy.
There were some times where that got interesting, and I'd love to be a fly on the wall.
Well, if you would, let's put our hands together for our class winners out here. A really nice set to work with. And, you know, to be honest, Mav and I, you know, we see the differences the same, and we think that there's trade-offs, you know, really from start to finish within this breed. We've got quality represented in each of these classes, and you probably had to give a little more to get to where you want to be in some cases. I think there's probably a pair of them that we maybe gravitate towards that represent a few more elite pieces. When you talk about presence and look and freshness, there's probably one that hits us the most striking, just in terms of one that's stout but fresh, attractive but still has some density, extremely fresh when you get up on top of him, really good in terms of his rear skeleton. There's a couple others out here that we like a great deal, but again, when you just study presence and freshness and the one that represents the most positive, you change him a little bit at the ground as he comes at us, but he's still mobile. We like this lightweight best out here. Congratulations.
Well, I hate to say I told you so, but congratulations to the Kieschnick family and Lauren. And
I can't take any credit for that one.
Oh,
that's that young man right there. He pours a lot into the barn, and there's a young fellow by the name of Kobe Berger that does a lot with these kiddos and making sure that there's and Addie.
And that's tremendous.
Congrats to Dylan. Congrats to Kobe, Cliff, and Addie.
Love seeing that. They kick that second place out of that class back out here, and here's Brian to pick you. Pull the trigger. False alarm. It's pretty obvious here that there's two or three that they've narrowed it down to. Probably two.
Well, as we talk about reserve, several good barrows, again, that we're left with out here, and you try to sort the ones that maybe bring together that combination of freshness and presence and immaturity, but still have that stoutness and power that we like. We thought the champion did that best. We'd fix him a little bit up front. There's another one we like a great deal that we think is just elevated and tall-shouldered and tremendously good through the front two-thirds of his skeleton. We could certainly change him a bit behind, and yet we'd say a lot the same about several others out here. The one that suits us second best is the young man to the far side over there. Congratulations.
Two very good spots to win the respective breed there. I thought Copper's pig was very, very nice in class, and as he hit the ring out here in the drive.
So Dylan Kieschnick wins with the lightweight, bred by Berger Farms, and Copper Ferris wins
the third class with a Cornerstone Ventures pig.
Yeah, with one a Windrow from Cornerstone Ventures.
Gotta go. Take a bathroom break.
Hey, Lauren, any idea what that one is?
folks, for Class 13, a couple exhibitors. Your name is Emma Kirby, white-faced FFA. If you're in the holding pens, or if you've gone through, could you let us know, please? Emma Kirby, white-faced FFA. Otherwise, we need your barrels to the show ring at this time. And Carly Garrison, Colorado FFA. Carly Garrison, Colorado FFA. You're in the holding pens that you've gone through. Thank you.
About 6-8 minutes there. We passed some gas stations and some restaurants on the way to the barn and on the way from, and both of those are. I'm staying at the best restaurant.
looks like they're wrapping up the sift in the back there and moving over to the front where we've only got a handful, about three, 4 head. One more coming back over, and about 16 or so at least in the pen. So
ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring.
Got a couple of them pinned back here right out of the gate. And of course, one of them is Mr. Rains. Anybody who follows the Poland breed knows that name, or they are under a rock. Started off with 44 entries in this first class of Polands. Looks like they cut it down to about 15 or 16 on this initial sort, and we will pin us a top 10 and eventually a top 5 and a class winner. Young man coming out has a nice flow game going there. Put him on the mullet counter. Got them all out of the back here now, and looks like we're looking for possibly 2 more to fill out our top 10 here. Three more.
Make sure she understands like lots of needles. She's losing track of
As you can tell, or some of you that may not follow this closely or just tuning in for the first time, the Poland breed is very very unique, to say the least. Sifting back through them, trying to find the last one to fill out the top 10. Looks like we found that one. And he'll excuse the rest.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors in this our first class of Poland Untitled Barrows. Exhibitors, our judges have excused you from the show ring at this time. Please have your appropriate show card ready and give it to our committee members, and they'll assist you with your paperwork as you exit.
Going to turn these top 10 back out and get them placed here. Very interesting breed to watch. I'm sure you guys from home can see that. We haven't fed very many of these things, but I can tell you when you get a good one, they sure are fun. One of the more difficult breeds to construct, in my opinion. Looks like Mr. Rains will get his way back to the pin here. Best hair of the class will get back into the pin here. like Arnold's asking for the chips here. We've got 3 pinned back. Looks like he's placing the top 10 now. My apologies to you folks at home. I don't know very many of these showmen in the ring here.
Call class 14, Poland China Barrows. First call, class 14, Poland China Barrows. Exhibitors bring those barrows to the holding pins. Make sure that you have your purple show card with you as you enter those black gates. Folks, if you're visiting the barn this afternoon, our exhibitors are making their way to the show ring at this time with their projects. So if you're on these main alleys in the barn, you might want to just step aside and wait for a few minutes. Let those animals and exhibitors get by, and then continue your visit with us here at the show. Like we're going to leave one out and turn the other 3 that he had pinned back in and sort them out. Very nice Poland Bears here at the top that surface to the top end of this class. Coming from someone who does not follow that breed very closely, so take it for what it's worth. They seem to offer some shape and some feature, and young lady on the far side will be 4th. Closest to you guys, I guess that is, on your screen. Furthest from me. Folks, again, we do have exhibitors making their way to the ring at this time. If you're coming down those main alleys by these black gates by the holding pins, we ask that you please step aside, let those exhibitors through. We don't want anyone getting hurt. Let's clear those alleys, keep those clear for those exhibitors that are coming to the ring.
You know, our judges breaking down the top 3 here. Definitely some
also, once you've got
differences, offering lots of quality young man's barrows. Closest one to you guys, young man with the good hair and the pink shirt. Got a comment that said he should count twice on the mullet counter. That is definitely a very, very good flow. This bear's got a big rear leg for a Poland. Get into top end of this first class.
Well, great way to start our polling show here with three really nice lightweight Barrows. And as we worked back out here and discussed them, I think the longer they drove, the more comfortable I became with the young man's Barrow there on the fence to go ahead and lead with. And I describe that one as a heavy skeleton Barrow with some substance and some strength. When you read him in terms of his skull and his jawline, he's got a big arm and a big front foot. He's still got lean shape when you get over his blades and read him up high. He's a square hip Barrow. He's maybe not the levelest rump, but his pin width is good. His hind leg, I still think, probably drops the truest out of the base of his ham here of these first three. And I think of the top pair, he's probably got just a little neater look in terms of his skull and his jawline, and a Barrow that still reads with some extension. I'd like to knock him down in the crest of his neck and just make him a little longer cannon and more raised up there through his front end for a lightweight. But I appreciate what that one combines in terms of skeletal width and freshness of composition with some strength and mobility. The Barrow that ends up here in 2, this is a great team. These three have done a tremendously good job, and my compliments to all three of them. I think this young man's got a deadly Barrow just in terms of one that's great bodied, dead level, tall-shouldered, square in his hip, and fresh in terms of his rib. Really appreciate that. I'd like to see a little bigger ankle on that guy when I read him in terms of his front feet and his ankle and front leg. I think he's probably just a nickel planer right there at the base of his neck. But again, that's a nickel and dime and a tremendously good Barrow. One more big hand for this young man and this pair of young ladies. An awfully good team that drove a killer Barrow here in this lightweight polling class. That's taking nothing away from this Barrow here in 3rd. In fact, as this guy takes 2 steps out of the pen, it's game on. I love that Barrow's look through his front end, his freshness of presentation. I think he's a tremendously good Barrow from the side that's still got muscle. I tell you, the longer he went, though, there was a time where that guy got a little more east and west and concerned me enough to go ahead and put him 3rd. I'm not convinced he's 100% behind today, just in terms of how he's wanting to go. But, man, you call that one good enough in that regard, and it's lights out. My compliments to the young lady. Drove a killer Barrow to end up in 3. The light-skinned Barrow just below him here, I think of these top 4 is equally as good from a muscle and skeletal width standpoint. Probably gets a little plainer to look at in terms of his crest of his neck and in his skull shape. And more than anything, I thought that Barrow tightened up a bit more behind. I'd like to flex his hock and see him utilize his hip and hind leg with more comfort. comfort. The young lady's real dark pigmented Barrow coming next is shaggy and stout and real neat to look at in terms of his parts and pieces. I just don't think they blend together as well. I'd like to relax his spine, blend him in his ham-loin junction, and just loosen that guy up in his build from a flexibility standpoint. Continue down the line here. We got a good bodied Barrow that's smooth and level and a good looking from the side. Compositionally for a lightweight, that Barrow probably reads a little softer down low. He's one that maybe didn't read as genuine in that regard to me, but another excellent Barrow. We'll go ahead and open the pins up in the remainder of this class. And as mentioned, this was a deep class, a great way to kick off our Poland show. Let's put our hands together. My compliments to these young people. Thank you.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
All right. Excuse me, got through our first class of Polands there, and just to go back through and go through the top 5 one more time, and our class winner was shown by Jaden Carroll of Post. Second place was Creighton Rains of Sweetwater FFA. Third place was Kendall Versatuff from Southwest FFA. Sorry if I butchered your name on that one. Peyton Ralston was in 4th from Dallin County 4-H. And rounding out our top 5 was Marley Stone from Tahoka FFA. And Creighton Rains was our certified Texas bred class champion. Barrow came from, of course, Rains Livestock. So as the judges get through, move into the second class of Polands here, this is our last class of Polands. There are only two Poland classes here at San Antonio. So be a quick breed to go through, and then we'll break for lunch. So there's 41 entries in this last class of Polands here. Starter kit. Got a couple of mullet starter kits making their way through the SIF pin right now. For those of you watching the mullet counter, I think those maybe you just count those as a half. Whereas in this last class of Polands will range in weight from 263 Nobody. We got one of them that carded, two of them that carded at 290. So 263 to 290. Did we get the starter kit in the ring?
What?
Did we get the starter kit in the ring?
Yes. That was the first one in this class.
Yeah. It's red. Yeah, you can't miss it because he's got a natural wave and curl to it too. Uh-oh. Okay. I will. I figured they were at the picture pin. Looks like we're wrapping up the end of the sift here, and everybody's made their way through the sift pin, and judges are walking into the Dead Sea, where it looks like we've only got three head to sort through and a couple of pins to fill.
Put your hands together for these two gentlemen remaining in the ring in their efforts with their projects today.
Looks like they've kept about 12 out of the initial 41 or so, cut it down to 10 from here.
Third time, you're like, okay.
Yeah, third time I was like, it's definitely track. I don't know why I said track.
He's got 5 in the pen here. Let's see what he wants to do. He may ask for the chips and place the 10. For those of you wanting to hear Austin's sweet voice, I apologize. He has abandoned me here in the booth, so if anybody sees Austin Boyle, send him back to the nest. Well, it would appear that we're going to go ahead and pin a 10 and pin 10 and work them again. One more to round out the top 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a good round of applause for their efforts in a competitive class here at Untitled Barrow to close out. Two gentlemen being pinned back here out of the gate from the top 10. Definitely not an expert or anywhere knowledgeable about the Poland breed, but I can tell you, just from a show pig standpoint, a livestock standpoint, that this heavyweight class has got some quality and it runs deep. So my hat's off to these Poland breeders. Looks like we're making some strides and making these things better. And
a lot of these things look like show pigs want to be show pigs, so that's always a good start. Going ahead and placing the bottom 10 here, starting from 10th and working their way up. So as Arnold hands these kiddos a token, it's got a placing on it, and that tells them and the folks here in the back what place and what ribbon to give them. So the kids up here in the front pin will still be turned out later on for the. Looks like they got 4 of them pinned back here, and they'll. That'll be the top end of the class here. Again, we're selling 5 in these Poland classes, so you want to be 5th place up if you're to make the sale. So we'll turn out the rest, turn out the other 4 here to place the top 5. Well, it looks like we've got a group of young men that are going to battle it out for the remaining 4 spots here. And that last young lady finds her a pin in 5th. There goes 4th. The young man here furthest away from you guys at home. Mr. Arnold's going to go talk about it with Maverick and see which one they land on. Austin talked about this earlier about the importance of not giving up when you're in the Dead Sea. I can tell you guys right now the young man in the dark blue shirt there, the bright blue shirt, coming back right towards us there and making the turn, second pig back. That young man was in the Dead Sea and has now showed himself into a top 3 spot here. So again, don't ever think that you're out of it just because you get sent to the initial judge sifts you and the next guy sends you to the Dead Sea, because by no means are you out of it. You always got to keep working and keep grinding until that gate closes. So congrats to that young man, regardless of where he finishes here in the class. That's a tremendous job to come out of the sea and be in the top 3.
At this time, if we can have our first and second place barrels from class 13. Return to the holding pins for staging for our breed champion selection.
This is a fun class to sort through, and I think it's fun because we've got quality, but we've also got one that I think's kind of a no-question wins kind of Barrow for me. The young man closest to us here, he just combines the most good in this class. That's a square-built, heavy-bone one that's good-featured, that's big-bladed, it's honest and muscular, and he still goes good, and he still comes together from the side. Really nice Barrow. 2 and 3, I guess, when I just checked back in with Maverick and said, here's how I read them, here's how I read the differences, and he asked, which one are you more comfortable with? The longer they go, to me, it's this one right here. I love that one's angles and his density and his body. A tremendously good Barrow in terms of his comfort and his flex. Great in the slope and curvature to his blade and his knee. Got a real good kind of hip and hind leg from the side. He's not as just bold and as genuine from a sheer mass and dimension standpoint. You get it right in behind him. He's a little plainer right there through the center part of his stifle. Wants to cut up a bit more in his twist than ideal. But again, I think when you just study the basics of structure and body and balance, tremendously good bear there. I was plenty tough on this bear as he came in the SIF pin. He was one of those that came in a little head down, and I questioned his soundness. But man, that's a quality bear. That young man did a great job with this one. Tremendously big scaled in, big featured bear. Got tons of power and spread and muscle. I just read him a little tight off either end. I'd like to flex him and see that one reaching and going with more comfort and with more flexibility. But if you want to go ahead and move him up a slot there within that top trio, I'm not going to argue with you too long. A really nice bear to sit in 3. In many classes, this bear that comes out next is one that we'd certainly see this one towards the upper end of a class and competing for the top 2 or 3. This guy, to me, gets a little plain and a little more marginal in terms of substance and spread and power in this really deep, strong class, but he's a good-footed, sound, comfortable bear that's level and fresh-bodied. Just below him here, we've got a real product-driven kind of a bear that's extra bold and muscular. All of that comes at the expense of practicality. That bear gets a little coarse and crusty there from his blade forward and just too restricted off of both ends. As we continue here, the young lady's got another highly presented bear, dark pigmented, good-bodied, reads with some substance. Another one that ties up and just gets a little short in his step and his reach. Again, an excellent class top to bottom. We'll go ahead and open the pins up here. Like the flexibility and length and extension here. This guy's a little too refined and plain, but a real sound, flexible one. Another excellent class, folks. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Alrighty, folks, let's go ahead and select a champion, Poland China Barrow.
As we get them turned out here in the drive.
Post, FFA.
Got 2 very nice bears out here, the lightweight and young man's heavyweight here that's entering the ring. So for Poland's, both of these offer some significant stoutness, featured big fresh backs. Like I said, look like show pigs need to look. Good hair and skin. Looks like we're ready to go.
Fun show up to this point, and I know we're going to have a great afternoon as we get back from our break, but if you would, let's congratulate this pair of young men out here, as well as our pair of young men there, and two, an excellent representation of this breed and this drive. A real nice pair of them, man. One kind of lights my fire. I really like this young man's Barrow behind us. Congratulations.
Champion to come out of Class 2.
Congratulations to Weston Brashear, Sudan FFA, exhibitor of our champion Poland China Barrow. Now coming into contention, that's Ponkelman of Gymned FFA.
Probably a closer decision as we get the second place Barrow out here, and I think all three that we have in remainder here, the young man's got a nice second place Barrow in that light class as well. All three of them, we'd all be excited to get a chance to drive in this type of setting. This is a tremendously good pair of Barrows. That light is no question a super genuine, heavy structured Barrow that goes good. Like the turn to his top. I wish he blended, as we said in that class, I wish he blended a little better at the crest of his neck, at the top of his blade, and into his ham loin. But an excellent Barrow. The Barrow that went second in a really competitive class. As mentioned, this guy's lines, his angles, his freshness of body, tremendously good. He comes at you with some strength as far as chest width and some shoulder shape. I wish he maybe matched that right here as he goes away in terms of his inner hand muscle and outward shape to his stifle. But that Barrow still reads with a good turn to his upper skeleton. And bottom line, I think when you just study him from the side, his lines, his angles, and proportionality suits me second best. Congratulations, everyone.
So the second out of that class 2 will be your reserve champion, Dax Tuckelman. Gymned FFA.
That will complete our judging rounds for this morning. At this time, we're going to take a round of 45
just to recap that second class real quick before we step away for lunch. Weston Brashear from Sudan FFA had your class winner and your champion. Second place was Dax Tuckelman. I'm sorry if I butchered that last name, Dax, but from Gymned FFA had your reserve. Third in that class 2 was Colton Coburn from Van Alstyne FFA.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Hey, I did see your brother in the
Did I just say
back
that?
row.
Nobody was there. My fault.
What paper?
Dark red mullet, he said.
And welcome back to the live stream for the 2022 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. We are getting ready to kick off the Hampshires here, Class 1 Hampshires, as you can kind of see there on your screen. They're getting loaded there in the back. My buddy Lauren is headed up the stairs now to join us. While we get ready for that, we'd like to let you know that Lindner Feed and Milling is proud to be the sponsor of the 2022 Junior Market Barrow and Junior Breeding Gilt shows. Lindner is excited to offer the Lindner Fed Class Champion Scholarship Program. Lindner Fed class-winning barrows are eligible to apply for one of 10 scholarships to be given away, totaling $25,000. Find any of the Lindner representatives in the barn for more information. Visit www.lindnerfeed.com for product details and to view the Team Lindner Rewards page, where you may also be eligible for a personalized Team Lindner jacket. Lindner Feed and Milling would like to wish everyone good luck this week in the Junior Market Barrow Show. It's been an incredible day so far. Our judges, Maverick Squires and Brian Arnold, have made their way through the Berkshires, through the spots, and through the Polands. Took a lunch break there and just coming back from that now. We've got all of the staff in place. About to start sorting those boogers up here. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is Austin Voiles. I am the owner and operator of the Purple Circle magazine with my wife and our other folks. Proud to be here and to just give you my kind of narrow-minded insight on what we're watching today, joined by Lauren Kieschnick. Giddings, Texas, I learned that. College Station, America. Currently a very, very, very successful show pig dad, and one that places and feeds highly, highly, highly successful show pigs. In my mind, a very trusted source and someone that's very, very knowledgeable, great insight on what you're going to see here in front of your screen. Thanks for tuning in to the Taylor Fort page. If you have been a part of the live stream here in the past, you will notice that it has quickly escalated in terms of quality. Here in just a minute, you're going to get some very inside views of what the judges are seeing in the show ring. They're going to have kind of live action motion cameras that are going to put you right in the driver's seat, and it is one of the most immersive experiences that any livestock show has had. Obviously, if you've tuned into the Texas National Stock Show that Taylor has been an integral part of, they have done a tremendous job in terms of webcast coverage and continue to do that here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. I'm very proud to have the opportunity to join you today on such an awesome platform and watch this thing from up top.
Canesi won the Polands.
Both times, right?
He won the Berks, won the Polands, I think.
Reserve Berks. I thought he had both Polands. Maybe not.
I don't think the Templeman pig was his.
Yes, sir.
Again, thus far, we've made our way through 3 breeds, so thanks to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Exposition, giving away roughly $10,000 to each of those breeds, just depending on those kiddos' eligibility. Again, they can't win them over and over and over again. But thank you so much to the San Antonio Livestock Show for rewarding these young people on a job well done and giving our breed champions one of those $10,000 scholarships. That could potentially total $100,000 just today, or just this week in the Junior Market Barrow Show. They do that for just about every junior species, or every junior species, excuse me. over and over and over again, and a great asset to the junior livestock program. Those scholarships sure come in handy down the road. Now here's your view here. Maverick Squires in the sift pen. He gets roughly about 25 feet back there to evaluate these sparrows and either send them across to classification and to the scales, or over to his friend and cohort here, Brian Arnold, to the right of your screen there, that will make the final decision. If Brian likes them, he'll send them to the Dead Sea out here and give them another opportunity to show. But to put it in perspective, that pen's about 8 or 10 feet wide and about 25 foot long, and these kids, the culmination of 4 or 5 months worth of hard work comes down to somewhere between 2 and 10 seconds for those kiddos to exhibit their barrows and get the judge's approval to go across the scale.
Yeah, you really don't get a long look, other than the pin being long. But it's first impressions are key in this type of setup for sure.
Yeah, this is how you see the battery. And we just pick it up.
Folks, Linder Feed and Milling is proud to be the sponsor of the 2022 Junior Market Barrow Show. Linder is excited to offer the Linder Fed Class Champion Scholarship Program. Linder Fed class-winning barrows are eligible to apply for one of 10 scholarships to be given away, totaling $25,000. Find any of the Linder representatives in the barn for more information. Visit www.linderfeed.com for product details and to view the Team Linder Rewards page. You may be eligible for a personalized Linder jacket. Linder Feed and Milling would like to wish everyone good luck this week at the Junior Market Barrow Show.
There we go. Oh, wait. That was me.
Make a comment and put you here in our seat. We're right here. This pen is to our back by about 10 feet, and we're about 10 feet in the air, and we're just immersed in this Taylor Fort setup. There are batteries, there are cords, there are soundboards, there are screens. This is quite the setup. It's not just a iPad taped to the side of the ring. This is a big deal, and they're doing a great job getting this thing done.
This runs the gimbal. And this right here runs the transmitter.
That makes sense. That was how it explained to me.
As the Hampshire show gets started, we're definitely gathering a crowd ringside. You can definitely tell when the up-eared species start rolling through the ring.
That ain't no doubt. If you don't have a seat right now, you're probably going to be on your patas for the remainder of this class anyway. So they've got, boy, them sour cream and onion sun chips are getting caught in my throat there. They've got 16 individual holding pins here in the main ring, and they've got about 6 put back now and roughly halfway through sorting these out here, and they will, if Maverick likes them, he'll send them to the classification, which in Texas we do not show purebreds per se. A lot of them maybe are eligible for papers, but fewer and fewer in this Hampshire breed would be that way. They'd be just belted, kind of classifying Hampshires, which there's a set of standards that they go by.
Hampshire appearing crossbreds.
That's even better. Depending on who you ask, most of them aren't, or some of them aren't Hampshire appearing either. They're just, good enough to be there, but each show has their individual classification guidelines. They've got a committee of 3 people down just right below us that dictate whether the animal is close enough, adheres close enough to those classification guidelines to get in.
We got 47 entries in this class, so we'll see see how hard they cut it here in this first run. Looks like they're getting down to the last few of them here, last dozen or so, waiting in the back. And up until this point, still only about 6 or 8 pin.
Handful of them in the Dead Sea out here, 3 or 4. Guess I'm counting 5 now, and you can watch. Maverick there, Maverick Squires, somewhere in Oklahoma. I don't know exactly where he calls home.
Kingfisher.
Heard of that place?
Used to be Kingfisher. I don't know. Things have changed.
A couple livestock mines come out of that Kingfisher place. That's him on the left of your screen, Maverick Squires. Not some random guy in a tie at a pig show. That's our main judge for the Hampshires. And like there, for example, he sends that's Mrs. Green there from Oldham County, America. She sends Mrs. Green underneath us here to be classified, and then they'll go to the scales and get loaded. But Brian Arnold has the final say on the Dead Sea, and that's kind of giving those kids a second chance. Those barrows that maybe in that small of a sift pin appear to be on the bubble, appear to be close to being good enough to get a pin. They just give those kids an opportunity to show in the big ring, just to make sure, just to verify their thoughts there from that sift pin. Mavericks, I put back a handful of them here in a row, actually. That old adage, saving the best for last. I got a bow just like that at home.
For your daughter, I'm sure.
Yeah, whatever. As most know, my kid is probably better than your kid. I don't know your kid specifically. I'm just generalizing there. But I do believe it. Made shirts to prove it. Come on. Good Lord, it is standing room only, isn't it? Holy moly.
Yeah, it's got crowded quick. Looks like we've got one more coming through the sift pin here, and they'll flip over to the Dead Sea. And looks like we still only have about 5 head that I can see, unless one of these last 2 makes it over. And lots of empty pins. I'd imagine we got a traffic jam underneath us.
That will happen from time to time, especially in the Hampshire breed, I'm sure. Them fellas are on their hands and knees just making sure they match up. Here's the Dead Sea. So these are kind of those ones that are on the bubble here, and you'll have both judges come out here and sort through and just verify kind of their thoughts from the sift pin. Said it over and over again today, just because you end up out here, that means very little. You can sure work your way up very, very quickly. We're all human. Them guys are working at a fast pace, slamming through a lot of pigs, and sometimes they just flat miss them in the sift pin. And sometimes when you're right on top of some of these things, they just don't look as good as they do from a distance.
Yeah, if you were with us for the Poland show in that last class of Polands, the barrow that ended up third actually came out of the Dead Sea.
according to the social media gods, the reserve Poland, shown by Mr. Teichelman, was a times change. Just standing at Underdog in Lawn, America. You know, that greater Abilene area.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors for their efforts in this first class of Hampshire Barrow.
Is the greater Abilene area to include Dime Box?
As of about 10 o'clock today, you're dang right. Again, they're excusing these from the Dead Sea and wait to kind of get the traffic jam out from underneath and start rolling these things back through. What you're going to watch is you're going to watch Maverick call for these things individually, and if he likes them and remembers them from back there and thinks they're certainly in the top end, you're going to see him pin them back, or they may get left out here just for a little while to kind of compare to the rest of their cohorts. But if you see him, indicate to somebody else, they will go directly back to that pin and get wait for the next go round.
And what you'll notice here in this in the Hampshire show is kids being a lot more aggressive on the whip, getting these things shown. Like you alluded to earlier, they take it a little bit better than some of the down-eared pigs, so they can be a little bit firmer and a little more aggressive getting these things shown.
I'll make a comment really quick about attire. Right? I think, number one, we are in the golden age of attire when it comes to showmen. I'm sure most of you agree. I'm sure most of you don't care. But these young people out here look professional, and there's still some individual things that come with showing, but we are out of the blingy shirt, dangly jewelry, wild hair, notice me stage, and kind of let the pigs do the talking, which I can certainly appreciate. I always kind of got under my saddle that you'd run one in here with some sort of outfit.
Plug this in too, just let it charge for a bit.
Heck yeah.
Mr. Cozart finding his way back to the pin. A couple other ones.
Aim down, please.
The other one slammed back is Mark Bucks Kemper. Levelland FFA has a rookie ag teacher there at Levelland that hasn't really been in the pig deal for very long. His name's Cameron Knight.
Below average at best.
At best. Thank God for his girlfriend. But,
she's holding it too low, too.
Sitting here watching Cameron comb his beard with a rice root brush.
Needed.
That's not hygienic. Got 4 pin back.
Someone should tell Knight that we take care of hair and skin at home.
Ouch. He could probably use some mineral oil in a tanning bed too. Pasty redhead.
It's been cold up in Levelland.
Yeah.
You know that.
At least he doesn't try to play the guitar like his dad. I don't know. I take that back, Tad. That's pretty entertaining. Tad, George Strait, Knight. Always entertaining. We're working on our 5th one. To catch a pin. Likely, if it remains the same, they'll get 10 pin back out of this 17 or 18 that they had out here. and then work right back through them. Make another attire comment. There's about 5 young ladies out here with these corded polo sweaters on. I'm sure they're regretting their outfit choice because it is starting to heat up. Literally, not figuratively. It's literally starting to heat up here in San Antonio. Mid 70s, balmy mid 70s. By the way, they've got doors open, fans on, just trying to knock down some of the warm air, but. Certainly an absolutely crazy beautiful day for a pig show.
Looks like he's placed that bottom end and now about to turn back out the top. Looks like 6 or 7 in this class. And
folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors and their efforts with their Hampshire Barrows this afternoon.
Got the Bucks Kemper kid here out in front, and
Cozart's right there coming right at us there, now making the turn.
Oh, that Cozart kid's had a great year so far. Yep. 2 banners at Angelo.
They do a great job.
Oh man, tremendous.
I'm glad Misty's there to keep that thing under control.
Somebody's got to.
Because she's resetting.
Attention to the swine barn. Dwayne Riley, please come to the announcer stand. Dwayne Riley, please come to the announcer stand.
Mav's starting to kind of pin plays from the bottom up here. It looks like he's got his top 10 out there, and then just starting to get those kids a button. Maverick asking for some chest shots here and sorting the fine details.
And the Hampshire breed will sell 6 out of each class.
I'd love to get my belly full at lunch and then hit a Class 1 of the Hampshires and a top 4 here that is
stout.
I mean, that Buck Skimper kid just got 4th place there, and I can promise they did not bring that one to be 4th and just ended up in one heck of a booger of a class with absolutely nothing to hang your head about in this breed at this show this year in this kind of class break here. These things look great.
Yeah, a young lady here in the pink has a barrow that's just extremely shapely up high and just fresh.
Young lady in the orange probably has the outlier in terms of stature and height of shoulder and length and look.
And then Cozart's got one with a huge rear leg and just seems to be able to flex and go and still fresh.
That
youthful.
thing ain't ugly either.
No.
I don't know the Cozarts very well. Well enough to high-five them and exchange a text every once in a while, but just from the outside looking in, I'm going to say their selection criteria at home is probably bone, back, and look in that order. And they're not going to sacrifice design and look either. That thing he is giant-legged. And the mullet counter's up to 26. If you've been living on another planet, we've been kind of counting the mullets as they go through the ring here. Attaboy Cozart.
Young man's bear here is going to win this class, and one that just comes out and gives you an initial impression that fires you up in terms of being really heavy structured but yet mobile, looking like he's got a unique shape to his face and his features, and again, just an opened up mobile one that has great running gear and still too add some dimension to the top side of his skeleton and plenty to go ahead and win this class. Just to me, the bear that combines more harder to breed pieces into a package that is just really mobile and attractive to me. The one that's going to be second is the young lady here in the pink, and this is my style of pig in terms of being opened up and muscular. I just love that about that animal. Really big in his chest. I like his forearm. He's actually not as crazy big-legged as that one that wins, and his head shape isn't quite as unique and maybe not quite as mobile either as that bear, but that's picking on a really nice bear that lands in second. But I do like them 1-2 pretty handily. The one that comes here next is one that's got a great deal of good to his framework, so good in his skeleton and his back leg. For this judge, he's just not as bulky in his forearm, as deep tying in his stifle, and as bold in his chest as those two manlier bears are in front of him. But you have to love that bear's back leg. The one that comes out next has got an incredible head shape. You talk about an expensive piece of livestock in his front third. That thing's got a big arm, beautiful shape to his back. And as he goes, he's just rigid in his ankle. He's short stepping behind, and even though he got barky late in the drive, that's still where I would have corrected him coming through the sixth. So my compliments to that exhibitor on having a real nice 4th place bear. Great built, very good designed animal here that just is so fault-free and complete. He just doesn't come with the exotic pieces of boldness of face and broadness of rib and excessive bone work that those 4 bears do in front of him. But talk about one that's timeless in his build and balance. I have great things to say about him. This one's very well presented. He's not as big in his footwork as those in front of him. I think an exceptionally good bearer in terms of his look and pin set. Just don't read him as big in his forearm and front leg bone and bold in his body. Same here, really nice bearer proportionally. He's shorter stepping for me off his back leg. I think this is a great class of belted bearers. Help me in putting your hands together for them, please. I'm doing a really nice job.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
As we wait on our results from the first class of Hampshires, they're now back in the back, getting ready for Class 2 Hamp. I think we had a little delay getting them up here.
Everybody's a little tired after lunch, etc., etc. They're on the lunch break. I got the opportunity to go check on some of my barrows. There's my Class 2 kid right there, old towhead, and just check on things. And while I'm clipping one, it's obviously a weekend, and you can see there on the horizon of your screen that there's a few people here, and the majority of those people are not show pig people. Let's put it that way. You can tell by their headwear. You can tell by their clothing and mannerisms. And this is certainly a once a year kind of deal. But I'm clipping on one, and a group walks by and says, "What's your pig's name?" And I'm telling you, as an agriculture community, that is an open gate for some education. And I just encourage you, those that are watching and coming second wave, oh man alive, take a breath and just answer some questions. It'll help us out long run. But neat to see the crowd moving through and interacting. Frustrating at times, no doubt. You're moving a stupid 280-pound barrow to the ring. It's frustrating. I get it.
I've always said next to Walmart, there's no better place to people watch than a stock show.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Fourth place,
if you ever have the opportunity to have a barrow at Houston during Go Tejano Day,
Second place,
That
Cora Merrill,
is worth the price of admission.
FFA. And with first place,
Twice, maybe
Blaze
twice.
Cozart,
I couldn't agree more.
FFA.
But again, an opportunity as an agriculture community just to talk, them asking that name. That pig doesn't have a name, but it was a hamster, so we said his name was Oreo, like so many hamsters before. And they asked how old he was and how much he weighed and how long it would be till he was a pork chop and et cetera, et cetera. And man, those questions are so vital to the future of agriculture, the future of the Junior Livestock Show program. So as you move in here, bow your head, say a prayer, take a breath. Man, life's going to be okay.
Hey, kudos to them for knowing that eventually he was going to be a pork chop.
Well, my answer was, imagine this, I answer a serious question with a little bit of humor. He said, how much longer until he's meat? I said, well, it depends. What time is it? And this was, 12:15. I said, well, I can give it about an hour and a half. No, not really. But obviously the goal of this project is not just to win a bear show. It's to teach these kids, about agriculture and about raising food for consumption and responsibility, hard work, etc. When something else's life depends on you, it certainly kicks it up a notch, and you certainly learn a few more things. But we are teaching these kids how to raise livestock for human consumption, and that is a part of these projects. And once they enter the grounds, they belong to San Antonio, and they just allow you to show them, and they go to feed the world, man. That's what we're here for. A blip on the radar, let me remind you, an absolute blip on the radar when it comes to, there's another one. A blip on the radar when it comes to commercial hog production, but ultra, ultra important to the future of agriculture.
Trying to make sure our mullet counter is accurate here. Sorry.
Amen to that.
While we've got a minute, we'll go back through the top 5 in the first class of Hampshires. Winning the class was Blaze Cozart. Second was Cora Merrill Blaze Cozart from Early FFA. Cora Merrill from Idalou FFA was second. We have Braylon Hubert from Clayburgh County 4-H in third. Mark Buckskimper from Leveland FFA in fourth. And Kami Schley from Fayette County 4-H in fifth. Our Texas bred class winner was our first place pig, Blaze Cozart, pig raised by Tongate Show Pigs.
Well, my blonde-headed boy got across. That's good. That's good. Very, very good pig raised by Hilty, FYI, if anybody cares. I know y'all don't, but I'm going to make mention of it.
We got 47 head in this second class of Hamps. They did not pin very many back or send very many across the scales in the first class.
I'm getting reports from sick people at home watching on the big screen. Hey, what's up? That's what I did during the goat show. I couldn't make it to the goat show, so I just broadcasted it there on my, just kind of screen shared from my phone. Certainly the industry continues to change, and being able to see this stuff from home and from all over the world is pretty neat. That is for sure.
Like I said before, if you guys sitting at home watching it probably have the best view next to the judges. So, I mean, Taylor and his crew have done a great job of giving you great angles and great look at this show pigs. A great show pig show here. point out that this is the second class of Hampshires, and the first class, the pig's weight range was from 240 to 243, and this class also has a weight range of 240 to 243.
Getting just updates here. The pig that wins the first class, like Lauren said, our certified Texas Bred Registry class winner from Tongat Show Pigs. That was also the reserve grand at Brown. Yeah, he shows in Brown County. Yeah, Brown County. That is a Keeping Secrets Never Before, raised by Tongat Show Pigs. I'd say if the judge was qualified, a class winner at San Antonio probably ought to win the county show, but what do I know?
You just have a wider base. The other thing you can do, if you want to take photos, if you want to take videos, you want to move your boat, you want to take photos,
I made that comment. I need to clarify that comment was intended for Cassidy Hayes, my good buddy there, and on the coast. It was not intended for anyone involved with raising the champion at Brown County. I just want to clarify that. It's all in good fun, I promise. Believe in me.
Was that what he was out of?
No, I don't know. The champion at Brown County, I know, was raised by Brockman Farms, Houston Bound. I bet in just a minute I'll figure out what that champion at Brown County was. That Cozart family just continues to do a good job, and very, very deserving family.
Folks, if your club, chapter, or show pig operation is looking for a good deal on a set of scales, stop by the WW Livestock Systems booth. Ask to speak with Bo Sanders. Bo's been a good buddy of ours here at the show ever since way back there when we brought in the digital scales to the hog sale. Stop by and see Bo, and he'll cut you a pretty good deal on any of these scales that they have here in the barn.
Got just a few more to go through here in the SIF pen. Sitting on about 4 or 5 head here, 6 head here in the Dead Sea, and 8 pinned back so far.
What's that look like? Tripod, right?
Taking pictures of us, Lauren.
No autographs.
Not many more left.
Shout out to my buddy Garrett Hinkie watching from Hallettsville, America. H Squared Show Pigs.
Hello, Hinkie.
Looks like our last one's coming through the sift pin here, and the judges are making their way over to the Dead Sea, the big ring, and sitting on about eight head in the big ring here for them to sift through and see if they find anything they like.
Well, like, I mean, if I wasn't at a show and it was just like every other day, I probably would wash it, but now it's like been a couple days of being in the
Grabbed a couple out of the sea here, and
But like, if I was in school,
those have made it across the scale, and looks like they're good to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring. Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your purple show card out and give it to our committee members as you exit.
Class of 47, they trimmed it down to 13.
Again, there's a little caveat in the Hampshire classification. White head, or black head, solid white body. It gets you in.
Followed by your kid, who's got a off-belted pig. Looks like a stocking-footed one from this angle, but I can assure you he does have a belt coming up that other side. And a pin back. Congrats.
Tony. Come on, Tony. Hey, could you mute me for a second? I'm going to yell at my kid.
Ryan.
Sorry. Won't do it again. Will not do it again. Sorry. Did not know that. Never again.
As we get the last one turned out here, it looks like we've got 4 pin back.
Looks like 6 pin back here.
6 pin back, and I think 7 still in the ring. And Mav with the chips.
That boy's fired up to get him a chip.
Stuck it in his pocket. He's taking that home.
I'm going to guess that Dr. Griffin will not let that happen.
I bet you're right.
Chase him down and skin him.
Looks like he's placed these seven down, so.
Folks, let's put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring and their efforts with their project today. Very competitive class of hamster barrows.
Great group of kiddos out here, just outside of the top 10 in a very, very tough class. I can tell you, if you're just tuning in to the San Antonio Bear Show for the first time in your life, this is one of the toughest ones in the country, and certainly no easy feat to be sorted up here in the top end for the first time. You get a front row seat here as they roll them back out, thanks to the Taylor Fork crew, getting those great views for you. See our class winners from the first class of hamsters up top: Blaze Cozart, Cora Merrill, Braylon Hubert, Mark Bucks Kemper, Kami Schley. Is that Daniel's kid? That's Daniel's kid, huh?
Yep, Schley.
Schley, that's right. Sorry. Good job, Dan. Mullet counter up to 32.
First call, class 19 hamster barrows. Exhibitors bringing your barrows to the holding pins at this time. Make sure you have your purple show card with you as you enter the holding pin.
Mr. Pacina there, loaded back in the holding pins. Family that's absolutely no stranger to the upper end of a bear show, that's for sure. Not Pacina, Pachoda, sorry. pass that up. Pachota. Same story, though. So you got two pin back here, Trevor Pachota from George West, and Ryan Cox from the Wildorado FFA. Starting to send back a few more, rolling these two out here.
Got it down to the top three here. Excuse me. Like little meeting of the minds to bounce some ideas off each other to see how they each see this one coming together here. Very, very good set of pigs here. Big-legged, stout in their feature, fresh-backed. Kind of been a theme today, big fresh backs.
Young man's bear here in the center of the ring is going to lead this class, and I'll be honest, you see that pig's head and neck come through the gates, and I don't know if I like it or dislike it, because I wonder what are we getting ready to get into from a kind standpoint. And I do think he's a far-reaching piece in terms of his type. He's really an elevated, square-backed one that's great big pinned and real heavy bone, but uniquely that bear's skeleton is still appropriate and good, and that bear is just the unique piece that still offers mobility out here. To me, that's where he separates himself over the bear in second. The bear in second behind him just comes up a few inches shorter in his step, and if you fix that one there, this is the kind that we all strive to build. I mean, balanced and proportional and bold about his body, just doesn't have that extra gear like our class-winning Barrow, and surprisingly isn't as heavy structured as him either, but really a nice bear. The one that comes in third is very, very good built, very appropriate. They came through the sift. I thought that'll be a real nice top-end bear, and he just doesn't have the feature and extra density to run with those two, but a mobile, fresh-backed one that's really pretty fault-free. This is a heavy structured, stout-skulled one. This Barrow just wants to get not only a little bit more tired and growly, but he also, too, isn't extended as those in front of him off both ends of his framework, but a Barrow that just needs to cooperate better. This is a bold man here that comes out next. I love his density and his blade and his rib. He, too, is one that wants to get bully acting, but he's got an additional feel to him and pushes him further behind than some of them other Barrows, but really an animal that, to me, is unique from a breeding standpoint, but as it is, he's one that just needs to be a little safer in a spot or two in a Barrow ring. This is one that's great looking. He's a little shorter stepping for me off of his front end. He's a really attractive kind of built Barrow that's heavy duty. Just like to modify him in terms of his shoulder angle and front right foot placement. A Barrow that runs down on his feet here, but otherwise is very good in his rib and back leg. One that wants to kind of run fast, and I like that, but harder to get a read. You get into some of these, they're just not quite as bold and as genuine in their muscularity for me. Please help me in congratulating these good young kiddos and these Hampshire Barrows. Thank you.
As our judges sift through this third class of hams here, go back through the top five in that second class. The class winner was Ryan Cox from Wildorado FFA. We had Trevor Pacoda and from George West FFA in second. In third, we had Mallory Barnett from Floresville FFA. Fourth, we had Blake Taylor from Santa Ana FFA. And in fifth, we had Berkeley Urbancheck from Wilson County 4-H. Our Texas bred class champion was our third place Barrow, a Barrow bred by 5M Genetics from Floresville, Texas. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in that second class.
Several years back, I can't remember when, that may have been when we were doing like Xerox first, and then we were doing finishing the dance. We waited till like the end of the evening to get the divisions all at the end, and then we said, well, that's kind of late night anyway, so that's when we switched the schedule around and put Xerox over. So now with dance, we just can't do it all at the end. It rolls so much faster. Yeah, it rolls so much faster. It's a good little bit.
No, but I thought like the Burks and everything had.
For those of you watching at home, we will not do a lightweight division after the first few classes here. Lights, all the divisions will be done at the end of the Hampshire show. We'll do a champion lightweight, a champion middleweight, and a champion heavyweight, and then roll into the champion Hampshire, all at the conclusion of the Hampshire show. See the kid in the red shirt?
Oh, we counted him. We counted him.
Magnum.
That is
a magnum.
Oh, I did see your brother earlier in the backdrop. Yeah, it kind of stood out. There you go. I know. I drank an energy drink this morning and like popped and coffee, and I was just sitting there shaking my leg.
No,
Well, that one's impressive there. Should that one count as 2? That one count as 2? That was impressive.
We had a question about what the mullet counter is, but just not real sure how to describe it. But obviously, the mullet is a very popular hairstyle amongst the young ones today, the young boys today, and they young men, younger generation. So we have seen several and decided to found maybe one that he liked there, so we'll make room.
And you see the results there scrolling across the top of your screen for Class 18 Hampshire's. If you read the context clues, certainly a deeper class out here. They like a very, very good handful of them.
Lots of familiar names in this class. There's 16 holding pins are here in front, and those are all full. We're soon to be full. We got one coming off the scales here.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring in their efforts with their barrows this year. Exhibitors, as you exit, please have your show card available. Give it to our client committee members and they'll assist you with the paperwork.
A testament to how tough this show is and how deep it is. You've got a lot of very, very high quality barrows exiting the ring this time that didn't make the first cut.
To tell you, I stood up to stretch here and looked over the sift bin and watched a few of them come through. And from of course, all we can see pretty much from up here is is back shape and freshness. And there's a very, very good set in this class from what it looked like coming through.
Cotton West, they're driving through the center part of the ring.
Hunter Vallis coming right there at you.
Yep. The Hattie Tyson, pumping it up, Randall County 4-H. Catches a pin back there. Oh. In addition to the mullet counter there.
Yeah, one of the better haired exhibitors in the.
Listen to the man when he talks. That one's impressive.
I mean, if we're being honest with each other, I mean that's almost your prototypical mullet there.
I mean,
I mean,
That kid must have jumped the Red River because that looks like a straight out of the Oklahoma history books.
and that's a straight up Kentucky waterfall.
Yo, the Camaro cut. There's T-tops in that kid's future, no doubt. He's got 3 pin back here. One from a bit later. 2 of them right off the bat there.
Mr. Arnold playing traffic director here and telling some of these kids to stay back off the gates. Let the kids out of the pen have their shot.
Cheyenne Hauser. Please. And if not Cheyenne Hauser, if you could come up to the announcer's stand.
Pretty hard not to appreciate a little girl with a big white bow showing a good pig. Maverick does the smart thing there and stuffs that one back in.
Gives Mr. Powell a pin back. Mom and stepdad look on intently.
That'd be the 8th one that he stuffed back. Probably, if I had to guess, going to grab 1 or 2 more just to round out his top 10 and then excuse a few exhibitors. Just consults there with Brian Arnold to get his views there. Kind of clear his head, see where he's at.
I would say this is definitely one of the deeper classes we've seen today, not just because they pinned so many off the bat, but just looking at them here in the SIF pin, out in the ring, very, very good class.
Yeah, if you follow along and play the game, I'd say this is a group that's getting close to pushing the limits of that upper echelon of lightweights and normally going after one of those plaques there in the division drive. Certainly rings true here with the ones that they've rolled out so far.
Yeah, 50 head in this class to start off with. So one of the bigger classes we've seen today too.
That's right.
Weight range of 244 to 250.
Let's put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring.
And a great shot of Hattie Tyson coming out there.
I know we said this a lot, but these angles that they're giving us, just incredible. I mean, we're right there in their lap, man.
Reserve grand champion from the West Texas Rehab Jackpot. And he's got some lost parents in the barn.
It's not your kid. Got a lost youngster, some lost parents that they're looking for this youngster up here.
If you find those parents, why don't you send them up here?
Yeah, if you know who had the reserve grand at the West Texas Rehab Jackpot, those parents are lost. We got a youngster up here certainly looking for him. Another pair pinned back pretty quick out here.
Thank you, folks. It's always a little traumatic when parents get lost in our barn.
Well, we got 2 pinned back so far. And he's got the rest of the top 10 out there, so. Where do we go from here? We got 5 pinned back, and Mavs reach for the chips here. We'll see how he's placing them. I'm not sure if he's going 10 up or 6 down, but it would appear we're doing 10 back up. He hands Mr. West a chip back to the pin. We'll turn out the top five.
Call, Class 20 Hampshire Barrows. First call, Class 20 Hampshire Barrows. Exhibitors going to bring your barrows to the holding pen at this time. Folks, if you're visiting our barn right now and you're on those main alleys, you may want to just step aside for a little bit as our exhibitors bring their show projects to the ring. Just kind of step aside, let those animals go by, and then you can continue to enjoy your visit at the barn. Again, parents and adult leaders, once you get your kids through those black gates, we ask that you please step back, step aside. Let's get these other barrows in there. Once we've got those holding pins full, we'll let y'all come on back up there. But let's try and keep that area open, please, as these exhibitors make their way to the show ring.
I really like a lot of these in here, and I'm going to be really honest. I'm not going to apologize for taking a little extra time on this class because there's a lot of them that come in different packages, and I think with all of them, in my opinion, there's just one little thing on a real nice Barrow I want to fix, and that's why I take a little extra time to study. There's no doubt these two are the two that have the initial impression of high-quality, elite, belted, dark show Barrows, and you get them back out here and you really go to breaking them down, and to me, this is the genuine, better constructed Barrow. Specifically, when he drives right at me, that Barrow's front toes reach forward, he chests up bolder and square and stays more genuine there, and also too, that Barrow's more collected from the side profile to me. And just one that is a very, very genuine show Barrow. He isn't the most elite in any one way. He just combines a lot of good in this class. He is the sturdy anchor to start. This one's going to be second on the basis of being just a little outward in the shape of his foot. He wants to funnel to his base, in my opinion, from a knee standpoint, and that's where I pick on a really good-looking Barrow that's bold in his back and his pin set and stout in his back leg. I just want to change him coming right at me. This one here in third is real good that way. He's real stout going away behind. He's got an extra big legs on him. He's a little coarser at his hock joint, and I think he reads on the edge like he wants to go ahead and roll. He's a little puffy behind his ear in terms of his neck shape, but that's a stout, mobile market hog. I love his running gear. This is a really bold, big pin Barrow that needs to just reach a hair better off his back leg. He's got a lot of far-reaching pieces, but don't read him setting down with as much comfort and push and plant on that back leg. This one that comes out next has got a great head shape and really bold in his back shape. I like his bone. He's just drier and runs shallower to his flank line. Really a well-presented Barrow here that's got a good headed shape to him. He, to me, is flatter, harsher in his ham loin, not as bold coming at me, and lower set at his shoulder. Got a great back leg, good muscle texture, like his rear leg bone. Mobile, sound, big pin Barrow there. Not as attractive in his head shape to me, and up behind his ear there, really a stout one. Let's put our hands together for these kids in that class on doing a really good job.
very good third class of Hampshire Barrows there. Just to go back over the top 5, in first place we had Hattie Tyson from Randall County 4-H. Second place was Marshall Parham from Chambers County 4-H. Third place was Piper Poole, Dallam County 4-H. Fourth place was Clayton Powell from Farmersville FFA. And fifth place was Caitlin Ender from Stamford FFA, with our Texas bred class champion going down to third place Barrow there, Piper Poole from Cornerstone Ventures.
I don't know what we're at counter there for Cornerstone, but that's 4, 5, 6 of them certified Texas bred class winners, always in the mix.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that pig actually came out of the Dead Sea as well.
I do believe you're right.
Crosby, FFA. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through,
We'll move on to our fourth class of Hampshires here.
Again, I verified while I was down there. They are going to run through all of these classes of Hampshires, every class all the way through to the end, and then give them heavies a time to a little second to chill. Bring the lightweight classes up and select a lightweight Hampshire division champion and reserve division champion, and then roll the heavies back out. Roll the heavies back out for a heavyweight division champion, and then bring them both back for a champion Hampshire. So we are just going to continue through the classes without a division drive. Hattie Tyson, a Randall County 4-H member out there pumping it up. Very, very nice pig. Great job getting that one exhibited, and congratulations to her. Caden Powell again in the mix. And crazy, outrageously good gilt show here at San Antonio. Powell family exhibited the champion Duroc and champion Supreme Champion gilt here about 10 days, 2 weeks ago. Congratulations to them, and then another sale spot here in the Inner Hampshire Drive. There's another mullet going through the ring. Ding ding, add to the counter. Also gets across the scales, so good luck charm. That's more of a skullet than anything. Only has 3 in the pens right now. They're working on classifying a good handful of them, classifying and weighing. That's kind of the funnel there underneath us. Got 6 or 7 of them pinned back. Well, that one shoots out of the gate, comes very aggressively out of that pen to the Maverick there. as we progress, starting to stack these things up here in the holding pens. Kudos there to a Maverick. Sometimes those pigs just don't cooperate, don't hit that sift pin right, and he's doing a great job of giving those kiddos a chance to kind of spin them around and make them work. Great job to him. Little camera shy one back there. Maverick just helping himself to the next show pig on deck as they try to get that one out of the corner there and just being a little more difficult. If you're here and you're watching, I truly ask that you look at how hard these volunteers are working. There's not an abundant amount, but they're here all day. They do things like this. They fight pigs. They fight gates. They fight the crowd. They get people in the right spot. And Maverick's earning his paycheck here. Riley down there fighting a good fight. Got 6 of them, 6 or 7 of them out here in the Dead Sea. 11 or 12 of them here pinned up. They're still trying to fight that Barrow there out of the sift pen. Still just a few more, just a handful more here for Class 20 Hampshire Barrows.
Mike Lilly.
Sorry, Hinky. Got confused.
Players mess up.
Man. If I didn't make as many mistakes as I do, y'all wouldn't be able to tolerate me. A little less than you do now, honestly. Getting the very last one in there right now. A handful of them, 7, 8, 9 of them in the Dead Sea. Ready to rock and roll. You can see your Class 19 winners there up top. Hattie Tyson, Marshall Parham, Piper Poole with your CTBR class champion from Cornerstone Ventures, Clayton Powell, and then Caitlin Ender.
As our mullet counter approaches the 40 mark.
Yeah, with what, 5, 6 classes to go?
We're on class 20. I think 25 is the last class.
Yeah. I'm not a betting man, but man, beating that 40 mark would be sure might happen.
We got out the gate really hot there in the breed, the down-eared breeds, and we've got one right in front of us that's extremely good in the holding pins.
Yeah, there's a handful of them, that's for sure. Grabbing one out of the Dead Sea here.
Looks like we've only got 12 in the pins back here, so that one will probably make 13. Apparently everybody had lightweight Hampshires because our crowd is kind of thinned a little bit.
Oh, they're just in the back reloading their guns, right?
There's still, I can tell you, there's plenty of people back in the pins.
That's right.
Kids out in the sea working hard trying to catch a pin. .48 head in this class, and weight ranges from 251 all the way up to 258. Is it acceptable just to call it the Belted Crossbred Show?
That's fine. Yeah, the belts.
Another young man catching a pin out of the sea here.
He is huffing. Boy, I had to work for that one.
They're going to grab one more, and it looks like they're going to let the rest of them go on going about their way.
15 or 16 of them filling those holding pins up.
Exhibitors, at this time, our judges have excused you. Please be sure to have your purple show card ready and give it to our committee members. They'll assist you with that as you exit.
Got us a Belted Crossbred acting like a spotted pig.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
left 2 out in the ring. He's going to turn the rest of these, looks like he's going to turn the rest of them back out, or the top 4 that are, I say the top 4, the 4 that he had pinned back. Be a total of 6 out there when he turns them all loose again.
Well, that is not the choke-necked one, but that one is built right and just very practical and fault-free kind of deal. That's the one he liked from the beginning.
You heard him say in an earlier class, not the one that's just elite anywhere, but the one that puts the most good together.
Yep.
Make sure that you have your purple card with you before you enter the show ring.
I'd say if body language is an indicator, he is just trying to make sure that he sees them all, evaluates them correctly, but he sure hasn't spent much time studying that one there in the middle of the screen. A young lady that he slammed back in there twice, and it looks like Arnie likes that one too. It'd be pretty hard to find just a huge hole in that one. Very nice.
That one's big-legged, and like I said, I mean, if you're going to nitpick that one, you're just going to say he's not the neatest about his front third. But man, you want to talk about one that is still big and fresh-backed and big-legged and sound and functional. It's very basic in his build. And
them kind always need to be in the mix.
Yes, sir.
We'll know here pretty quick who that young lady belongs to, if I had to guess. The 2 pink shirts there on the far side. Still in the era of consistency. If you look out there in this class, the way that it's developed, those are stout featured, just good made kind of livestock.
And Matt will consult with Arnold here for a second and just make sure that he's not missing anything, and we'll place this top 3 out.
Really a nice class of belted barrows, and to me the barrow that leads off our class is just so attractive but yet so dense in terms of his features. Really one that gets out and balances extra good but still opens up bold and muscular. To me, a barrow that just does a lot of things the right way. For this judge, puts a lot of hard pieces together but still is mobile and balanced. The barrow in second is the broadest barrow in this class, and one with extra big legs and just so bold and massive. To me, I just would like to peel a little of that out of his throat and his pole and just see him a little more attractive ahead of his shoulder to run with that barrow we start with. But really a very, very good pair of belted barrows there. The one that comes out in third is a barrow to me that not only is way too slow moving and a little shorter rump, but he doesn't hit us quite as correctly built in terms of how he wants to roll them front feet out, but that's a heavy bone one that has got the right head shape. He's got a great back leg. Really like a lot of things about that Barrow, and isn't quite as powered up as those two in front of him are. This is a Barrow that doesn't fit with these others size-wise to me. He's a little quicker or shorter built in my opinion. He's got a great back in him. I really like his muscle shape and bone. Just again, a little lower to the surface, not quite as bold coming right at you and as attractive behind his ear. The next one coming out there is one that's just square and good market hog. He's not the greatest headed or best from the side in terms of his rump design at times where he wants to tuck that tail and back leg down, but that's a mobile, athletic, muscular Barrow. This one here is good that way too. Huge tail root. To me, his front feet shuffle off of his front end more as you compare him to the others. Just a little lower set there. Wants to fold them dew claws up under his feet. Love his shape and back leg. Young lady, you worked yourself up into this class the whole time. You want to talk about a kid who can make one roll? I want her to show one of mine. That thing's athletic and can go, and I don't prefer his muscle and his wit, but she drove him to where he was, outpaced those others, and just showcased that Barrow as good. Really genuine, dense market animal there that's not as good in his muscle shape, not as attractive up front. This Barrow here is just flatter about his rib. Really a shapely back, comfortable legged pair of Barrows here, not as bold. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos on doing a really good job.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Yeah, certainly an interesting Class 4 of Hampshires there. All kinds of parts and pieces that were kind of all over the board, but I think our class winner and sure was a nice one. Just to recap that top 5 real quick. In first, we had Natalie Smith from Burleson County 4-H. Second was Sydney Jones from Stamford FFA. Third was Haley Bobolick from Crosby FFA. Fourth was Keoki Bray from Three Rivers FFA. And in fifth, rounding out our top 5, was Holt Holscher, Shallow Water FFA. Our certified Texas bred class champion was our 4th place Barrow bred by Schaefer Livestock from out in Garden City, Texas. So congrats to Levi and Ian and Dan and those cats out there on a very nice show pig that they raised.
Man, if you followed the sales scene all over the state of Texas this year, those guys made massive improvements to their program, and it showed in their sale results, and it's starting to show here in the big show. Congrats to the whole family.
Absolutely, not trying to leave anybody out, but they've done a really good job of going out and finding some females to lay back into that program that I think have really helped them turn the corner.
And using the right boars for sure.
Absolutely.
You've got, man, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but one of them boys marries Chama Martin, and then things start to escalate. I'm not saying she's the brains. Doug's been raising pigs for a long time, but sure a coincidence.
You'll get no argument from me about Glenn Martin being one of the brighter minds in the livestock industry across species.
Bam. Had him a good little goat show here. I'm not sure if you tuned into the goat show.
Per usual.
Only took him like 7 years with this last kid or something. Old Coco finally got her the big banner at San Antonio. Sheep show won by Zane Walker. Reserve was the Wise family. Uh-oh. There's a mullet. Hopefully they caught it.
Congrats to Hilton and that crew.
Oh, no doubt. Hey, interesting fact. Any idea who started the Purple Circle magazine?
Was it Corky?
It'd be... I don't know if he even has a first name. Everybody just calls him Doc Wise. Is his name Corky? Maybe? Doc Wise? Brownwood, Texas. No strangers to the sheep show.
Early. Just wait. There's one back there. Let's see. Oh, yeah. He's in this holding pen right
Our
here,
mullet
so
watch has informed us that there's a Magnum about to come through the sift pen.
I don't even know what that is, but I'm waiting. I'm watching.
That's the mullet of all mullets. It'd be the platinum mullet.
The platinum mullet.
You were away earlier. I had to explain what the mullet count was.
Yeah, I get it. I've had a lot of questions about that. Man, it's just a way to have fun and keep it. During the sheep show, they had a loose sheep counter. I don't know what the final number was, but just a fun way to keep track and make things a little light and airy. Five or six of them on their way to the holding pen.
As we get to this point in the day, you can definitely look out across here and see that the barn is getting a little thinner. We don't have quite the crowd that we started the day with, per expectation there. Not as many gathered around ringside.
And there you can see Mav moving through these kind of quick and giving these kids answers, but they still get a chance to go to the next ring and interact there with Brian Arnold, a very intelligent hog man and a one that has sorted the biggest of the big throughout the country, and he'll give him an explanation there. Maverick just gives his initial impression and where he thinks they go, and then leaves it up to Brian to explain to those kids maybe how to improve their projects for the future, as he's doing right now there in the bottom right of your screen. sometimes those decisions are just a little easier made, can be made a little quicker without near as much evaluation.
Yeah, you know, this will be one of the bigger classes that we'll see today. 53 entries in this class, so you know you have to be efficient with your time and your being quick on the evaluation. But you still want to give these kids a good look. They've worked hard all year, and
that's right.
Sometimes the only thing they leave with is the applause they get from the crowd.
Absolutely magical. Is this? Oh, this is the one they were talking about here. That's, yeah.
I don't know. I think the best is yet to come.
Give that man a big gulp.
I think that's a fresh touch up there on the sides.
Call that the Billie Jean. If you're going to name a mullet. Still a very big, very large handful of these to go through. Another pin and a half, I guess. As you can see, those of you that are headed this way for second wave, they have kind of changed the way that they're rolling these things in. They're not using that outside alley. They're keeping them. They're loading them in pins and then transferring them from pin to pin to pin until they get to that a final pin before the feeder alley. So they have changed that process. Those of you that have exhibitors, you can kind of tune in and see that. I'm looking back in the holding pen. There's still a handful of these that are from this far away. I can recognize those kiddos. I'm going to say there's a couple that aren't going to be very slouchy about to feed through this sift pen. So stay seated.
Give a shout out to the kin folks watching the live stream back in College Station, Texas. Kent, Madison, baby Marin.
Hello, fam.
Cousin Kent would be Russell Kanazy's favorite cousin.
Are you and Russell cousins?
Negative.
Okay. I say, man, you just admitted that.
It's because we look alike, right? That's why you asked?
That's what I was going for, yeah.
Yeah. Got Mr. Knight back ringside, and by Mr. I mean Cameron. Not brushing his beard with the rice root brush this time.
Yet. He does have it in his hand. He is equipped with it.
He is ready. Looks like we got about 10 head left to come through the sift ring here. Got a nice starter kit on this young man. ×2. Hey, big mullet's got to start somewhere, bro.
Oh, yeah. I could grow my hair for 11 months and not be able to do that. I'm like one of them thin-haired Poland Barrows that regardless of how much oil you put on them or sun or UV light you put on them, it's just not going to happen, man.
This is the one they were looking for in that class, the last one. He'll come through the SIF pin. And Maverick will hastily make his way over to the big arena to sort through the ones that are still out here. And we've got a few more that Brian has sent over. Looks like there's about a dozen or so already in the sea here.
16 have grabbed. I'm counting 16. I think there's 2 more underneath us if my transitions are correct.
Sent one to the classifiers here out of the sea. Young lady was working hard. They went out and found her.
And your winners from Class 20 scrolling across the top of the screen: Natalie Smith, Sydney Jones, Haley Boblick, Keoki Bray, and Holt Holscher. Miss Bray at our Certified Texas Bred Registry class champion. Schaefer Livestock. Getting down here to the end of the initial sort. Class 21.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors in their efforts with their
Gonna dip in and talk to these kiddos and just let them know how to get better year after year.
Exhibitors, at this time, our judges have excused you from the show ring. Be sure to have that purple show card out as you exit. Give it to our committee members and they'll help you with your paperwork.
How many more classes do you have? 5 more?
This placing 1 and 4. Yeah. At the Army.
That's all you, boo-boo. We're going to roll these out quick. Class 21, the top, I'm going to guess 18, if I remember correctly, top 18 or so.
We got a pin full and then some.
Man, I like this show pig here, the soft-belted thing. See, I've always thought Maverick was a sharp guy.
Grabs 2 of them right there off the bat. Got them all turned back in here. Judges are Mavericks looking for his top 10. He's got 6 headed back to the pin. Number 6 headed back to the pins here now. There's Miss Soto finds her way back to the pin. Should be the 8th one pin back. Maverick and Brian discuss these last 8 or so in the ring, trying to find those last 2 to round out the top 10. And looks like they found their last one to be 10th there, and are dismissing the rest of the class here.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors in the ring. They've done a fine job with their show project this year, just a competitive class at Hampshire Barrow.
53 head in this class to start with. They knocked it down to about 18 or so, and we now are down to the top 10. I think they have pin 9 and put 10th already in its spot. So we'll work these top 9 and see what Maverick thinks about them.
Video land. What's that? So how's it going in video land so far?
Sent 2 back to the pins out of this 9 here, or about to have number 9 turned into the ring. Not sure who the young man is, but we got Kinsley Soto in the front pin here. This young man finds his way back to the pin. As does this young lady. So that puts 4 in the pin. Got 4 back in the pin. Maverick and Brian are discussing the 5 out still. Going over those one more time. Again, there were 53 entries in this class. We worked it down to the top 10. Barrow's ranging in weight from 259 up to 264, I believe. Yep, 264. 259 to 264. Looks like we're going to pin 6 back here. Maverick asking for the chips. Those will be 7, 8, and 9 respectively, and bringing the top 6 back out.
First call, class 22, Hampshire Barrows. First call, class 22, Hampshire Barrows. Exhibitors bring your barrows to the holding pen. Be sure that you have your purple show card with you as you enter those black gates. Parents and adult leaders, once you escort your exhibitor and student through those gates, we ask that y'all please step back, step aside, please. Let's keep those alleys clear so that these exhibitors have a clear path to the holding pen. Thank you.
Very nice top end here. Some of them don't offer quite the stoutness of feature that we may have seen in some of our classes before, you know, top to bottom, but very, very good set of pigs. Lots of, from my standpoint, my vantage point, you can tell lots of these pigs are big back, they're fresh, and just offer some very minute differences between them. Big back, bolt through their center body with a functional rear leg. Got 5th, 4th, and 3rd, respectively. That'll leave us 2 out.
Really good pair of bears here. The young lady in the yellow is going to start our class, and one that's got an extra good look. He's real bold coming at you and big in his blade. He's got a great shape to his backside and pin set, and his bone work is big, and he's square as he comes and he goes. And she don't let up on this thing. I mean, this poor rascal is hammered out here in terms of how she's making him go, and he's keeping it together to get pushed like that through the entire drive, and concerns me a little on where he lands later. But as it is, the young man's Barrow here in second. He is a longer bodied, probably more comfortably built Barrow on or off the stick, even though he wants to act a little bad for us out here and kind of corner up for that showman. That is a hell of a show bearer that is very sound and square and comfortable in terms of his running gear. The next one coming out is one that's extra good looking, bold about his shape. To me, that bear doesn't hinge with as much looseness and reach off of his back leg. From there forward, you can't paint him any better from a picture standpoint. This bear's front feet needs to be better. You get up above that, heavy bone, great back leg, big back, bold rib, good head shape, like that bear an awful lot. This is one to me that wants to pick his head up, kind of squat his back, loin comes down, hock goes out, heavy bone, bold rib, maxed out show bearer, really opened up. I love that hog in his rib. That's where I need to fix this shallower hearted one. But you talk about a beautiful one from the side that's heavy bone. That one really can turn somebody on. I just need to put more in him. Same here, huge front leg. That's what I'm looking for. Great big back. That bear to me needs to go away wider based and bolder about his body. Really good class of these. Please put your hands together for these kiddos on doing a good job.
And we have placings for Class 21 Hampshire Barrows. Sitting in 10th place, Brandon Wilson, Midland County 4-H. 9th place, Coulter Edgar, Albany FFA. 8th place, Matthew Gober, Haskell FFA. 7th place, Allie Hawkins, Livingston FFA. 6th place, Cooper Carroll, Lord County 4-H. 5th place, Hudson Heseltine, B County 4-H. 4th place, Aubrey Hanna, Ellis County 4-H. 3rd place, Trace Dearman, Loveland FFA. 2nd place, Jeffrey Brooks Lang, Winkler County 4-H. And exhibiting first place, Kingsley Soto, Idalou FFA. And Kingsley is also our duty Terra Certified Texas Fair District Class Champion from Class 21. Reader that barrel is third grade genetics is Dustinburg, and they can pick up their certified Texas Fair caps at our association table near the show end. Got a couple of exhibitors here in Class 22 that may have missed. Natalie Cockrell, Carson County 4-H. If you're in the holding pens, if you've gone through, could you wave a hand and let us know, please? Natalie Cockrell, Carson County 4-H. Otherwise, you need your barrel to the show pin. Sarah Koenig, Easter Ridge FFA. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through, could you let us know, please?
Another very good set of Hampshire Bears there to finish off our fifth class of the day. Going to recap that top five for you one more time. In first place, we had Kinsley Soto from Idalou FFA. Second place was Jeffrey Lang from Winkler County 4-H. Third place, we had Trace Dearman from Leveland FFA. Fourth place, Aubrey Hanna, Ellis County 4-H. And in fifth place, Hudson Hesseltine from B County 4-H. Exhibitor of our Certified Texas Bred Class Champion was Kinsley Soto, Barrow from the little firm out in Idalou, Texas, known by Wintex Farms. So congrats to Will and Jay and the crew out there on their Class Champion Hampshire Barrow. So we move into the sixth class, Class 22 here. Hampshire going through them in the sift ring. Again, just to reiterate, we will do lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight division winners at the conclusion of the classes. So I think Class 25 is the last class. So we will do the division champions and then pick us a champion Hampshire Barrow after the Hampshire show at the conclusion of Class 25. Looks like we're getting down to the end of the SIF pin in the back. Just 3 or 4 more to go. And so far up front, it looks like we've got about 14 or so, and a handful out in the Dead Sea. Last one coming through there. Maverick will make his way over to the Dead Sea. Arnold makes his way over from the second pin. We'll sift through the ones in the big ring. Again, looks like we've got about 14, 15 or so pin back out of a class of 53. .53 entries. Barrow's ranging in weight from 265 to 268.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring. Exhibitors, be sure to have your purple silk card ready. Give it to our committee members and they'll help you with your paperwork.
Again, we're working through the top 16 out of a class of about 53. I think it's about 16. I can't tell if there's anything back behind me. All the 16 front pins were all full, so I know there's at least 16 that we're working through here. Got one pin, one sent back already, and working through the rest of them.
Well, it looks like we're turning up the heat in here. A lot of pretty recognizable folks in this class, 22 Hampshires.
Only kept about 16 or so off the initial sift, and didn't find any out of the Dead Sea that they wanted. So, what you see is what you get on this one.
Just a handful left to show out here. Got 6 put back here so far.
Attention Swine Barn, Braylon Hubert of Kingsville. Braylon Hubert of Kingsville, please return to your pen. Braylon Hubert of Kingsville, please return to your pen.
We've got 10. Mav's asking a question or two. I think they're going to go ahead and release the rest of this ring after since they've got these 10 pulled.
Let's put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring in their efforts today. Exhibitors, be sure to have your purple show card ready. Give it to our committee members as you exit the ring, and they'll help you with your paperwork.
Linder Feed and Milling is proud to be the sponsor of the 2022 Junior Market Barrow and Junior Breeding Guild shows. Linder is excited to offer the Linder Fed Class Champion Scholarship Program. Linder Fed class-winning Barrows are eligible to apply for one of 10 scholarships to be given away, totaling $25,000. Find any of the Linder representatives in the barn for more information. Visit www.linderfeed.com for product details and to view the Team Linder Rewards page. You may be eligible for a personalized Team Linder jacket. Linder Feed and Milling would like to wish everyone good luck this week in the Junior Market Barrow Show. Well, he's scooting now, that's for sure. Whittling through the top 10. Looks like he's got his sail hole barrows shoved back in the pins and giving out ribbons now. Say probably be as intriguing of a top 6 as we've had in a couple classes out here.
Young man's bear right there is about as burly as we've seen all day. That thing has a huge foot and forearm.
It's not hard to see where he's carrying his weight. It's in bone and structure and right there in the seat of his pant.
Please step aside, and folks, let's please keep these alleys clear by those gates into the holding pens. We don't want anyone getting hurt as they try to make their way to the ring.
got it worked down to 4 now, and I think this is where it gets kind of interesting here.
It's hairy for sure. The young lady there in the green stripes and young man there in the blue hailing from the same county. A very tough county show there in Randall. Who is the young man there in the center of the ring?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Don't recognize him.
We get caught up on some of these comments here. Somebody asked who the heck we were. I don't blame you. Jason, this is Austin Voiles, owner of the Purple Circle magazine. I'm joined with Lauren Kieschnick of College Station, Texas. Jamie Dildine asked how many make the sale in the Hamps. Best of my knowledge, it's 6. Is that correct?
I'll need to get clarification on that. I thought we were told 5 earlier.
Well, you could be right.
It is 6, according to the gentleman announcing next to me. So my condolences to everybody that was 7th today in the Hampshires.
I mean, they have driven these 3 and 4, even down into 4 and 5, as long as any class has taken at a day, just here in the top 3 or 4. A very, very, very good set of pigs for different reasons. A really sharp looking, good presented one, a really burly dense one, a really wide stout one. Certainly probably bouncing ideas off of each other just to stay as grounded and as consistent as possible, that's for sure. Hey, while we wait, I would be remiss not to mention, Lauren, I mention it to you and those that are listening. I would think most that are tuned in are part of the show pig world, and we have a Bible study, a couple of them, a men's Bible study, mainly show pig guys, livestock guys all the way around, and I would encourage you to find somebody that's a part of that group, and we have a Zoom on Monday mornings with Josh Brockman, Dan Reed, Dustin Smith, and that crew, and then we have one there with old Wild Bronco Fleming on Tuesdays, and then one on Wednesdays. I'd encourage you to join if you can.
Well, he made him work for that one.
You know, I told Brian that I'd like to hear where he's at, because those are some bears in this class that you want to see how they come back. And as you sort through this class, there's a lot of really nice bears. And to me, on the front end, there's 3 that are unique outliers in different ways. And if you followed along with what I've done, I think you can see why I'd place them this way if you were standing out here in the center of the ring with me. Because when you break them down, you realize they're both very heavy bone. Both these bears are very, very athletic, and they're extremely, extremely comfortable. They push the limits really far that way. When I get up in front of them, there's one that's clearly bolder in his chest, further between his knee and front foot. He's bolder as he comes out of his shoulder into his muscle, and underneath that, he's clearly the bigger ribbed, better bodied one of that pair. And you get back off to the side of him, he is still very, very good in his own right. Is that bear the furriest legged in here? Is he the most advanced in his bone? No, but that is a heavy structured, sound, square, mobile, dang good show bear. Now, I tell you those things and being critical on this 1 and 2nd because I want that young man to know why he got beat with a dang nice one. And it's because his chest wasn't good enough for this judge and his rib wasn't good enough. But young man, that is one heavy boned rascal. Very, very comfortable, very, very good in his look. My compliments to that exhibitor. The one that comes out in 3rd is one that's very, very bold about his top shape and his muscle. He's open in his chest. He's wide in his pins. He's not as smooth built as those other 2. He's not quite as unique up there in his head carriage and the top of his pole, but really, really nice show bear. Very high quality animal. The one that's next is great looking from the side. He's a lot like the bear in 2nd. I want to change him right here, but you get off to the side and you can't paint him any better. So comfortable legged, extra attractive. Big, big monster-legged thing here. Really bold. Like to change him up in his head carriage and see him just not drop his mouth. This bear, even though he gets a little tighter, to me, I don't read him as densely structured and quite as bold in his forerib either. Really, really high-quality bear. You get into these, this is a shorter rump, big-tailed rascal, big forearm. Really, really good class. Help me in congratulating all these kiddos on doing an extra good job.
From a marketing standpoint, you know, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, you know, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Leader of that Barrow is underdog genetics for blonde, and they can pick up their certified Texas Red Cap on July 4th checkoff at our association table here at the show ring.
The little kid? There's a little kid with a purple one. Will you stick that in that wallet right there? Thank you.
Okay, folks, we got a couple exhibitors and they missed to check in. Catherine Lawson, Bullard FFA.
Help me
You're
out.
in the holding pins.
Help me out.
If
I'm
you
missing
let
it.
us know.
Where at?
Catherine Lawson or Wazen, Bullard FFA.
Standing up.
And Kendall Seidel, Gerald FFA. Kendall Seidel.
Oh, you are counting
Gerald
the ones
FFA,
that
thank you.
Okay, so I don't think we should.
My frustration rose.
Because our number is going to skyrocket. Right. Where's the little ginge?
Yeah.
Where's the little ginge? I thought you said there was a ginger with one.
I'll be right back.
You're open, sister.
Yeah. He's still a little gut roping bag. Yeah. Surprisingly, I can get a lot of it. Well, I had a really big one, and that one was really fast. So I was like, I think I need it down.
We're gonna do it. Easy. So now we just have to set a goal for either tomorrow or next wave. Now we're either gonna have to set a goal for tomorrow or the next wave. Less tomorrow? Really? We're showing reds and dark crosses tomorrow.
That chair especially, it's okay though, really. I can stand up and kind of stretch. I think that's the first one they've weighed out.
Do you want your chair back? Okay. That's not a mullet. Hey, they're saying that this redhead kid's got a mullet. That's not a mullet. That's just a fro. Hey, that's not a mullet. It's a fro. You need to cut. I'm not hearing you. Honestly, let's just go buy a wig and like cut it to be a mullet.
Hold on. We could get you one of those hats.
Oh, the hat
We
with the mullet
can
in
get you
it?
like a hat, like either like the visor one where it has like the spiky hair, or like a hat that has like hair with it.
While we're winding down the sift here in the back for their sixth class of Hampshires, I'm going to go through and recap that top 5 from the last class there. In first, we had Hart Schedule, Randall County 4-H. Second, we had Cash Dean from Jim Ned FFA. Third was Lexi Butler from Randall County 4-H. Fourth was Tessa Camacho from Goliad County 4-H. And fifth, we had Eliana Harlan from Travis County 4-H. Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion was our second place Barrow, exhibited by Cash Dean. Barrow came from Underdog Genetics, Lawn, Texas. Congrats to Mason and the crew out there. Raising a very nice show pig.
Running a little too efficiently back here. Slaying and weighing them. Got a little jammed up. They're clearing the air down there.
Looks like there's only a handful left in the back, but no point in rolling through them if there's nowhere for them to go.
and you can hear the chants in the back. Several of these counties pumping it up for their kiddos back there. I think maybe Jim Bob Carver was leading one of those charges. But always good to have those kiddos celebrated and show them how much you appreciate them. I think we got about 10 more back here. They're just trying to make room for everything, get everything weighed and classified, kind of in a safe, fair manner. So that kind of slows us down here in the SIF pen a little bit.
Got one feeling his oats over here in the old. He was coming across pretty good. Shout out to the ring steward for dodging the bull there.
Okay, some pushing a few more through the here, the SIF pin. We're getting just a bit closer there to the end, just a couple more left. Got at least 16 pinned back here, and I'm sure there's a few more underneath us still to go.
Looks like the front pins are full. May have a few extra. Looking through the Dead Sea now.
I'm going to excuse these exhibitors and give them a warm congratulations as they exit. Maybe 17, 18 back in this class. This is certainly not this young lady's first pig show, nor this young man's here. Pair of vets out here, done their fair share of winning. And raising. Winning and raising them. Hadn't found any thus far that he just has to have. I take that back. Spoke too soon. He's only got 3 pushed back now. A little over halfway through what he's got stuffed in those holding pins. Boy, I didn't see that one go through the sift pin, but they sure like that one quite a bit.
Given the numbers that that they pinned coming out of the sift, I would imagine we're going to get down to about a top 10 or so and re-rack and run them back out there.
That would be my guess.
And we're 6 deep on the re-rack, so now 7.
Julie Hoffman is listening intently. Appreciate that. One of the certified Texas Bred Registry class champions there in the spotted swine, Mr. Hagen Heisey. West Texas Genetics.
Congrats to Julie.
Congratulations, Julie, on all of your hard work with that project. I'm joking. That's a little Texas Tech connection there, Clint. And Heisey on the same judging team right before me. Well, 2 before me, I guess.
Looks like they kept a little better than 20 out of this class. And originally, we still have 6 more to turn out here. I'm sorry, 3 more out of on top of what they've already sent.
He has consistently made it a point to get chest views and kind of get these things coming right at him. He's asked the kids over and over and over again to do it. Takes a good long look at him from the side, swings in behind, and then over and over will kind of ask those kids to just turn and come right at him. And a lot of times it seems to me like that's been his sort on several of them, where maybe he's kind of questioned them in places, but if they come at him good, then he can kind of be maybe a little more forgiving, I guess is the word, in some holes. But he's done that both in the SIF pen and out here in the big ring.
Yeah, he's talked squareness of chest and, making sure they don't cave in at their knee, and on a few of them here in class, as he was talking placings. So I think that that's definitely one of the sorting points, one of their priorities that he's working off of for sure. Matter of fact, in that last class, he talked about how the class winner was so much better better coming at him, and didn't come in together at the knee like the Barrow that was in second was. So clearly a priority.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors remaining here in class 23 a nice round of applause.
So we started with 53, and from 53 we went down to about 20. Just say they cut it in half. Another 20 or so that they cut it down to, and we've worked down to our top 10. So here we go. Coming out of the 10 here, we've got 4-pin back, looking like it's got a fifth one coming here. And
Yep, 2, 4, 5. There's his sixth one. Kind of got his cell making Barrow's back, and gonna grab some chips and start placing them.